Some other time, chat.
Scapegoat paw.
All right. What's up, everybody?
Are you live? Because you're not showing up as live.
It will start
I'm not seeing it.
within a few seconds.
Okay.
TK, where you at?
Oh, it is. All right, there it is.
There we go.
Nah,
Yeah.
Tiny Crap's not joining us for this one.
Okay.
Alrighty, yeah. So what's up, everyone?
I had your conundrum.
If you guys don't know, the music is gonna be fitting for this, but so KinoFlex, also known as Jack, has made a video on the sea, titled "The Sea and His Odd Celebration of Evil." So I saw this video about like 3 times by now. I think it's quite poor. I think it was clearly rushed. I don't think he gave it the proper amount of time to, to really make the most coherent arguments. And I am going to be clear, about my title and thumbnail, right? So the thumbnail that you see, like the mini thumbnail within the thumbnail, that was made by the C, and he really wanted me to include it in this. So I figured I'm gonna slightly alter it and just put a question mark, because I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. I want to give him some way to possibly defend himself, Maybe he just made an honest mistake. We'll have to find out.
The Titanic's sinking, okay? The Titanic's sinking.
Jack has agreed to join later, so we will be talking to him about the video. But yeah, anyone else want to chime in, give some introductory thoughts on KinoFlex or his video?
Well, just to sort of be, clarifying what the video is in question that he has decided to respond to. The video is about how people will take the context of a villain or a villainous character in a piece of media and spin them as either a victim or some kind of hero or whatever. And why I think that's actually cringe as shit, and people need to nut the fuck up and admit that, yeah, you can just like a villainous character and say, yeah, they're fucked up and evil. Like, that's okay to do. That's the whole crux of the video. I mean, people have said in the comments to that video, why are you telling me not to like these villains? Well,
Oh, wow.
Is he cutting out for anyone else?
Yeah,
or
I heard the
Davy
cut
Jones
out
from
as
Pirates
well.
of the Caribbean, and that's a big part of the
See,
video.
see.
Fuck, are we
Good
doing
now.
this shit again?
He's good now.
Can you start over, because you cut out. You did the thing where you were clearly about to start talking, and then we just couldn't hear you.
Like, all of it?
Yeah, well, no, we heard some of it. Like you said, man the fuck up and admit that your character's fucked up or something like that.
Yeah, just nut the fuck up and just admit that the characters you like can just be evil, and you can just fully admit that they're evil. You don't have to spin them as a good guy or whatever. You can just say,
It's okay
yeah, they're
if your
fucked up
favorite
and evil.
character is a pedophile.
Honest to
Or
God,
Nick.
you can. Doesn't matter how bad the villain is. You can just say you like the character. That's fine. They're a character. They're fictional. So when I describe Davy Jones, he is an incel mass murderer. When I describe the RDA from Avatar, they are a genocidal megacorporation. Things like that. Like, I can say that I like these characters in spite of them being morally reprehensible by every objective metric we have.
Or in his case, Megatron.
Yeah, Megatron is the one I opened with just because it was relevant at the time. Megatron in that movie is actually my favorite incarnation of Megatron ever. But that doesn't make what he did right at all. He's Megatron, he's the villain.
I think that one criticism that, like a soft criticism that I would have of your video, because I think that if you had just included this example, but for whatever reason, I think that if you had included this example, KinoFlex would have been able to grasp your point perfectly well. Would be the worship of Killmonger from Black Panther. That is a clear example of a villain who is unambiguously in the wrong, who a lot of people have come away being like, no, actually he had a point. Oh, he was actually in the right. I'm like, was he though? Was he?
No, I agree. If I were to do that, because of the fact that Killmonger is black, Jack would have a very different response. But in all seriousness, no, I totally agree.
Well, everyone was thinking it. We
Killmonger
just
is
had the
one
bravery to
that,
say it.
I have no filter. Killmonger's a villain that I actually really like, in spite of Black Panther having tremendous narrative shortcomings. But I think he's a really cool villain, and I like Michael B. Jordan in basically any movie. But that being said, yeah, no, I actually agree. I would have covered that. My only thing has been, generally, I've wanted to avoid cape shit. But because you also, I think you did levy another sort of soft criticism of my video before. And this is after the whole, what was it? I think it was Westside Tyler did a response stream. And did we watch it, or did we just talk about it after?
I think that we just talked about after.
Okay. Yeah, because you brought up a pretty decent criticism of just like stories in which characters are just, they're basically strawman by the narrative. And I think that's a whole other topic in itself. And I actually made a video on that specific concept in my allegory video. But yeah, I'll maintain all the points I made in this video. The only one being, I probably should have ended with probably a less funny example than Senator Armstrong, but I was kind of being a bit of a cheeky fuck with that one. Because I did want to have like a bit of a surprise reveal of like, yes, my final villain, Senator Armstrong.
I have no familiarity with the Metal Gear games, so I just don't understand any of the Senator Armstrong stuff, and that's fine.
I just know
His
the
screen
meme
time
of
was like
the
5 minutes.
of the can you back that up with the source? My source is that I made it the fuck up, which
I
it
know
instantly
that one,
works
yeah.
for this video.
Yeah, it's actually quite appropriate for it.
Yeah. What about you, Liam? You in the background. What do you get? What are your thoughts
Fuck you.
right now? Or you got nothing?
All right. My thoughts are, SK, you are on Twitter too much. You're a drama addict. You're a fat as fuck. You need to go outside more.
That's some
You are
crazy
going to be an
projection.
exercise ball in a few years. You literally look like a DEI diverse version of Woody from the Toy Story movies. Those are my thoughts.
Wow. Alrighty.
And I'm
Yeah, I
saving
think
that
he's
one.
ready to
My
start the
thoughts
video.
is SK should go fuck himself.
Wow. Okay. That's the owner of League Entertainment for you.
My disagreements with your hairline.
All right, yeah. So we've got the video up. If we're all in the watch together, I sent it a bit earlier.
Oh,
Yeah,
I can
come
jump
on.
into that right now.
Won't take long to scroll up.
I'm
I'm gonna have to
I'm
watch it through the
driving.
stream because I'm on my phone.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
driving.
we've already gone through. I think you were there when we went through the video, so you probably already know what's being said.
Oh wait, yeah. Never mind.
Well, is it gonna open up with the Charlie Kirk shit that I don't give a fuck about anyways?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll try to breeze through that. But like it, you'll see. I'll just say you'll
Well, it's
see.
a quick and easy one, just because, I mean, you guys will, for people who aren't in the know, you'll know my stance on the Charlie Kirk situation soon, and it's a very bodacious claim, I know.
Damn.
I'm a bad person over memes.
Pretty much.
Over memes.
All right. When do we? Oh yeah, that's a good point. We should go over that first. Thank you
Yeah.
for the reminder. So just real quick, right? I do want to mention something before we step into the video. KinoFlex kind of has this troubling tendency to kind of flip-flop even after things get clarified or resolved, right? And I think this may or may not inform some of this video. But regardless, I'm gonna put it up real quick. We'll get back to the main video. But as you guys have probably seen, there was a Disagreement Day stream where KinoFlex basically said that Southpaw was malicious. He was trying to get a gotcha on him, you know, and I can't remember if he said this publicly or not, but I think he believes that he only like took down the tweets because his gotcha didn't really work.
Right. So on the Disagreement Day stream, and I know that KinoFlex said this publicly about me because I was listening at the time that it happened, and because I was at work, and unlike KinoFlex, I don't go on Discord calls while I'm at work. I overheard him basically saying that he essentially glibly implying or accusing me of having directed certain tweets at him that I had since deleted out of malice. And the reason why I had supposedly deleted these tweets was because my quote unquote gotcha quote unquote failed. Now, what I found really interesting about this was the fact that it was just a couple of days before I was in a VC with him and with everyone else in this cult besides the C. As you're seeing from this little frame that in this video that SK is about to play, in which we hashed out this stuff, and I had agreed to delete these tweets, not because my quote-unquote gotcha had failed. It was because he was basically concerned about being essentially the way that my question is framed here or phrased here made him worried that he was essentially going to be like presenting him as someone who associates with pedophiles. And he'd explained it to me why he was mutuals with a pedophile. Now, I guess I have to rewind a little bit and explain the context for that whole thing. This all starts because of something that TK had said about KinoFlex making a terrible video on the C. And KinoFlex tweeted that with a couple of clips from it saying, well, interestingly, no one has actually made a video explaining why my video is bad. I think I know why. And he posted a couple of clips from his video.
I think
one
you're
of which
mistaking the order. That was in response to Sheev saying, "You reminded me I haven't seen your shitty video yet," and that's
okay. Sure.
Mistaking the order.
Okay.
Mistaking the order.
The point is, after that happens, there's a whole back and forth between Sheev, KinoFlex, and his friend Jan, and it gets to the point where Kino asks, the top tweet in this little frame right here is Kino saying to Sheev, "Teach me about morality then, or let me guess, it's not your job to teach me." Now, this is the point where I step in because I've been recently made aware through something that I think TK had pointed out just moments before, that Kino was mutuals with this guy called the Backseater, who was recently exposed for having posted gooning material of a 14, 15-year-old character from Star Wars: The Clone Wars, Ahsoka Tano. And so this was a thing that was made recently public, although I wasn't made immediately aware of it even after I had first interacted with him. And there's a whole backstory behind that, basically. But I did just ask Kino, okay, so why are you mutuals with this guy who was recently publicly exposed as a pedophile? The point being, you're moralizing at Sheev over, him supposedly being immoral while you're mutuals with a guy who's a pedophile. And I'm curious if, maybe you just don't know that this guy's a pedophile, or, if you do, then that kind of makes your attempted moral grandstanding kind of cringe and hypocritical. But, of course, I phrased this as a question rather than an accusation, because I wanted to, it wouldn't have been good if I had just simply outright said, hey, that this guy's a pedophile. I was like, well, I didn't know for sure that this guy knew that he was a pedophile. And I also wanted to give him a way of, again, answering this question. I asked, why are you mutuals with this guy who was recently publicly exposed as a pedophile? That's not me saying, why are you mutuals with this guy who you know is a pedophile? Why are you mutuals with a pedophile? That's not what I actually said. Now, this has led
Somebody
to...
should keep count how many times pedophile is going to be said in the stream.
Yeah, exactly. This led to... what's interesting is that for a gotcha that supposedly failed, this actually worked tremendously well because it completely derailed Kino and Jan's attempts to morally grandstand at Sheev. Because the focus went from being about what Sheev had said about Charlie Kirk and what he had, what exactly he had said and what he meant, to this one tweet that I directed at KinoFlex. This eventually all gets hashed out in a call with KinoFlex. SK is present, Comic Legend is present, PJ is present, and it all is going fairly well. And you know what? I don't even push back on any of Kino's explanation for it. That simply being,
there I am, Gary.
One, that simply being, he didn't know that Backseater was a pedophile. He didn't know about this posting gooner art of a minor, and also he recognizes Backseater as a bit of a lolcow, which corroborates something that I know SK had said to me about something that Kino had sent to him about Backseater, regarding showing a clip of Backseater's mom screaming at him on stream because Backseater.
What a fucking loser.
Backseater literally streams from his mom's basement and yells at his mom on stream. And apparently KinoFlex actually pointed SK's attention to that. So I was like, okay, fine, whatever. After this was all hashed out with Kino, I deleted these tweets. He had deleted some tweets replying to me. And it all seemed all well and good. And then, so, you know.
And then this next part is self-explanatory. It basically tells the rest of the story.
Yeah, so this is a clip. This is a clip from the previously private call, the otherwise private VC that's had with me and KinoFlex and, you know, everyone else on this panel. And then the next clip is going to be from what was said publicly before any of like what you're about to see here was publicized.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Well,
hang on. Yeah, hang on, Jack. Like, would you at least concede that this is just a misunderstanding?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
I will happily delete my tweets.
So very simply, it's a misunderstanding. He tweeted it this way. It seemed kind of like it seemed like a somewhat strange time to and place to ask you that kind of question. I think it's reasonable that you took it the way you did, but it was a misunderstanding, and we can move on.
Pause it.
Because I don't really see.
Yep.
So not only am I about to delete the tweets on screen, I also got to clarify because I don't think this is included. This can be included in this little clip. Because I had spelled out to KinoFlex, hey, what if you were in Sheev's shoes and someone else was doing what you were doing with Sheev? Let's say Katie, someone that used to be associated with me and SK, right, was attacking you over being a Nazi, supposedly, or whatever. Meanwhile, I knew that Katie was mutuals with a pedophile or, say, a child doxer or something, right? And obviously there's questions to ask about why you're mutuals with that kind of person while doing this cringe moral grandstanding at someone over perceived immorality or perceived Nazism or something.
Yeah, just
and
real quick. I did review that part of the recording. It doesn't really sound like he fully conceded that. So just
I don't remember him saying.
I don't think it'll be fully relevant to his concession. Sure. But that is a thing that was outlined to him.
Well, I will say this: he didn't have anything to say to like protest that as a false equivalence either.
Yeah, there was no counter.
And the thing is, right, that when he tries to accuse me of of posting that tweet out of malice, is but the reality is that if that had been posted at someone who was putting him on the attack, he wouldn't see that as malice. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay to ask a pointed question like that to point out a possible hypocrisy, or just simply get someone to unfollow a pedophile when he is being attacked. But and the point was, to see that in this situation with Sheev, this still wasn't out of malice, especially if after this is all clarified, I chose to delete these tweets. Yeah. If that's really weird behavior for someone who supposedly is acting out of malice.
Yeah, so basically, this gets hashed out. He concedes it was a misunderstanding. You're going to see what he says about it on the live stream
much
in a
else
moment.
Worth in that discussion at all.
I said you said that to Southpaw, and I was asking you too.
SK. I was replying to Sheev, and then he replied to me with a loaded question about Backseater. Do you not remember?
Yeah,
this?
we already explained that to you at the time. It wasn't some loaded question.
Yeah, it was a loaded question because it had nothing to do with what I was asking. You have nothing. Okay, SK. My question to Sheev was, why don't you teach me on morality? And Southpaw didn't reply to that.
Why he did that, and you understood it by the end.
Malicious.
And you understood it by the end. You understood it. You literally understood it by the end.
Okay, and I talked.
So you're going back on that?
So you're going back on it. You're still complaining that he did that.
I talked about it with other people, and they said that he was being malicious. I shouldn't have
Wow, you
accepted
talked
it.
about it with other random people that aren't.
Wow,
him,
other
so
random
therefore you no longer
people,
going to
bro.
believe.
That aren't him. That's crazy.
So yeah, the justification he gives for why Southpaw is suddenly malicious again is he talked about it with other people, but not Southpaw.
Well, also, so this is the thing too, is that SK, you didn't include the clip from the call from what, just a few days ago. It was the one that
Was
like
it
you
the
were
one
literally
with
sleeping
Exo
as all this.
Kokery?
Yes.
Oh,
that one. Yeah.
Okay, that's why I couldn't find it because I was hunting down the streams. So did he say the gotcha didn't work in this one? I couldn't find that one.
No, so it was within a couple of hours in that.
Okay.
In that VC, yeah.
Okay. Well, we can find that another time if need be. I think this is still evidence that he kind of flip flops, and I think that's kind of a troubling thing. That he just flip flops his positions. And he asserts them without properly asking Southpaw again about certain things, which I think he could have done if he wants the correct information on the matter.
Yeah. Let me see if I can. What I'll do is I'm going to deafen. I'm going to be otherwise fairly inactive in this panel, and I will find that clip, and I will. I'll point you to the timestamp for that. All right, SK.
Sure. Yeah, we can do that. In the meantime, we're gonna jump to the C and his odd celebration of evil once again.
Hey guys, here.
You
back with
know
another.
He's serious about this when he puts pure evil in the thumbnail. You know.
Yeah, I mean, he asked me my thoughts on the video in a group chat we had, I don't know, a couple hours after it was uploaded, and I mean, I'm not too opposed to people considering me pure evil. The reality is I am actually a pretty evil person. I eat babies, I kick puppies, I like to rule nations with an iron fist. I'm a pretty evil person. But I just think it's a little hyperbolic to call me pure
Bro, that's
evil,
awesome.
You know?
What the fuck? That's normal.
It's
I do
just
that every day.
hyperbolic. I don't need that associated with my YouTube channel. You want to call me an evil person? Just do it in private. Don't come at my brand like that, dude. What the fuck?
Here.
Well, I
back with
don't
another.
understand how that's evil. I do that every day, bro. Every morning. It's my daily routine.
Wow. All right, yeah, we'll listen to his introduction.
Hey guys, KinoFlex here. Back with another response video. Right off the bat, I want to be very transparent that my reasons for making this video aren't simply to dunk on a bad video essay. It is also to condemn a very specific unhinged individual who goes by the name The Sea. In the wake of the political assassination of American conservative commentator Charlie Kirk, a number of absolute monsters have not only justified his horrific killing, but they are also advocating for continued violence. The Sea is one of such ghouls as he publicly celebrated Charlie Kirk's death on the Discord server.
Oh shit,
monsters have
really
not only
fast
justified his horrific
but he's basically going to say that
killing,
that he celebrated his death, and we're going to look at each and every screenshot and see if this is actually proof of it.
They are also advocating for continued violence.
I've seen.
Sea is one of such ghouls as he publicly celebrated Charlie Kirk.
Okay. Just got back from a trip to Utah, beautiful state. Great. How was it? Great. Got wasted, had a great shot. Unrelated, got to watch Charlie Kirk speak at a university. Alright, so here's my I guess personal view on it. Do I like the jokes? No, I'm not really a fan of the jokes at all. But I will say this isn't celebratory if he's just engaging in dark humor. Okay, I've just seen that. Yeah.
I found the exact timestamp.
Let's be in the watch together because it's Google Drive, but I will play it for the stream.
Yeah, go and just play it for the stream. I'm simply going to mute, and then SK can tell us all to unmute so that like once the clip is done. All right.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear before we go on to this other thing. That one just wasn't evidence of celebration. It's just dark humor. You can criticize the dark humor of it if you think it's in bad taste, but it's not a celebration. That's my point. But yeah, we're gonna play this real quick. This will be short, but yeah, he linked me a timestamp, so we're just gonna listen.
So it's why I asked. It's why I asked the one question about why you're mutuals with that one dude back the other day. It's just I need and yeah, you know what? It certainly wasn't not necessarily an attempt at a gotcha. It was more because again, I'm going to remind you of the analogy that I made, where let's say that I'm mutuals with Katie or Taco Beru, and she is attacking you over some perceived idea that you're a Nazi or whatever, and is doing this really cringe moral grandstanding at you, when I know full well why she has no leg to stand on about moral grandstanding, and I just step in and I ask about why she is mutuals with a pedophile or a kid or someone who doxes children. Is like, why are you like going on this like moral crusade against this guy when you have just absolutely no leg to stand on based on who you are willing to pal around with? Like you will attack Jack Kentner over, or KinoFlex, sorry, over this, that, and the other, but like what you're chummy with this person. That doesn't make any sense. And again, I would ask the same question. I'd still give her the chance to explain, I didn't know this guy was a pedophile. Let me unfollow him. But like the same thing applies of just like regardless of whether it's you or you doing this with Sheev, with Katie doing this with you, with whatever, if I'm seeing someone acting like a hypocrite, or at least I believe that they're acting like a hypocrite, I have no problem with putting them on the spot publicly because they're choosing to do this cringe moral grandstanding publicly. And that's not malicious, especially when I deleted my tweets at your request after we cleared it all up. I hear that apparently you concluded that I was being malicious or something after the fact. That's just a whole thing for the next disagreement day. But it's like there's a lot to go over there. But I don't like if it wouldn't be malicious for me to ask the exact same question to Katie based on the exact same reasoning when she's when she's subjecting you to that type of treatment, to the exact type of treatment that you were subjecting Sheev to. It's like, then that's just not malicious. It's like you can say that like there was an attempt to like do a gotcha or something, but if I have good reason to at least think, or like if the optics is that she's acting hypocritically, I should be allowed to call that out.
Okay,
So.
like my issue with the comment, and I talked about this with people afterwards, is that they pointed out that you kind of just went in, replied to me without really answering the prompt. You just like came in to defend Sheev and C.
The prompt being the about teaching you about morality.
Yeah, teach me about morality. Like
So
how he could justify like what he was saying about Charlie Kirk.
Right. Okay. So the idea of asking that initial question was to then teach you about morality as you asked. But it was like there was essentially going to be. It was that thing that comic legend claimed he was doing with you in the call. Was he was like asking a series of questions that led to an overall point. But I only got to ask that one question, and then it all just derailed. The fact that I deleted my tweets at your request after we cleared it up, I don't think you could like that. That's really odd behavior for someone who's supposedly malicious. I say really odd as in that's incongruent with maliciousness or malice.
Like the people I talked to said that the reason you deleted those tweets is because you were trying to attempt a gotcha, but the gotcha didn't work.
We've heard it. So the gotcha didn't work. That's apparently the reason. Which is silly, to say the least.
That's yeah. Kino knows that that's not the case, and yet he let people on his server claim that that's why I deleted my tweets. And because of the fact that my tweets were deleted and could no longer be viewed, there's no way for them to view. Well, not to mention that this call in which I had deleted them was sure recorded, but at that point in time not publicized. Yeah, he could just basically let people think whatever they wanted to think, and he wasn't going to correct them, which kind of seems dishonest if you ask me.
All right. Yeah, okay. So with that said, we're going to continue on with the video and see his other examples of celebratory behavior.
Charlie Kirk's death on the
were Jan and Kino supposed to already be here?
No. They show up after we're done with the coverage.
Okay, because in the GC that we're in with them, Jan seems kind of confused.
Oh, well, I said after the coverage, if there's any confusion.
Also,
There's
why
like
is Jan even invited?
I'm sorry that confusion offends you. I'm sorry
Yeah,
that confusion offends you.
The idea is that we have C on, then C leaves, and then we bring them on.
Yeah, the idea is that we criticize them and they can't defend themselves until after we've levied too many criticism.
Pretty much, yeah. Well, I mean, also the factor is too.
I love
like,
shotgunning.
I'm fine with dealing with Jack. I'm fine with debating him, whatever. Jan's just insufferable. He's just a little bitch, and I don't want to deal with a little bitch. You know, I just think he's a useless husk of human shit. And I think that the world could have been a much better place. It was mother.
I hope you die of cancer. I hope you get cancer, and with your last breath,
plagiarizing that last bit.
I cast upon the testicular torsion.
But yeah, so this right here is the next example. People didn't like his opinion, so they killed him. Guess he won the debate. Cringe-ass take. He was killed for having an opinion. I don't see how that's celebrating. He's talking about motivation.
Discord server of Sheev Talks.
He was killed for having an opinion. Imagine if we battled our ideas instead of words. Some people are just monsters, period. He encouraged free speech and others to express their opinion. So, I don't know where, again, this is not celebrating. He's just making a claim about Kirk. But okay.
Where he serves as a moderator. In the server, C attempted to justify...
Yeah, so, it looks like he doesn't show proof of justification.
...by himself by...
I think that Neo Arcadia said, I thought Jack Kentner was the guy who made those cringe James Gunn Superman videos trying to call him a pedo and a racist or whatever. That was KinoFlex?
No, that was Ultimate Joker.
Yeah.
That was Ultimate Pedophile.
Yeah.
Bringing up several out
now that we cleared that up, we can continue.
What's up?
Jan, interesting. So Jan says, I called C a liar, which I mean he is. Yeah, so is your friend KinoFlex. We just pointed that out on stream. I'm sorry, but KinoFlex actually, so here's the thing is I cleared up the disagreement with him regarding my one tweet at him. The little gotcha question that got your panties in a bunch, yours and KinoFlex's panties in a bunch. And I then deleted the tweets with him in the call, and he deleted his tweets, and it seemed that we all reached an agreement. And then his fans he then spoke to his fans, who then let him think, they essentially came away with the impression that I only deleted my tweets because my quote-unquote gotcha failed. And I literally we literally just played a clip from a VC that I was in with KinoFlex, in which I pointed out, I was like, you were literally present for when I did delete those tweets, though, and you know that's not the case.
Wait, is Jen in the chat or something?
Yeah, Wytosh.
Yeah.
Wytosh is Wytosh or Waytosh. I'm not sure how to pronounce his surname. Anyways, that's Jan.
I just think it's the sad thing to be in the chat.
Oh, that guy.
On the stream that's going to be calling out his friend as a
liar, I'm sorry,
and then also accuse me as a liar. Like, dude, you're just embarrassing yourself at that point.
Right. Like,
what are you doing? I gotta call this out.
We just presented the receipts of KinoFlex lying about me, and I hadn't quite called him a liar. I think I said that, but it seems kind of dishonest. But if you're gonna just call C a liar from the chat, it's like, well, so is your friend KinoFlex. You want to open that door? We absolutely can open that door, but you're not going to like it.
I gotta call this out from Jan. Jan, why the fuck is your name not Jan on YouTube?
Dude, I gotta say, Jan has a humiliation kink. It's fucking sad.
Damn.
He has a kink for having a dishonest ass name on YouTube. Just name yourself fucking Jan so I can tell it's you. What fucking white top? What the fuck is that? Fucking speaking Cybertronian. Speaking Cybertronian. Just name yourself Jan and have the fat fucking cat PFP on YouTube so I can tell it's you. What are you doing?
Damn.
Headlines and outright
fucking
lies.
Alternate ass identity. Fucking Spider-Man wannabe. That's crazy.
Regarding Charlie Kirk, which I will cover briefly.
I love that he used that screenshot specifically.
Not necessarily to try and convince you to subscribe to Charlie Kirk's viewpoint.
Oh shit.
There we go.
Points, but more so to provide the objective facts of what he specifically said, because if you're going to justify someone's death, you should at the very least know the facts. To begin, he says that Charlie Kirk justified death so long as...
Oh yeah, so sorry, we gotta go over this real quick. It's a shame he's dead, is what this person is saying. The C says it's an even further shame. He said that gun deaths were justified as long as the Second Amendment was maintained. So, he is saying further shame, implying that he thinks it's a shame to begin with. So that is not celebratory, that is the opposite. Your evidence shows a different story than what you've given us.
Oops.
No.
I don't know. I think it's great that he used specifically this one too, because it's like you could have just not shown that screenshot at all. You didn't have to show the one whatsoever. It's not used as a point. In doing that, it just hurts his overall thesis.
Star's defending
also,
Jan's name change on YouTube. That's horrible.
Oh yeah,
bro.
nobody defend Jan here. Jan's a fucking moron. He's a sad person. I'm sorry to say, he's an idiot.
Who names yourself Tosh? What the
Wiki,
fuck?
I don't know.
Witwicky. That's a good one. Jan Witwicky. That's his full name now.
There we go. Jan Witwicky.
The Second Amendment was maintained. This is very misleading, as he is suggesting that Kirk's position was that victims of gun deaths somehow deserve to be victims of gun violence as some sort of sacrifice. Kirk's point was that not having the Second Amendment not...
That's what he said, though. He said those exact words. So I don't know what there is to really debate.
He said, like, it was the basic idea he was giving is that it's worth it in order for it to happen, which I think is a really bad way of putting it. The idea that something is worth it. That's never how you should frame it.
Only would not save these victims of gun deaths, but it would also allow for more people to potentially die by leaving them vulnerable without a firearm. He has never said that victims of gun deaths deserve to die or that we shouldn't look for ways to prevent them from dying. I'm going to play a segment from a...
Well, hold on. I never like not said that. I say, oh my god, this is sad.
Well, I was going to say that the direct quote from Charlie Kirk is, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. He said that on April 5th, 2023. That's the quote.
Yeah. My main issue with what he's saying is not necessarily the idea that there's always going to be a cost no matter what when you have to implement some kind of rules in a system or whatever. Like, I understand that from a realistic point of view, but I think the problem is really the problem comes down to how he's wording it, phrasing it like it's worth it for that. I don't think you should say that at all. It's kind of in poor taste as well.
Yeah. And then you can't really be upset with me saying that he said that when that is what he said. Regardless of what it means, that is what he said.
Yeah.
Speaking of...
I will say, though, I do think, like, the additional clips that he shows does, like, help paint a better picture, because he at least tries to offer solutions. So it's not like he's just like, oh, they're gonna die, and that's it, nothing we could do. It's over. Like, he didn't say that. He didn't say that, but, it's just, I still think the way he said it, it's not great. It's not good.
And he attended, where a question was raised regarding the Second Amendment that has been repeatedly clipped out of context by people trying to justify Charlie Kirk's death, where he does provide solutions to victims of gun violence, specifically children in schools.
How's it going, Charlie? I'm Austin. I just had a question related to Second Amendment rights. We saw the shooting that happened recently.
Alright, real quick, I'm going to put this on, like, extra speed, because I don't think we're going to have anything to say. We'll just say, yeah, that's...
Speed.
Yeah, we'll just...
And a lot of people are upset. But I'm seeing people argue for the other side that they want to take our Second Amendment rights away. How do we convince them that it's important to have the right to defend ourselves and all that good stuff?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you. So I'm a big Second Amendment fan, but I think most politicians are cowards when it comes to defending why we have a Second Amendment. This is why I would not be a good politician. Or maybe I would, I don't know. But because I actually speak my mind. The Second Amendment is not about hunting. I love hunting. The Second Amendment is not even about personal defense. That is important. The Second Amendment is there, God forbid, so that you can defend yourself against a tyrannical government.
Come on.
Guns versus
and
tanks.
If that talk scares you, wow, that's radical, Charlie. I don't know about that. Well, then you have not really read any of the literature of our founding fathers. Number two, you've not read any 20th century history. You're just living in Narnia. By the way, if you're actually living in Narnia, you would be wiser than wherever you're living, because C.S. Lewis was really smart. So I don't know what alternative universe you're living in. You just don't want to face reality that governments tend to get tyrannical, and that if people need an ability to protect themselves and their communities and their families.
No, I disagree.
Now, we must also be
Governments
real.
never get tyrannical.
Must be honest with the population. Having an armed citizenry comes with a price. And that is part of liberty. Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year. That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. Wow. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, by having more armed guards in front of schools. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe. So how do you reduce? Very simple. People say, oh, Charlie, how do you stop school shootings? I don't know. How did we stop shootings at baseball games? Because we have armed guards outside of baseball games. That's why. How do we stop all the shootings at airports? We have armed guards outside of airports. How do we stop all the shootings at banks? We have armed guards outside of banks. How do we stop all the shootings at gun shows? Notice there's not a lot of mass shootings at gun shows. There's all these guns. Because everyone's armed. If our money and our sporting events and our airplanes have armed guards, why don't our children?
So there's lie number one from...
All right, I'm going to...
What did you just say?
That's a lot of...
Why don't we have children with guns?
No. He said, why don't we have our children protected by armed guards? That's what he was saying.
Oh, okay.
Which, like, I can actually get behind, but I just don't think a conservative would really be in favor of more tax dollars being spent on things. But also, too, there's a bit of a fallacy there when he's bringing up automobile-related incidents. So, car deaths, 50,000 a year, yada yada, all that shit. Here's the thing, though: if you like get pissed drunk and you're driving around and you fucking kill someone and you're caught, you lose your license and you can't drive again for the rest of your life. There are people who are just completely mentally unstable. There are people who have had histories of criminal activity or whatever, and they're still able to get a gun. That's just a thing people can do. So no, using that as an argument is pretty weak.
Also,
so Kirk is obviously pointing to a fallacy, and then KinoFlex is being a moron for even thinking that speech really did anything to help his position.
Also, when you said that, like, oh, so that's lie number one from C is like, so the problem here is that you have to have proof that C even saw the full clip in the first place and admitted that himself, as opposed to going off of osmosis with what others have said. Because you know what? I hadn't seen that full clip until just now, but I would have otherwise said, yeah, Charlie Kirk said that. That doesn't mean that I'm lying. It means that I'm repeating something, like repeating an out of context quote. But like, if, the same thing applies to the C, where he may not have the full context. You don't have evidence that he had the full context. So you're trying to frame him as a liar. And like, well, I mean, this is that thing, SK, that I've just a little pattern that I keep on spotting, where the most accusatory individuals tend to just be projecting.
Yeah.
Comic Legend, stop doxing the Cybertronian. Comic Legend, I think it's a further proves the fact that Kino is a liar, and he's very what?
I don't.
What the fuck?
Why are check people... your messages, chat.
Why are y'all fucking messaging me these weird ass things?
He needs some milk.
His next claim is that Charlie Kirk justified the attack on Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul Pelosi, and that the attacker should be rewarded for doing so by having someone bail him out. This, again, is another claim being posted without any sort of context, because if you look at the podcast episode where he said this, you'll find that he is clearly suggesting that as a joke, while immediately condemning the attack in his next breath, and pointing out...
Well, I mean, you're a Spectacular Spider-Man fan. Did you like in Across the Spider-Verse when he said, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it that unfortunately some father deaths or some captain deaths are worth it in order to maintain the canon.
That's a great point. Across does character assassinate Spectacular. He's a Charlie Kirk fan. Thank you, SK. You proved me right. I appreciate it. That actually doesn't offend me. It does the opposite. It makes me feel gracious. Good job, you fucking moron. Hang on a second.
The hypocrisy of San Francisco's bail system, where violent criminals are repeatedly released, putting more people in danger. But once politicians are targeted, the same rules everyone else is subjected to suddenly don't apply.
Politico says top Republicans reject any link between GOP rhetoric and Paul Pelosi assault. Of course you should reject any link. Why is the Republican Party, why is the conservative movement to blame for gay schizophrenic nudists that are hemp jewelry makers breaking into somebody's home, or
wait,
maybe
go back,
not breaking,
go back, play that again,
to blame for gay schizophrenic nudists?
All right, hang on. I'm gonna go back. Hang on a second. All right, now
reject any link.
Oh wait, what the fuck?
Why is the Republican Party, why is the conservative movement to
Why
blame?
can't I change the speed?
For
fuck this bullshit.
Oh, okay. Then let me do it then.
Fuck this shit.
What did you want to put it at?
SK, do as I say. 0.25 speed.
Oh Jesus!
Nice and slow. I want
Why do you
to hear
hate us?
every single syllable.
You should reject any
Okay, that's
link.
that's pretty good.
Look at his facial movements.
Why is the Republican Party? Why is the conservative?
Do we really want to be here for 5 hours? Come
to
on, can we
blame?
please just move on.
He's about to say it though.
I honestly don't care.
For gay schizophrenic
Yes! Yes!
nudists
Let's go! Let's go!
that are
All right, now you can play it at
hemp
speed.
All right.
jewelry makers breaking into somebody's home, or maybe not breaking into somebody's home. Why are we to blame for that exactly? And why is he still in jail? Why has he not been bailed out? By the way, if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like 30 or 40,000 bucks. Bail him out and then go ask him some questions. I wonder what his bail is. They're going after him with attempted murder, political assassination, all this sort of stuff. I'm not qualifying it. I think it's awful. It's not right. But why is it that in Chicago, you're able to commit murder and be out the next day? Why is it that you're able to trespass, second-degree
Sounds a
murder,
whole lot like
arson,
Canada.
threat of public official, cashless bail? This happens all over San Francisco, but if you go after the Pelosi's, oh, you're let out immediately. Got it. And I want to reiterate for all the degenerates that are watching that cover our story, we do not endorse political violence. We're a movement of peace and of love and of truth. And we hope Paul Pelosi recovers.
The point isn't to say that Paul Pelosi's attackers should be released so he could commit more awful attacks. The point is to ask the same question of why do we not have the same deservedly harsh standard applied to other violent criminals and give them the opportunity to reoffend. A good example of this would be the recent killing of a Ukrainian refugee by a repeat offender who has been arrested more than a dozen times, including for armed robbery and assault and what appears to be a hate crime. Ultimately, Charlie Kirk is saying that we shouldn't hold the Pelosi's to
I just got to correct KinoFlex on that. The guy was a schizophrenic. He didn't. It doesn't appear to be a hate crime. Yes, he said, "I got that white girl." We're talking about a dude with long-standing mental illness issues. We're not talking about like someone who we know is like a black nationalist or anything. If it were to come out that he was like the member of like the new Black Panther Party or Nation of Islam, then I wouldn't have a problem calling that a hate crime. But based on what I'm seeing from, based on what I've seen from the case, it just looks like the dude was just a schizo who didn't belong on the streets. And I think that was a case where he should not have been granted cashless bail after his rap sheet. Does that mean that cashless bail is something that needs to be done away with, though? No. And the reason why I say that is because this is an anecdote. I need to see a lot more about whether there is a correlating trend. More importantly, I need to see whether cashless bail can truly cause a decrease in violent crime, because there is a noticeable correlation that with the increase in cashless bail in recent times, there is also an overall decrease in violent crime. So I question the narrative that cashless bail equals rise in violent crime if violent crime is actually on the decline as cashless bail is, getting increasingly popular through the country. And if that's the case, then I don't think that this awful killing of Irina Zarutska should be used as an argument for why we should just eliminate cashless bail on the whole. Should the judge who gave the guy cashless bail be terminated or have her credentials assessed. Like I think that she needs to be reviewed. Certainly, I'd like to understand why she gave this guy cash as bail. Why she thought this was a good idea. But I don't think that like a bad decision from a judge means that we need to throw out the baby with the bathwater. So, anyways, we can continue.
Different standards simply because they're rich and one is a politician. We should ensure that everyone, regardless of their background, is safe by keeping known criminals imprisoned. That's lie number 2 from C Refuted.
So again, you need to show where he has the full footage, but he just withheld it from everyone deliberately.
He needs some milk!
Next, he cites Grok for a series of claims which I find pretty funny because instead of doing actual research, he outsources that responsibility to an AI owned by Elon Musk. Like, bro, don't you hate both of those things? Why would you cite something you yourself wouldn't accept as a source of information? Regardless, we're going to tackle each of these.
Because I do actually have a point for this. There's this crazy thing called not really giving that much of a fuck, and that's kind of the general thing I have with the Charlie Kirk situation. I was at work when this whole thing happened, and I was just sort of popping on my phone every now and then just to sort of see what's up, and sending images and memes and stuff to the chat, and stuff that, you know, did hurt the overall idea of, oh, Charlie Kirk was this innocent man who never said anything bad, and yada, 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 all this shit. So, yeah, I use that image of somebody asking Grok, which, yeah, I would never use Grok personally. If I'm trying to fact check something, I would just look for actual sources on a thing. But if I'm not really giving that much of a fuck, and I'm at work and I'm deciding, whatever, here's a thing. I mean, yeah, it's lazy, but like, I don't know. And actually, the fact that it's an Elon Musk-owned platform, I think, of all things, actually strengthens my point, because that bot is specifically designed to be a right-wing chatbot, basically.
I think I would still...
So if it's giving... What's up?
Oh yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from. I would still say it's probably safest just not rely on some kind of AI to feed this information. Just kind of Google it yourself.
I agree.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Like that was a blunder on my part to not actually fucking look into the thing. But I also just don't really give all that much of a fuck about Charlie Kirk. I don't like the guy, and I don't like. Nothing is gonna change my stance on that. I don't like him, or didn't like him. But yeah, I don't know. Like you can just assume that somebody just did something lazily instead of attributing malice to it. Like that's a thing you can do.
Mm-hmm.
By one. He wasn't necessarily against the Civil Rights Act, but he was critical over it being way too broad to the point that it's used by bad actors to act as though they're the victims of discrimination, despite that objectively not being the case.
So he's taking a marginal case to justify why the Civil Rights Act was a huge mistake. Like, okay. I don't know. I don't think that greatly reflects on him.
I just think that, like, using a screenshot from Grok, this is like citing Wikipedia as a source, basically. Wikipedia can link you to several credible sources, but shouldn't be used as a source itself, and the same thing can be said about Grok. Again, Grok, like, any AI is going to be unreliable, so you shouldn't just go off of what AI tells you. If an AI links... Because here's the thing. An AI can definitely link you to, like, credible sources, and they can confirm exactly what the AI cites. But like, I'm also well aware that, like, I mean, sometimes I get curious and I click on the little button that asks Grok to describe my Twitter, and it's often very, very, very funny because of how inaccurate it is at certain times. AI can just simply like misinterpret what like the information that it's being prompted, basically, and it can even cite links, it can cite sources that don't actually back up what it says. So I think that, like, what Kino should have just done here is go to whatever links that Grok may have provided, because it sometimes is able to do that. Or, you know, if Grok can't do that, then Google's AI can even do that. It can provide links next to what it claims, and actually cite those links directly rather than just what the AI overview is claiming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Biggest example is disparate impact laws, where someone can claim with no evidence whatsoever that they are a victim of discrimination for whatever reason if there's any amount of disproportionate outcome that's not in their favor, and punishes people for not hiring or associating with someone, even if there's no proof that they did so out of discrimination.
Alright, let me read this real quick. Disparate impact refers to the negative impact that a seemingly neutral policy or practice can have, particularly those protected under anti-discrimination laws. Okay, so I don't know where he got this from. It's from Testify. But I looked into this myself just to kind of get a gauge on what this is. So I looked up disparate impact. I'll look it up again. But when I look it up, it basically says that disparate impact discrimination occurs when a seemingly neutral policy or action causes a disproportionate and unjustified negative harm to a group, regardless of intent. And considering this is like, I assume this would be discussed in court, I don't know where he's getting it from that you don't have to prove anything. It says unjustified, which usually you prove that in court. So, I don't know.
It's essentially the argument of the gaps fallacy, where people claim that a disproportionate outcome experienced by one group can only be caused by racism and nothing else, which is an absurd premise as it dismisses any other possible cause.
Do you support the Civil Rights Act?
What's up? We're just watching this.
In spirit, but not how it's written.
Why?
It's too broad and paved its way for the persecution. For example, they're using the Civil Rights Act to put men in locker rooms like Riley was in.
How? Which article?
EJ check DMs.
So the locker room thing,
Give me a minute.
we all know what they're talking about, like people that have transitioned and they're going to different locker rooms. My honest opinion, I think that's just a non-issue. And the reason I think that's a non-issue is because for the logic that he is giving, we should excuse me. We should ban anyone that's gay, anyone that's bi, from entering the locker rooms, right? If a gay man, for example, is entering a locker room, by the logic that Charlie Kirk is giving, you should put him in the women's room, but I don't think anyone would be okay with that. By that very logic, you can't put a bi person in any of the locker rooms, so they can't use it at all. So I guess like the question is like, so how do we deal with that situation? Typically, what we do about it is understand that this is like a very small minority of people, and we kind of just understand that the risk is like already mitigated by the separation already. And I think the same would extend to trans people. Again, this is just a very small minority here. I don't think this will make a large change in the grand scheme of things. And even then, if someone, like logistically speaking, if they really wanted to creep up on someone, I don't think they're gonna transition just to do that. That's not necessary. You don't have to transition your life for that, if that makes sense. So yeah, we'll keep playing.
Article 4 or 5, I think. I actually don't know
Jesus
specifically,
Christ.
but the Civil Rights Act is being used for by the trans movement right now as because they say that they are women, therefore they demand an accommodation of women's rights. Riley can riff on this. They're using the Civil Rights Act literally to have access for into men female locker rooms.
So what would you change about the Civil Rights Act?
I wouldn't make it as broad. I would make it much more crisp and concrete, and I wouldn't have it necessarily. I would also get rid of the disparate impact
chicken.
component of the Civil Rights Act. So the biggest problem with the Civil Rights Act, there's 4 components of the beast of anti-racism. There's affirmative action, DEI, disparate impact, and then, of course, there's a 4th that I'll remember in a second, which is basically disparate impact is that it must be racism if 2 different groups have different outcomes, which, of course, is outrageous.
So, based on the definition that I read off, that's not what it says. It says cause a disproportionate and unjustified negative harm to a group, regardless of intent. So, he's wrong.
Disparate impact is the legal theory that undergirds most of the enforcement of the Civil Rights Act.
The most important takeaway is that Charlie Kirk criticizing aspects of the Civil Rights Act does not make him an advocate for Jim Crow laws. All it means is that he wants an improved Civil Rights Act that does what it was intended to do.
So, we can check right here. The C didn't say that Charlie Kirk was in favor of Jim Crow laws.
Wild way to put words in my mouth there, Jack.
Yeah.
which is to ensure fair opportunities. The next claim is one that is being used by both the far right and the far left to justify their anti-Semitism, where Charlie Kirk making an appeal to wealthy Jewish donors who...
I'm gonna be honest with this one. I kind of like checked out, so I was just like, okay, I don't know if what he's saying is even true. I'm just... my brain kind of died at this point.
I'm going to make a request, and you may see it as a threat, but I'm going to say it anyways. Can we, like, can we focus more on his statements against C and less about the Charlie Kirk shit?
Yeah.
Because I think that's more important.
I actually agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, like frankly, my stance on Charlie Kirk is going to be the same no matter what. Nothing he says is going to change my view. And I'm going to just make it publicly clear. I don't give a shit. I just don't care. I could not give a modicum of a fuck.
I guess this is actually... I'm going to go ahead. So someone in chat going by Spectacular Man is asking why I think Charlie Kirk is a racist. So I made this abundantly clear in a VC with Jack, and I will just keep on saying this. And SK knows exactly what I'm talking about here. So if you have, let's say, someone of Charlie Kirk's platform, let's say this is, let's swap race and gender for a second, and say that we have a black woman, with Charlie Kirk's platform. Let's say a uber far left Candace Owens type, right? She constantly reports on when straight white men do anything awful, whether it's mass shooting, rape, grooming, CP possession, literally anything. And every time that she reports on crimes, right? Again, she's only reporting on when a white guy does anything like that. And she always makes sure to highlight, hey, white guy, straight white guy was caught for this. We would all understand what the agenda is there. We know that she's there trying to fearmonger about straight white men, and Charlie Kirk would also recognize that, and any conservative would also recognize that for what it is, and they would cry bloody murder about it. Rightfully so. The problem is that Charlie Kirk actually did this, but with gay people, trans people, Muslims, immigrants, and black people. He only reported on crimes concerning, that was perpetrated by a member of one of those groups. And every time he reported on the crime, he would make sure to emphasize that they were a member of that demographic. So if we think that it's, it's racist or sexist to always report on a white guy committing a certain crime, specifically because of the agenda to fearmonger about that demographic, why exactly is Charlie Kirk permitted to do that about black people, about immigrants, about Muslims, about gay people, about trans people? The issue is pretty clear on why what Charlie Kirk was doing was racist, was race baiting, or was intending to fearmonger about certain demographics. When I pointed out this to Jack in the VC where I had deleted tweets and everything, it was towards the tail end of that, right? And he didn't really have anything to say about that, because I remember SK that we were just going through Charlie Kirk's tweets and just constantly finding so many tweets that were complaining about.
His response every time was he worded himself badly.
Yeah, and then on top of that,
he should be a public speaker.
Yeah, and then on top of that too is the Irina Zarutska killing. He finds out about that on September 6th, so 4 days before Charlie Kirk gets killed, right? And I mean, I sent SK literally every single tweet that Charlie Kirk tweeted out, as well as every retweet that was about it, or it was even it was tangentially connected to it, just in the sense of, oh look, it happened again, a black guy attacking a white woman. It's every single time he did this a lot, okay? And the thing is that how Charlie Kirk covered the Irina Zarutska killing is really no different from how he covered crimes covered crime in general, to fearmonger and to paint a negative picture of black people or any other demographic. It's just that he really intensified this within the last 4 days, because in this case, we actually had a graphic video of a scary looking black guy murdering a very pretty white woman. That's just a objective description of what that video shows. And it's quite clear why it really got under Charlie Kirk's skin, and why he intensified his rhetoric about this in the last 4 days of his life.
Yeah,
that's the only explanation I can give for why there are so many. He tweeted about this so much in just 4 days.
I also want to mention that I've talked about this on the last disagreement day, so you can look at the VOD for that. But he did the same thing with gay and trans people. You know, the one where he talked about how the T in LGBT stands for tyranny. Tyranny, yeah. And Jack was, of course, defending that. But you know, you can watch that on your own time. We'll keep playing
to reconsider who to give
I
money
thought
to.
T stands for Trump.
Spectacular Man saying, I don't see how that directly makes him racist. So again, as I pointed out, if we replace Charlie Kirk, if we replace Charlie Kirk with a black woman doing the exact same thing but about white men, we would all understand that there is a racist agenda at play to fearmonger about white men. We all understand that. So why we are permitting Charlie Kirk to do that but with black people is beyond me. If you don't see how that makes Charlie Kirk a racist, that's probably because you are a racist yourself and you have to examine that.
Damn.
That us though.
It's been Mars.
Somehow translates to the Israeli government having a reason to take him out. There's no evidence whatsoever linking the shooter to the Israeli government. So this lie needs to be nipped in the bud before it becomes an even bigger lie. Moving on from that though, we need to address the just as idiotic claim that Charlie Kirk was at all being anti-Semitic here, because what he was actually doing was the complete opposite. Again, Kirk was simply acknowledging that according to voting demographics and various reporting, it is a fact that Jewish Americans are more likely to support Democrats and other left-wing groups in general. The Biden campaign was loudly and proudly supported by mega-donors who come from a Jewish background, and some of those same mega-donors are funding anti-Israel causes. He's trying to convince liberal Jews that the idea is being funded by either them or other people, and the party goes against their interests, and that they should join hands with Republicans instead. It's literally no different than him and other conservatives trying to get black Americans to leave the Democrat plantation, or having gay Democrats switch parties with a walk-away campaign. He's trying to get the approval of the Jewish community, and while the execution of his approach can be critiqued, it's not factual whatsoever to say that he was being anti-Semitic. Finally, I want to address his use of the term cultural Marxism, because this is an obscure term that's getting called anti-Semitic when it once again isn't the case. Leftists like to repeat a debunked claim that's not academic theory from the Frankfurt School, and is actually an invention of the Nazis. But if you actually do research, you'll find that left-wing academics actively use the term cultural Marxism to refer to their own ideas and ideology. Specific examples I found are Richard R. Wiener's 1981, Cultural Marxism and Political Sociology, Cultural Marxism in Post-War Britain by Dennis Dworkin, Conversations on Cultural Marxism by Frederick Jameson, and Cultural Marxism and Cultural Studies by Professor Douglas Kellner. And it's important to note that Jameson and Kellner literally made their respective careers on being cultural Marxists who studied and taught the Frankfurt School's brand of Marxism. So if the left-wing argument is that cultural Marxism is a term created by the Nazis and used by far-right conspiracy theorists today, this is just factually wrong considering the number of Frankfurt School theorists who use the term to describe their own ideas, specifically political correctness and multiculturalism. And if someone in the audience wants to try and counter me by bringing up the Wikipedia page, it should be noted that the page is completely unreliable because it's changed by the politically biased moderators on the site who constantly change articles of the fairness of their choosing. Fortunately, I have the original page archived and leave it in the description. The bottom line is the theory of cultural Marxism that was taught instead in universities is not an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Therefore, Charlie Kirk is not an anti-Semite for criticizing. The next claim is essentially accusing him of being homophobic, when he had made it clear time and time again that he had no hate.
All right, so
I'm sorry. Spectacular Man is so he's saying. He said, okay, that would more imply the agenda is racist, not Charlie Kirk himself. Okay, so wait. So Charlie Kirk is pushing a racist agenda, but that doesn't make him actually racist? What is this
Spectacular Spider-Man, you're a fucking dumbass. I'm sorry.
What is that cope?
Well,
hang on a second. He's pushing a racist agenda, but he's not racist himself.
So SK, if I push the agenda to kill all black people, does that make that doesn't mean I hate black people? I just want them dead.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
You know, my Lord and Savior Kanye West told me that.
So Spectacular Man. Okay, fuck. I think I forgot what I was about to say. God damn it.
Slow down, fuck.
Fucking bitch.
But yeah, so
now I got it. Spectacular Man. It's a bit ironic that your name's Spectacular. What if I told you the Spectacular Spider-Man is actually a liberal? What if I told you?
How's that? We explained that. We're not explaining it again.
No, so Spectacular Man. Answer me this.
Ignore him. We're moving on from him.
Ignore this.
I fucking hate
riddle
you.
Riddle me this.
All right,
Would Spectacular Spider-Man vote for Trump?
Okay.
Can you shut the fuck up?
I want to mention. So we're 13 minutes in. He, one, has not proved that the sea has celebrated evil. There's no proof of that. Two, he's not proved that the sea has lied about anything. And three, some of his...
He just stated he likes eating babies. You're lying right now, SK. You're being dishonest.
That's true, yeah.
And three, fuck, I forgot, thanks to you. You fucking... Why don't you let me finish next time? You fucking...
Now you know how it feels. Now you know how it feels.
Shut up. You know I'm talking. You decide to interrupt me. Why?
That's my line. That's my line.
This is disgusting.
But yeah, three, a lot of his, some of his arguments for Charlie Kirk have been lackluster already, but this one I think is the worst one. It'll just kind of show how he's not exactly that credible.
Charlie Kirk is not an anti-Semite for criticizing it. The next claim is essentially accusing him of being homophobic, when he had made it clear time and time again that he had no hate towards members of the LGBT community, and even welcomed them as friends within his own organization.
So, I just want to say right now, it would be really bad if he said this,
For fuck's sakes.
but then he proceeds to show footage of Charlie Kirk being homophobic. That would be really
Listen.
bad.
Listen, I don't hate black people, but I do think SK needs to start cotton picking.
Damn.
But I don't. But no, I don't hate black people. I love black people. I adore them, especially when they're working for me.
That's a lie, and you know it. You hate black people.
all my best slaves are black. Okay, how could I hate black people?
Let's go.
Oh.
I'm a gay conservative.
I don't hate free labor. More money for me.
All right, guys. I
HH by Kanye West.
I want us to start paying attention here because this is important for references. So this guy right here, just pay attention to the reason he's bringing up that he's a gay conservative, and you'll understand the problem very quickly.
Kind of ask you, like, what do you have to say for people like me who kind of feel like, I guess, it's kind of hard for gay conservatives because there's not a lot of us. So, like, what do you have to say to other gay people who need to realize, like, they do have a choice? Like,
Yeah. So I would just want to make it really clear right now. So essentially, the reason he brings up that he's a gay conservative is because there are specific issues relating to that that he's seeking guidance for. All right, so just note that. Right.
First of all, welcome to the conservative movement. I don't think you should introduce yourself just based on your sexual attractions.
No, I agree.
So
what?
He completely ignored what he was trying
Welcome
to
to our team.
Not as if that's an important qualifier for the thing he's asking right now.
Welcome to our team, but please do not remind me that you're gay.
Welcome to our team, but please leave everything that you're trying to bring to question at the door, because I can't bother criticism.
SK, welcome to League Entertainment. Make sure you keep that face cam off. I don't want to see your skin color.
But yeah, it's just this is a guy that, like, you know, he's clearly a young guy, and he agrees with a lot of what Kirk says, and then he's just ignoring the thing that he needed, the thing that he wanted guidance for, which I think is he's not a very good listener. You know, that's not a good thing when people do that.
I like
because that's not
Jack
who you
Kenner
are.
must love him.
Yeah.
Other gay people who need to realize, like, they do have a choice.
Yeah, first of all, welcome to the conservative movement. I don't think you should introduce yourself just based on your sexual attractions.
No, I agree. I like
because that's not who you are.
I like to be.
That's not who you are. He just threw that in there. He just decided for himself. That's not who you are. Interesting.
Why is he saying it like that? God, like, pick your words, dog.
Yeah, but well, Liam, maybe it's bad wording. Maybe it's just bad wording again.
I mean, if it is, he's like a fucking big head politician. How are you this shit at wording?
Well, to be fair, he's a commentator, but yes.
His job is literally picking his wording. Thank you, SK. Fuck you.
Liam, I need to correct you. You said you're like present tense. You mean were.
Oh yeah, I forgot he's dead. My bad.
Lamau, rip.
Be thought of as a
Rip
person.
bozo.
For sure, you are a complete human being, and I'm sure you treat people well, and you're studying something. So I want to get away with this idea that you're gay anything.
I want you to get away from being gay. That's his response to him saying, "Hey, I'm a gay conservative, and you know it's a bit of a, you know, it's very rare for me, and it's a bit of a contentious thing in my community. How do I work through that? Can I have some guidance? I want to get away with the idea that you're gay anything."
Hello, Liam. I'm a black leaguer. No, you're not.
Yeah, that's not who you are.
I think you should get away from being black, SK.
I just think that we have gone a long way in the negative direction in this country, where we act as if the most important part of your identity is what you do in the bedroom.
That's not what he said. That's not why he brought it up. You're not answering his question.
It doesn't mean that much to me, but if you ask from a perspective as a Christian, I don't agree with that lifestyle.
I don't agree with that lifestyle, but he's not homophobic.
Yeah, that's totally not homophobic.
Why can't he just say, "Welcome to the team. We're glad to have you. I do not fully support it because of my religion, but
It's so
like I
funny
hope you
because-
have a happy life or some shit." But
It's so
he's
funny
like
because
saying
this
a bunch
kid-
of this yap, bro.
Just don't even say that at all and just answer his fucking question.
Well, it's so funny because this kid clearly comes up to him and he's asking a question about like how he can like tell other gay people like, hey, you know, it's possible to be both gay and conservative, and he's just receiving like an answer that indicates, oh, this is probably why there aren't a whole lot of gay conservatives.
Exactly. That's
You know what's
that's
funny?
welcoming.
I bet the reason he didn't answer the question is because he didn't hear the question. He just heard gay and then just stopped listening.
Well, it's just that like, yeah, this once people who are gay realize that like, oh, conservatives just have like no attachment to reality whatsoever when it comes to like why people are gay and whether that's like morally acceptable, then yeah, that's going to kind of cause like everything about conservatism to just crumble before their very eyes. Same thing goes with anyone who is, I mean, any demographic that conservatives hate basically or want to live as second-class citizens. It's like, oh, so yeah, you don't welcome people like me. It's probably because your entire worldview is fucking nuts, and sure enough, it is. So, yeah.
It's because conservatives cling to the idea that LGBTQ people treat their sexuality as their entire identity, and that's why they're always so in your face about it. I mean, so the thing is that's annoying about them is that they conflate people talking about these issues because they're prevalent to, well, that's they just make it all about them. I'm sure if you treated it as normal and just moved on like a normal person, they wouldn't be talking about it as much.
There's a really great video by, I don't know if anyone here watches Dark Matter 2525, but he made a really great video, and I think that this is in his Why I Stopped Being Anti-Woke video. But he essentially, there was some video that he made in which he actually addressed the idea of there being gay people who are quote unquote like in your face about their sexuality, and pointing out that like, well, if there's overall fewer gay people in the population, and that's going to limit their romantic prospects per se, right? Then it makes sense why they'd want to, be a little bit more explicit, giving out signals that they play for, for that team, to signal to whatever few gay people that are out there that are available, like, hey, I'm I'm available. I'm someone who I could probably be willing to go out on a date with you. That sort of thing, right? And a lot of conservatives just simply can't comprehend that, I think.
Yeah, just imagine, let's say you're a straight person, right? And imagine you get thrown into a world, a different universe, where everybody, most people out there are gay or they're bi, and they treat straightness as if it's like it's not normal. It's a weird thing. They have to say, I don't agree with that decision. You got to say, that's a sin. You shouldn't do that. That's not who you are, right? Imagine if that is just things you hear all the time when you enter a completely different world. What do you think that's gonna do to you, like on a personal level? It's just just literally put yourself in their shoes, and I think you're gonna understand why people really don't like living in a world that often perpetuates this kind of stuff. Larry Banks, thank you for the 5. KinoFlex, Kirk isn't a homophobic bigot. He claims he doesn't hate them. Kirk, don't bring up the fact you're gay to me. That ain't you. Yeah, exactly. It's like the lack of self-awareness of what he's putting in his video is just astounding. Like I'm sorry, KinoFlex. This is not a smart move. It's not.
Isn't KinoFlex like in Jan also arguing that like the C and Sheev celebrate Charlie Kirk's death and
oh yeah, they try to act like it's plausible deniability. That's true.
Yeah, even when like they explicitly say that's not what they're doing, they're going to still like attempt to read subtext in there. Like, okay, then why are we just why are you then willing to just take Charlie Kirk at his words when he's like, well, I don't hate gay people?
Yeah,
is like, okay, then by the same logic that you'll use to continue attacking C and Sheev as supposedly celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, we're just going to apply reading subtext into Charlie Kirk's statements, and oh, look at that, the subtext is actually there.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Or you can just ask them.
But politics is about addition and multiple.
Do you think it's a good thing that Charlie Kirk was horrifically murdered in front of his kids?
Oh, no. You know what? You know what's actually interesting too is that SK, we actually have video proof of Charlie Kirk being asked about something that he said that he then lied about. Remember that thing that I sent you?
You know what? Yeah, let's play that right now.
Yeah, we actually chat. Okay, we're about to present you a gift of Charlie Kirk literally fucking lying.
He was caught in like listen, the Twitter says it's 720p, but I choose to headcanon. In my headcanon, it's 4K. Okay. So I'm gonna play it. I won't.
Well, hang on. After it's played, Southpaw has to do the thing, though.
What thing?
What thing?
That was a fucking lie.
Oh, okay. All right. All right.
All right.
Go
I
ahead.
am going to pull it up right now. We will see the video in full. But yeah, this really is just he's caught in 4K. I don't know what to tell you.
Hang on, don't change the video yet. Just give me a second.
Oh, I'm not changing the video. It's a Twitter clip.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
we're just gonna mute, and then SK is gonna tell us to unmute, and then I'll say the thing.
All right.
Check the chat.
Hey guys, it's me, Charlie.
I just saw. All right. So it is a minute and 15 seconds long. I'm just gonna play this, and it's pretty self-explanatory how he's a liar. So, just watch.
My question is for Charlie.
Okay.
Charlie, I wanted to ask you about you trying to get into West Point. You said that you applied to West Point, but they gave your place to an applicant of a different gender and persuasion. I know the test scores and I knew the qualifications. She was less qualified. So my question is, if they were of different gender, do you know what gender they were?
I never said that. That's fake news. Thanks for being here tonight. Never said that. Thank you for being there tonight.
For school, you have to go through interviews, so on and so forth. And unfortunately, I was waitlisted, and things kind of started to get a little bit odd, and I eventually lost my spot out to what I felt was a far less qualified applicant in my district that was of a different gender and a different persuasion. You could take it any way you want, but I knew the test scores, I knew the qualifications. I was kind of got the short end of the stick. But the positive part of it was here I was, senior in high school, very similarly to the young people in this room.
Yep. So the clip is done.
Charlie Kirk, what you said was a fucking lie. Fuck you.
The culture war is beginning.
Whoopsies. Yeah, so I'm sorry. I don't really give a shit about like what lip service Charlie Kirk pays to supposedly not hating
As good
gay
as the
people,
original, but still a good
because
attempt.
he's not. He wasn't honest.
Exactly. He's not a very honest individual.
It's like when Jeb tries to play like plausible deniability of like, oh, I didn't know Kira you had a Twitter. I didn't know they were on Twitter. It's like bullshit. You did. You absolutely did.
Hold on a second.
You
You're
just got
saying
fucking
that
caught.
the political grifter is dishonest? What? Crazy.
Yo, Southpaw, would you agree that Jeb is fucking Mr. Frog from Smiling Friends?
I know that reference. Yes, I would.
Hello, I'm Mr. Frog. I eat the bug.
I eat the bug. Goodbye. I love you. Yeah.
Hello, I hate you all. Southpaw, I will destroy you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So when Charlie Kirk just outright fucking lies when pressed on what he said, I don't really care when someone tries to claim no, but he didn't hate gay people. And look, here's him totally not being homophobic to a gay conservative who asks him a question while not answering the guy's question at all and actually being passively homophobic to him. He was a liar. I don't know what else to tell you. And then of course he kept on conflating gay people with pedophiles, while in the next breath then saying that pedophiles deserve the death penalty.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what to tell you. I think given that he's a liar and given that he is elsewhere constantly conflated gay people with groomers and then referred to pedophiles as people who deserve the death penalty and said that the death penalty needs to be fast tracked, publicized, and televised, I just straight up don't fucking believe him. I don't believe him. And you know what? If only KinoFlex didn't have a friend who opened the floodgates that just simply saying the words "I don't believe you" opens. Okay, when you say
idiots,
when you decide that you can just say, "Well, I don't believe what you say," is like, okay, we can if you want to open the door, then we can just sort of do that. And it's like, yeah, you know what? I honestly can't say that I believe Charlie Kirk. Yeah, he's lied before. He's lied several times. Like, Spectacular Man, do you want to keep simping for this, Chud? Do you really want to keep doing this? Like, come on in the chat. Please defend what we just pointed out. Please, I beg you. I beg you. Please defend what we just pointed out in this video from Twitter.
Yeah, well, we'll give him time. We'll give him time.
Charlie Kirk tried to prove a negative on all gay people.
True.
What you do in the bedroom. It doesn't mean that much to me, but if you ask from a perspective as a Christian, I don't agree with that lifestyle, but politics is about addition and multiplication. I imagine you agree with a lot of what we talk about.
Absolutely.
Right? Strong borders, strong country, and for that, we welcome you into the conservative movement.
Thank you.
Grok mentions him being against LGBT rights, but being the shitty AI that it is, it never specifies
That you
exactly
cited as a source just 5 minutes ago! What are you doing?
He's a little stupid.
Wait, he cited Grok?
Yeah, he
responding
posted
to the claims.
No, didn't he like include the screenshot of what Grok is saying about the Civil Rights Act thing? That's what I'm referring to.
Oh, right.
We had a whole tangent about it, yeah. And then he just said that Grok is a shitty AI. I was like, yeah, but so then why do you cite Grok as a source? 5 minutes ago in this video.
So someone in chat said, "Will y'all be covering KinoFlex's video on the Birdman in regards to Kangman Lee?" I might.
No.
Well, no, I'm not saying today.
It's not happening today.
At a later point, yeah, I might do that. I would just have to see it and see if it's like worth the coverage. But yeah, if he's the only thing I've seen from Kangman Lee is him saying we should repeal the 19th Amendment, which I laughed so hard at. So I don't know. Well, if KinoFlex defended that, which wouldn't surprise me, but if he did, yeah, I think I'd definitely be interested in.
Sorry, I just want to say this real quick because I see this person in the chat. Stark, shut the fuck up. Anyway, continue.
That gay rights even are, which only
What do you
leaves us to
say?
speculate what the fuck is even being talked about,
existence just
since the
bothers
term
me.
is so vague. And again, him having gay friends does in fact prove that the narrative of him treating gay people as a disease wrong.
Guys, he has a black friend, therefore he's not racist.
Wow.
That's literally the argument. Literally the argument.
What a stupid point. What a stupid point. Like, there's so many different ways I could just tackle this, right? We can start with the fact that, one, this guy, I don't know this guy. I don't know his intentions. What if he did that for money or publicity? That is entirely possible. So,
What?
don't SK and the Birdman hate each other? I'm not caught up on the lore. I don't hate him at all. I'm pretty much neutral on him, but for some reason he thinks I have it out for him, which is weird. But
It's because
it is
you
what it
do.
is. Yeah, no, totally, yeah. I had it out for him when I said I don't
glad
care
you
about
admit
it. But yeah, so...
Oh, like how Charlie Kirk says he doesn't hate gay people? Nice try, SK.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point, yeah. You got me. Yeah, got me. But yeah, I think like this... That's just one reason why this counterpoint is bad. But another is, what if the guy was being manipulated? What if he hasn't seen all the examples of Charlie Kirk being homophobic? What if he simply doesn't know? Like, there's so many different ways that this could play out, and Charlie Kirk is still homophobic. So, I don't know why this is a point. This is a really bad point.
And if his gay friends aren't bothered by his stances on gay issues, then doesn't this show that these issues are more complex than people give them credit for, as the gay community doesn't have a consensus on these issues?
Okay, but like, how complex... How many times can you say it's a complex issue before it gets to a point where it's like, no, I'm sorry, it is too distinct from one another. It's to the point where it's like,
Wait,
he's against
stop
their...
slavery. Whoa, bucko. This is a complex issue.
Is a complex
Maybe
issue,
we
right?
should give it some thought. We should give it some thought.
Yeah, it's just like, it reaches a point where you can't really say that anymore.
Listen,
yeah.
it's a... Listen, the tension with the Jews back in the 1940s, it's a complex issue. I understand. I understand why Hitler had those thoughts in his mind. It's a complex issue.
I want to say this really quick. We don't have all night. I feel like we've done a pretty good job at explaining like why Charlie Kirk is not trustworthy. Why he was why he was a racist, and also why KinoFlex is himself not very honest. I would like us to get to the stuff concerning the sea as like especially his villain video.
I say we kind of skip a lot of this because it was kind of fun.
Well, I
But,
want to
like,
show
I
full
see what you
context,
want.
so we'll just speed those up.
Just putting that out there.
Yeah.
I already covered the lie that he justified gun deaths, but to hammer that point home even more,
Yeah,
I'm going to
I'm
bring your
speeding
attention
this.
to
This
a
is
research paper
irrelevant.
that
Yeah,
found that
good
almost
idea.
all national survey estimates indicate that defensive gun use by
I'm
victims
gonna
are at least
mute it
as common
while
as
I'm
defensive uses by
speeding it,
criminals, with estimates of
especially-
annual usage ranging from about 500.
It's especially like useless information because it's like, oh yeah, so as there's like as many defensive gun usage as many as offensive. It's like, well yeah, you're only gonna stop a guy with a gun. So yeah, I expect that.
No, I'm gonna use a mace to take care of a guy with a gun.
My argument still doesn't really significantly change because the number of defensive uses by firearms is still much more.
Yeah,
What
I don't
about
know.
a
His
crossbow?
whole,
This number
his
is good
whole
because the number should be
point
zero,
of
of course, but the fact is
just
that
bringing up the
use
Charlie
that
Kirk stuff and
firearms
also
and
doing
exemplary violence or tragedies
a
from
reaction to my
optimized
villains
fire.
video,
Gun violence is absolutely
aside from the
fair,
fact
but
that
remaining that all
stuff
gun
in my
owners
villains
are
video
also gun
contradicts
violence
his
as to the
arguments,
saying that there is no issue
it's
with
also
gun
just
violence at all.
really
Regardless,
like
any conversation on gun violence
just kind of
involves
lame.
taking
Like,
gun owner safety.
I don't know.
And even
These are
following
two
actions against the vaccine, I'm
completely
going to address any way
unrelated
that have two
things. He
which
could
is
have
the lie
broken
that
up
you
into
used
two
anti-Trump
videos,
slurs
and
for
if his
the
channel's
argument is that he was yelling
monetized,
at Cenk Uygur of the Young
double
Turks.
the money. But no, instead he decides to sort of lump them together as one video. I don't understand the logic.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that can't be said to the over 100,000 people on X taking this lie at face value. If you actually believe that Charlie Kirk is saying a slur here, I did a slur, or you lie and say that he did, thus losing any and all credibility you have. Does C or anyone else who hates Charlie Kirk so much have any ounce of respectability to at least acknowledge that this isn't true? I sincerely doubt it, since he said in his server that if Charlie Kirk is defended in any way whatsoever, it will result in a ban.
Let me see. Let's read what he said. There's no point in arguing with someone using statements that literally cannot be debated in a meaningful way. You're on the Sheev Talk server, so you should be familiar with how people will resort to unfalsifiable reasoning with art, and this is the same exact concept applied to politics. Kirk got what he deserved for advocating for death minorities, so you're going after him for an opinion. Like, technically that's right, but it's also a barbaric and wrong opinion. Opinions can be wrong, and no matter where we go from there, the same reductive reasoning can be used to dunge the fact that Kirk was a grifter who made millions off the continued suffering and death of millions. He's a bastard, and anyone who defends him even a little bit will be banned from the server without question. So, I mean, yeah, we can ask C right now. So, C, I'm assuming that this is applicable to people to people being like deliberate apologists of it, right? Not just anyone that might be ignorant or something like that.
That's exactly it. It's like if somebody doesn't know the full context, like, no, we're not going to fucking ban them. But if they're going to be going out of their way to try and make arguments for why he's this innocent person and yada, 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 all this shit, like, no, I'm sorry you're not on the server anymore. And, you know, I should add, too, he can cry all he wants about, you know, being kicked from Sheev server, but Sheev server was deliberately created in mind of being the most welcoming place to people in the LGBTQ community and all that stuff, considering Sheev's own life and stuff like that. I'm not going to get into details. It's not my place. But with that and with all the mod team being, you know, members of the LGBTQ community, I'm not. But, like, I'm going to do what I can to make sure that the server is, like, a fine place to be for them, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's just basic fucking human decency.
I feel like the whole ban.
Yeah, I mean, you even see in these screenshots that... Oh, shit, hold up. Audio just bloomed itself. Let me just fix it real quick. No, mine. It's being... No, like, I have to reset it every single time when it does that. It's like, okay, that's great.
You know, guys, you wanna know why these problems are probably happening with SK all the time?
It's because he's racist.
No, it's because he has a MacBook.
Oh,
God.
Wow. Well, yeah, that too, but it's mainly because he's racist.
Wow.
But yeah.
Do you like it when your people are portrayed positively, SK?
Something that I respect, if there's anything I respect about SK server, is the fact that, like, whenever people say, like, or, like, defend certain stuff like this, like, usually, correct me if I'm wrong, SK, you'll, like, give them a chance to, like, make their defenses and see if you can, like, you know, get them to change their mind possibly and all that. And you'll only ban them dependent on how they argue, because like, I think that's more important.
If they're just, like, screaming like crazy, and they're just constantly interrupting, or they're just being deliberately dismissive of everything, it's like, okay,
which they do all the time, by the way.
Yeah, well, yeah.
There's also a lot of reasons someone can hit their conclusions that, like, can not be so malicious or bad, so I feel like, you know.
But I think what's interesting about these screenshots here is that you see that C is debating them, C literally is debating them, so he didn't just ban them immediately, which is something
Liam,
that
check
I
your
don't.
DMs.
That's an implication
Well, yeah.
with the screenshots he's showing, and he's not mentioning that.
Yeah, if you take it face value, like if you're just going off what was said in that fucking thing, that the text we just read, unless I'm like, I would say I would have reworded that a little bit better. But if he's but in practice, if that's the case, then like I would just say it's not relevant.
And if you think that Sheev cares about this celebration of loss of life being spread in his server of more than 1,000 people, you'd be wrong, because he himself appears to be publicly celebrating Charlie Kirk's passing.
All
right. So, immediately Sheev posts this screenshot, and this obviously isn't the full tweet, but it's Charlie Kirk opening a tweet with "Guns save lives." Now, I gotta highlight, and this is not clear from the screenshot, but the second tweet comes a few hours after the first screenshot, presumably after Sheev is receiving several people being like, "Bro, this is too soon. He just got shot." And he says, "Too soon only applies to people deserving of respect or consideration, and Charlie Kirk has proven time and time again that he deserves neither. He was an evil man, and the world's a better place without him. Ban me, Elon. I don't care."
Check your DMs, piss jar.
Yeah. So
racist.
Right off the bat, Sheev is just pointing out that this is ironic, which you can say is like insensitive and like poorly timed. I wouldn't myself feel comfortable putting something like this out. But this is not a celebration. At most, you can say this is dark
It's a
humor.
tasteless joke at worst.
Yeah. So, like, this isn't...
I'm a bad person over memes.
I'm sorry, are you getting your panties in a bunch over dark humor?
Are you getting your panties in a bunch over
no,
dark
I asked
humor?
I asked you if you're getting your panties in a bunch over dark humor.
SK, real quick, I have a very important
As you
question
may
for
know, I like to dabble in dark humor.
Wait, Liam.
What is it?
I have a very... SK, how's your neck?
Oh, mine's feeling great.
How's your neck, bro? How's your neck?
It's feeling great, man. I appreciate you checking up on me.
Oh, no problem, bro. No problem. I'm going to hell.
Alright, let's keep playing.
Kino, why are you trying to get people canceled for their free speech? You're being that one friend who's too woke right now. And if you're woke, then you're gay. And if you're gay, then I'm going over to your house.
What the
spreading your
fuck
butt
is
cheeks
happening?
And going...
Look, people are allowed to hate Charlie Kirk and his ideas. I personally take issue with some of his positions on geopolitics, more specifically on Israel's handling of Gaza, and I'm...
Well, just geopolitics? That's it? I mentioned a lot more positions, but yeah, you do you.
willing to
Jack
hear out from
Kettner
Sheev
is an insane individual and deserves to be in Arkham Asylum.
himself so he can
Honestly, I
give
don't
clarification
disagree.
on what exactly his stance on political violence is. But to say that this does not at the very least come across as celebratory is delusional. At no point...
So maybe you could ask him if it's ambiguous.
Well,
it's crazy. It's crazy.
I mean, I find it interesting that he says that this comes across as celebratory. As like, I mean, sure, I guess if you don't apply basic reading comprehension to it, it can come across that way.
He just made the claim where, or sorry, he said it seems like he's doing it, and then says it comes across as such. But then prior, he was like, oh yeah, well, Sheev enables this kind of behavior, as if like it's a statement of fact. So
is he? Yeah. So is he celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, or is it simply coming across that way?
And also he says it comes across as this. Okay, so then why are you putting this in your video? Because we explained to you that he didn't.
Was that
we had
prior
already
or
explained. I'm
post the
pretty
video?
sure that we had already explained to. Yeah, because I remember that there's a whole GC that we had with Jack. Not to mention the lengthy DM exchanges that I had with Jack prior to him publicizing this video. So
yeah, this is why this was never covered, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll keep playing.
Just either he or C outright condemn political violence, as
Oh,
they
it's
instead
shit.
political violence is. But to say that this does not at the very least come across as celebratory is delusional. At no point does either he or C outright condemn political violence, as they...
C, do you condemn political violence?
Yep. In fact, I do in my villains video that he covers.
Oh, that's a good point. Sheev, if you're still in chat, do you condemn political violence? We'll get an answer sooner or later.
They instead just double down on their positive reaction to his passing. And if your argument is that what they're doing
Well,
isn't
what if it's
celebratory-
Sentinel Prime?
Ah, good point. Good point.
Yep.
simply because they don't think what they're doing is celebratory, I have to push back on that because people can either lie or, again, be completely delusional by not acknowledging that they're celebrating his death without even realizing it.
Well,
A
you
good
mean
reason-
like Charlie Kirk would lie when asked about whether or not he blamed losing a job to DEI?
Oh, true. True, yeah.
An example would be the
Or
Bob
like how
Dylan
Charlie
fiasco.
Kirk would lie when whenever being pressed about whether he's homophobic.
This guy is obviously celebrating. I've seen the video. We're just skipping because this is irrelevant.
It doesn't matter if this guy is lying or genuinely doesn't know what it means to celebrate something. He is completely unrepentant over expressing his joy that a man tragically lost his life, which is completely fucked up. And this is exactly what I'm seeing from C and Sheev, who instead of at any point clarifying that Charlie Kirk dying is a tragedy and denouncing political violence as a whole, they double down in very bizarre ways. In Sheev's case, he lashes out at critics by calling them evil for abstaining from voting and mocks their religion.
I mean, that's based, but
Coming from
like,
someone
I wouldn't
who
really call
thinks
it
it's-
evil.
I think it's morally okay to abstain from voting, allowing Trump to take office. I'm not losing any respect over your judgment on what is and isn't evil. You're so right, dude. Not voting is so much worse than making fun of a father getting assassinated. Yes, actually, allowing Trump to destroy thousands of lives is worse than making fun of a stupid, evil man and the sheer irony of the way he died. Glad we agree. Get a grip. I pray for your soul and our country. Don't bother, my conscience is clear, and prayer never helped anyone anyway. So, that does not prove that... Again, this is not proving that he's doubling down. Well, first of all, he can't double down. He didn't do it to begin with. And
Also,
this is not celebratory, again.
Also, I just want to read out what Sheev said in chat, which is, so Sheev says, I do condemn political violence, but I think it's a bit naive to believe it's not sometimes necessary under more extreme circumstances. So I got to make this very clear, right? I'm emphasizing, he says, it's, it's naive to believe it's not sometimes necessary under more extreme circumstances, like resistance movements rising up against racism dictators. That does not mean he's saying that it was justified in this particular instance, because he outright says under more extreme circumstances.
Yeah, exactly. Which I think that is just like common sense, you know. That's how we even got America to begin with, right?
Exactly. We live in a country that's founded on political violence. I'm sorry, Jack.
Yeah, by technicality, we literally are. So I don't know.
Yeah, bro, you're really owning those Christian chuds with your wholesome Chungus atheist worldview by justifying murder. Fun fact: if you look,
Chungus atheist worldview is the most wild thing I've ever heard of my life.
Is he like mentally ill or something?
Also, he just flip-flopped again. He went from, oh, it comes across as such, to, oh, you're justifying murder. So he flip-flopped again.
Up evil degeneracy on the random superpower wiki, you'll find a picture of Sheev. I also find Sheev's callous disregard for human life to be incredibly ironic, considering he's relying on...
Did Jack Hedner's inner inbred just come out there? What was that?
Here, just listen.
Evil degeneracy on the random superpower wiki, you'll find a picture of Sheev. I also find Sheev's callous disregard for human life to be incredibly ironic, considering he's relying on other people keeping himself alive. Guys.
So,
okay,
why is this relevant?
Yeah. I'm just going to make a real quick statement about this, just since, Sheev's a friend of mine. Jack, go fuck yourself. Just go fuck yourself. Like, stick a roofing nail under your toenail and kick a door. Fuck you.
Talk to him. Talk to him.
Well, yeah, it's just
Fuck
like,
it,
how is this related whatsoever?
The only
scumfuck.
Okay, so the only way that it makes any sense to even try to use this as a gotcha is if Sheev had like an overall, like, say, nihilistic worldview. It's like that Smiling Friends clip, the one guy being like, nothing matters, and then the fucking boss guy comes up to like threaten him with a guy. He's like, oh no, please don't kill me. Like it's like that would be episode. That would be the contradiction.
I was just gonna shoot you with this gun.
That would be the contradiction that would like make some
League
sense.
Entertainment versus Wayne Manor, the episode.
Right? Like
yes,
if
this is familiar.
If Sheev's actual perspective was that like, like essentially nothing matters, then sure, I get like why it would then be ironic for him to then ask for any help, like with his medical expenses, but that's not what he was even saying in the first place. Just because he doesn't think that Charlie Kirk was a good person and thinks that he was an evil piece of shit, that doesn't mean that like it's hypocritical of him whatsoever to ask for help with paying off medical expenses from him not being able to breathe.
And also, like, his whole point about like the dark humor that he's doing with Charlie Kirk is very much similar to like with the amazing Lucas was arguing in the Piers Morgan show that he completely destroyed everyone in. But essentially, it's that Charlie Kirk is very much willing to do these low blows himself to other people. On top of the fact that you know, he's a very corrupt person in general. So I think there is like a huge difference between making dark humor about a bad person versus someone who he hasn't proved is bad at all. All he's really done is show Sheev pointing out irony and saying, like, you know, at worst, insensitive things at the time it happened. So, again, he doesn't really have anything. And I do want to point this out real quick. It's going to be another Twitter clip, but it won't take long. But I think this is just relevant, worthy context for why it's just, you really shouldn't be that bent out of shape, for Charlie's sake, to be clear, in regards to like the insensitive jokes or whatever. And the reason for that is because Charlie Kirk's willing to do that himself, in regards to the genocide out there in Gaza. I have proof of this. He did in fact make jokes about the genocide of those people.
Do show.
Not that.
Also, you know, if he dishes it out, he should be able to take it. And he's not even alive to take it, so it's like, you know.
You can't really be hurting his feelings, yeah.
I had it bookmarked. Oh, there we go. I found it. All right.
I just wonder where this energy was when people were making jokes about George Floyd dying.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They still do, though.
They still do, yeah. It is obsessive.
Yeah, it's been 5 years,
so
yeah.
SK, guess who's in chat right now?
Let me see. Oh,
Sneeko Kettner?
Are we still going to be allowed on to our points or what? Yes, you will. We are almost done. Halfway.
No, we're not. Are we? Oh wait, we are almost done.
Like to get wasn't the agreement to get through the video first and then let them
The agreement
come
was,
on?
I thought I was crystal clear on that at first. We're going through it, then we bring them on.
Yeah, Jack needs his comeuppance. Come on, guys.
All right, so I have the clip ready. So we're gonna once again, I'm gonna play it. It's just 39 seconds. So just say nothing for 39 seconds, and you know, starting now.
So, you know, it's funny. I used to say that, hey, if you as a gay person would go to Gaza, they'd throw you off of tall buildings, right? Now they don't have any tall buildings left, so I don't...
When you mess with the bull, you get the horns.
Is that too soon? I'm sorry. Maybe you shouldn't kill Jews, stupid Muslims.
That's also just,
like
it's
that.
even worse that he, like, kind of implies some kind of blame where he's like, well, maybe you shouldn't kill Jews, you stupid Muslims. Like, he's just throwing that there, like, he's kind of victim blaming, in the sense. It's like, that's even more distasteful. But yeah, we're about to get to the villains video, I believe. This is where it's about to start, so I'm very excited.
Guys, don't have sympathy for innocent people I hate dying, but please, oh please, have some sympathy for me because I don't deserve to die. It's moral hypocrisy at its finest. C's doubling down wasn't much better as...
Do you think opinions are consequence-free because advocating for the suffering of others will naturally clap back? It's a right in the case of protection from the government, but that doesn't inherently mean you can say whatever and expect to be protected forever. Where is he justifying it? I don't see it here.
He got dog-walked by some random guy on the server who correctly pointed out that his behavior is something you'd expect from a fascist.
You got knocked the fuck out, man!
C, of course, banned the user because he couldn't argue against him.
I think continuing to argue with him would be more effective than banning him completely. Nah, he was firmly in the camp of just an opinion, and you can't shake people from that. It's an unfalsifiable stance. Right, I've seen that. I mean, if it's even though it's an insufferable stance to have and insufferable to argue with, I still don't believe people should get banned because of that. Because I personally like and think arguing with people that I disagree with is a good way of discussing basically anything. Now, there's a point where you have to be the bigger man and squash them with a rock. What does this prove, though? Like, I'm so confused.
Yeah.
And as justification, he tried to conflate his experience as a YouTube reviewer to being the arbiter of acceptable morality and politics. You don't understand, guys. The only reason people aren't agreeing with me is because I'm just too smart for them. It totally has nothing to do with me acting like a complete nut job. But since he wants to go that route...
Yeah, I am smarter than them. I'll die on that hill. I don't give a shit. I am smarter than them, and I'm smarter than you, Jack. Fuck off.
Captain Kaba said, KinoFlex.
Pretty much, yeah.
Let's tackle one of his most popular videos. The odd phenomenon of villain worship, which by itself is already a pretty bad video, but it becomes so much worse with all this added context. I've been holding off on responding to this video because I couldn't find the right time, but I knew when I first saw it that I would make a response to it one of these days, because throughout his videos, C makes broad sweeping claims about everything being morally clear-cut, but requires a lot of addendums and clarifications.
Are you ready to get fucked over by Jack Kettner?
I'm ready to be bent over the table and fucked in the ass by Jack Kettner.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Some people's first response to this video would be to say that obsessing over villains or having them as role models isn't missing the point, because of the rule of cool, where if they aura farm enough, they can do no wrong. I'm taking a different approach because that's frankly just as flawed of a stance, because it just places feelings above an actual understanding of the plot. I'm not going to accept some random freak saying that the pedophile villain in a movie like Happiness from 1998 is someone who should be admired or justified in what he does because they interpreted him raping unconscious kids as something cool. How my stance differs from that is that if you objectively look at a film's plot and find that the villain's motivations are more coherent and well-defined than the heroes or any other alternative offered to them, then it makes complete sense to say that they were completely in the right regardless of how the film wants you to feel about
Pause. As a premise, that is fundamentally fucked. So the logic is basically if the villain is more well-written than the hero, therefore you can call them the good guy. But like, no, that doesn't change anything. That just means that the hero is not as well-written as the villain.
What he should have said is what dependent on the motivation. If the motivation is actually more morally justified than the hero, then he would have been somewhere. But he didn't say that.
Pretty much, yeah.
He's Jack Kentner.
Fucking moron! Like I haven't watched the video. All right, already that is a fucking sad way to start things on that video. Jesus Christ! Yeah.
Well,
I've watched like clips and stuff because I've been shown little clips here and there, but I haven't watched the video in full. That being the introduction to his response to my villains video is heartbreakingly stupid. Holy shit! Basically, yeah, it doesn't matter if the villain like kills and eats babies. All that matters is that they're better written than the fucking hero. Okay, hold on. Those are not at all. God damn, Jack, what the fuck?
And that perfectly describes my thoughts on most of the
he
examples
worded himself wrong.
There we go.
He chooses for his video. An artist can obviously misunderstand their own work. To say that they never can, you have to actually believe that no one has ever failed to communicate something without realizing it. In other words, his entire video premise...
That's some mosquito shit right there, bro. That shit pisses me off.
So, here's the funny thing, is that's not what the video's about. If I'm describing, in this video, villains that I think are well written, and you're interpreting that as, you're just not understanding the plot and stuff. It's like, no, I'm describing villains that I'd say are very well written. I'm describing stories that I think are very well written. I'm saying that I think it's stupid that people manipulate the context. Not that there is context there that changes anything, but that people make shit up because they want to. That's cringe. That's the thesis of the video. Don't make shit up.
Again, like, this video is really missing using Killmonger as an example, because then KinoFlex would clearly see what you're trying to talk about, because he would then go on, because he then basically goes on to act like essentially respond to I understand exactly what you're trying to talk about, like in terms of villain worship of audiences who for whatever reason have missed the point of a story then claim that the villain is right? But then KinoFlex just entirely misses like the point that you're trying to make, because he's ignoring that particular trend in favor of being like, okay, well, but in Wish, you know, the villain is actually not all that bad, and Wish is poorly written, and therefore that's why some people think that Magnifico is in the right. Is like, but Magnifico is not an example of a villain that C is citing. So why are you even bringing him up?
I'm talking about specifically people who manipulate context. That's it.
I think C was going for, like, he's operating under the assumption that the work understands who the heroes and villains are. But yeah, we'll keep going.
He's incoherent from the get-go.
Villains in fiction are meant to represent everything we're not supposed to be.
Villains in fiction represent everything we're not supposed to be. Lots of things are wrong with this.
Yeah, get him,
Jack! For starters, it all depends on the story, because there is not one correct way to write a villain.
That is
For
the
instance, a villain
introductory
can have
hook to a video, not the thesis.
Yeah.
Characteristics and traits that
Well,
are...
Jack just spit that hook out. That hook did not taste good, bro. You got to put more. You got to put more bait on that hook.
A couple more worms and suck them off like that episode of SpongeBob.
Fuck yeah. Hook him
Lots
right
of
in the
things
ass.
are wrong with this sentence. For starters, it all depends on the story, because there is not one correct way to write a villain. For instance, a villain can have characteristics and traits that are admirable to have, while other traits not so much.
Get his ass.
Okay.
What's your response to that, C?
I described
What's your response to
5
that?
different villains in this video that are all completely alien to each other. Fuck off with this argument. Like, you're preaching to the choir, Jack. You're telling me information I'm already aware of. I'm not describing that.
Yeah, but he's criticizing your hook.
Well, I think,
He's
like,
criticizing your hook, bro.
What he's trying to do here, he's trying to actually what you just said, where you said villains are everything we shouldn't be, and he's going to be like, oh, well, there's some villains that have positive qualities. It's like, okay, sure, but I think most of us would agree. With
I got
the
a good
sentiment.
one. I got a good
real
one.
quick.
I got a
I'm
good
in the
one.
middle of the point. I think most of us would agree with the sentiment. Lex Luthor is everything that Superman should not be. And that's like responding to that by saying, oh, well, Lex Luthor is really, really smart, so you're saying people shouldn't be smart. It's like, well, when people say everything, they don't mean, like, literally everything.
Yeah.
It's a really, like, extreme way to read what he said.
Yeah, what about Bay,
What a
bro? What
fucking
about Bay,
idiot.
C? Like, are you... Oh, we're not... villains are everything we're not supposed to be. All right, no more going to the gym for me, then. Don't want to be like Bane.
True thing.
Goofball ass shit, bro.
I mean, man, you can never pick up an instrument. Davy Jones plays the organ like a fucking
Yeah.
maestro.
Fuck yeah. And respond to USK? Alright. Show everyone on the stream right now. Google the meaning of everything.
Yeah, you're right. Google the meaning
Oh, you don't
of
want
everything.
to? Oh, you don't want to? Oh, you don't want to because Jack's right? No, I see it. No, that's okay. That's okay.
Well, if we want to be technical here, right? All the things of a group or class. So I'm assuming in this case he's talking about morals, not every single trait ever. But yeah,
so villains can't have any form of good morals at all? Not even one?
Not one, not ever. Because that's absolutely what I'm advocating
Alright, explain Captain Cold. Captain Cold has a no-kill rule. Explain, SK!
Of heroes as they go through character development. And again, it also all depends on how competent the writer is, because they can unintentionally make the villain have more of a point than the hero.
Okay, but he's talking about ideally, dog.
Yeah.
He's saying
like,
like
I'm operating under the
he's
assumption
saying
that
what
the
it's supposed
story's
to be.
good. Like, if the story's not good, then I wouldn't be covering them in this video.
Hi CHD says, literally the John Walker defense, just because you can relate to them and sympathize with them doesn't mean they're in the right. All I'm going to say is you're going to like something that he says in this video. And I mean like very, very sarcastically. Well, you'll see.
I mean, like, under the logic of Jack, like, you're not allowed to make any kind of definitive statement under any context of writing ever, because a bad writer could just contradict that. It's like, heroes are supposed to represent a moral that we need to learn. Actually, what about in, this terrible superhero movie where the superhero is a pedophile? I don't know, man. Maybe, writers suck sometimes. I don't know what to tell
in Man
you.
of Steel when Clark flies into Zod and flies in through a silo rather than saving his mom from the 5 other Kryptonians that are standing there with her?
No, you
Yeah.
see, Liam, I've noticed an issue in Spider-Man PS4. He says, "You're everything you wanted. You're everything I wanted to be," but he's a dying old man. Why does Spider-Man want to be a dying old man?
Yeah, Spider-Man.
So
why do you want to be
true.
balding? Why do you want to be? Why do you want
Yeah.
to
Why do
start
you wanna
balding,
be a fat
bro?
old fuck? Jesus.
You're everything I wanted to be.
Why
I
do you wanna
shaved
be
my head
Liam?
for you.
It gets better. Just keep playing.
Yeah, well, it'll get better.
Doesn't address the idea of morally ambiguous or complex stories. He doesn't at all consider
Oh,
tragic
shucks, that was
heroes,
bullshit.
anti-heroes, anti-villains.
I actually do cover. I actually do cover a character who's framed as the protagonist of the movie, in spite of the fact that he becomes a villain through the story. His name is Paul Treaties,
etc.
They show us what happens when selfishness, cruelty, and power lust go unchecked.
Okay, and what about all of the other villains that don't possess those qualities?
Okay, so
Then I wouldn't be in the video.
No. So
Sopho and I were pulling our hair at this point.
Yeah, so as soon as this happened, I had a full-blown crash out. So I can't think of a single villain that doesn't have at least one of those three qualities.
And to
We have
remind you
three-
of the list, it's either selfishness, power lust, or cruelty. One of the three.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of what separates good from evil, just across the board.
We kept on like trying to name names off the top of our heads. I think like Mr. Freeze was one like from BTAS was
Frozone.
Yeah, well like not just cruel, but like I'd say that like wanting revenge is pretty selfish. I think that's intrinsically selfish motivation. So there's that. And then like whenever it's like when it's not cruelty or selfishness, there's like lust for power and a willingness to do immoral things to facilitate that. It's like, yeah, I feel like those three criteria kind of cover it. Is like it's gonna be one of those three things, if not all three, or some combination of them. So it's this whole like, but what are the villains who who don't possess those traits? And the funniest thing is, Kino doesn't then proceed to list a single example of a villain who doesn't possess any of those three traits.
Exactly. So this doesn't work.
I'm going to
when
quibble
he shows up, we gotta ask him like what he would think of a villain that doesn't have those three traits, because I'm curious what he has to say.
with him using selfishness here because being selfish is not inherently immoral.
That's why he said unchecked selfishness. He didn't just say selfishness. There's an asterisk there.
Selfishness
Yeah,
is
like
considered
everyone's like going to be quote unquote self-centered to some degree, but generally speaking, we don't really describe someone as selfish unless like their selfishness is like goes above a certain point, basically, right?
Evil.
Yeah, we can listen to the clip again, and it'll prove exactly what I just said.
He doesn't at all consider tragic heroes, anti-heroes, anti-villains, etc.
They show us what happens when selfishness, cruelty, and power lust go unchecked.
Unchecked. He missed that.
I
Okay,
love
and
that
what about all
screenshot
the other
of Facilier? Did you see that? Where he's like side-eyeing the camera while he's doing the splits?
Yeah.
That was great.
villains that don't possess those qualities? And I'm going to quibble with him using selfishness here because being selfish is not inherently immoral. Selfishness is considered immoral when you are doing so at the direct expense of other people in an unethical
So yes,
fashion.
Jack, in this context, in this exact context, where what you described is applicable, you fucking dumbass. I don't know how someone could watch a video and then not understand at all plain English. Just those three criteria in this context are describing the exact thing he is saying, and he is taking issue with something that he is agreeing with. Wow. Holy fuck, this guy.
For someone to prioritize their own needs over others for their own self-care and well-being. Another thing to consider is that you can be selfless and also commit acts of evil. Some of the worst crimes of
That's why he said
power lust.
Yeah, power
Cruelty.
lust. Cruelty. That's what you're showing in this political cartoon. Cruelty.
Dude, he keeps closing my fucking watch together. There we go.
We good? Okay.
the century were done under the idea of helping others. Millions died in famines caused by communist states who believed that collectivized farming would be better for society. The worst atrocities have been committed by those who want to protect their families.
They didn't believe in anything being better for society. They believed in how they could use a popular political movement of the early 20th century so they could acquire more, say it with me here, power.
Well, I just can't help but like
Howard.
notice the political cartoon that he cites for this,
La
right?
Claw.
Showing a clearly
Claw.
fat man, Chairman Mao,
Starving all these
right?
people.
Clearly fat, while all these people are starving. Is like,
Fatphobic.
yeah, that's self-centeredness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. He may disingenuously use Marxist rhetoric to acquire power, but he doesn't actually believe in it because he's selfish.
Yeah, and also that's not a good point either, because they think they're being selfless, therefore they are, but that's not how that works. So yeah, I don't know. Weird.
Clans, nations, and even in the name of abstract ideas. A suicide bomber, for instance, kills himself in the name of his ideals, which can be described as a selfless action as he will die in doing so, but just because the action is selfless doesn't at all make him morally right. I would say C's inability to understand this is his biggest flaw when it comes to his own personal ethics.
Oh my god, that's so painful.
Oh man.
All about
it's like the video barely.
What was up?
The video barely started, and it's like if he's just wasting our time. Just get to the meat of the points, dog.
Yeah. He's making really terrible counters already.
Gotta pad the runtime, man. Gotta make that money. Mid-rolls, baby. Mid-rolls. Fuck my life.
But lately, there's been this weird trend where audiences start siding with them. Instead
Actually,
of recognizing
this is where I'm going to
villains-
disagree with myself for a second. It's not lately. It's kind of always been a thing, at least since the dawn of the internet, when people... As soon as we democratized the concept of everyone can be a media critic, then yeah, I think that's kind of what kind of led to this bullshit, because everyone's a fucking idiot.
as cautionary tales, people twist their motives into something more relatable or admirable. Suddenly, the bad guy is misunderstood or had a point, even when their actions are downright horrifying.
I don't see why that's a problem whatsoever. You're allowed to interpret fiction differently and consider things that the author of a given story didn't. A good example would be the Disney movie Wish. Yes, the villain Magnifico who grants people wishes is presented as evil, but because the movie was so badly written and not well thought out, it made him the guy you end up siding with if you consider the plot for even 5 seconds. He is somehow evil for not wanting to...
Hello?
Yes? See?
He died. He just died.
Oh my god.
I am discussing specifically when the contect and...
well, you're good now.
Man,
You're good now. You're good now.
Okay,
you guys hear me now?
go.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
Wi-Fi has been shit for a while now. But point being, the thing is that I'm describing specifically villains in movies that are good. I'm not describing Wish, because Wish is an example where I wouldn't say the villain is right by virtue of what they're doing is right. I'd say it's right because the film has an inconsistent portrayal of who he is. I haven't seen Wish, just full disclosure, so I can't really speak on any level of confidence about King Magnifico, but if I were to describe the issue with Wish, it wouldn't be that, oh yeah, he's right inherently. It's like, no, he's still a villain. He's still framed as a villain. What he does is still technically selfish and shit, but like the film also has contradictory information that doesn't help emphasize their points. And that would be an issue, but I'm not describing the issue of poor writing. I'm describing the issue of people being stupid and getting a bad read of a movie because they're not paying attention or they're just manipulating context. I'm going to keep reiterating this point because I know for a fact he's not going to understand this. It's just about people manipulating context, not if the movie's badly written.
You really should have included Killmonger, see?
I should have used Killmonger. I should have used Killmonger and Thanos, but I didn't want to use cape shit.
Wish, but not all wishes are good. Bad people make wishes too, and even a well-intended wish can cause problems. The movie never provides a counter-argument to this glaring problem, because at the end of the movie, people can grant their own wishes. The movie just sort of pretends that this won't end in a disaster within a matter of days once people figure this out and actually start using that power. When your story is ill thought out, it naturally makes the characters presented as unreasonable look reasonable.
This trend of villain worship isn't just frustrating, it's disturbing. It suggests that people are missing a major point in many stories, which is to inspire us to be better. Heroes in fiction exist for a reason. They're meant to show us what to aspire to, even when the world is unfair or broken. When audiences start rooting for villains instead, they're not just misrepresenting the story, they're undermining the entire message.
The message. C and the Critical Drinker are two sides of the same coin, and their obsession in whatever
No. If anything, that's Mosquito and the Critical Drinker.
Yeah. What I'm describing is, so the thing is all movies have some kind of message. We can talk about whether or not it's a political message. It's more just the idea, the takeaway it's trying to give you. Like, it's trying to present an argument of some kind. All pieces of stories. Yeah, it's the theme. All stories have a central thesis, theme, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And they're trying to use different pieces of the story to emphasize that point, either to criticize or promote something. What I'm saying is, if the movie is making something abundantly fucking clear, don't be a lying piece of shit, because it's annoying.
Well, this is so weird that, like, he's treating it like you have some obsession with, quote-unquote, the message, but talking about the fact that it exists and that there's a point to it, that's not an obsession with the message.
When the Critical Drinker talks about the message, it has nothing to do with the themes of a movie. It has to do with dog whistling about leftist politics being inserted in Hollywood. That's what he's referring to with the message.
Yeah, like what I described right there could apply to a movie with like some kind of liberal or conservative slant. It doesn't matter. It's the same general point of this thing is trying to advocate for something. Don't manipulate what it's saying, because that's disingenuous.
She also adds, Wish is not well written, but Jack is wrong in his reading. Even within the context of the film, Magnifico is still wrong in his solution and extremely cruel in his conduct. I only saw Wish the one time, and so I can't even remember exactly why. I just didn't choose to press on it.
We should do a watch party at some point, actually, for that, because I've had people say they want me to
You know
watch
what,
it for a long time.
You know what? I wouldn't mind.
And to answer Dark Star's question, what do I think of the Critical Drinker? Take a wild fucking guess.
I mean, weren't you in the watch party of his quote unquote movie slash?
I mean, you could call it a movie, yeah. If you want to consider fucking white bread a gourmet meal, yeah.
Yeah. Stark Star. Our friend actually Andrew has a video about the Critical Drinker making a movie, and there's several clips in that video of C, me, Sheev, and others doing a watch party of the Critical Drinkers movie.
It's golden. Check it out.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we'll continue.
Every film's message is. In Drinker's case, he overlooks positive qualities a film can have if he doesn't like a message. But in C's case, he's incapable of handling criticism or even different interpretations if they come into conflict with whatever message a film he enjoys has, or convinces himself that it has.
Where are you getting that
Or I don't
from?
like when people lie. Like, I don't know. That's a pretty bodacious claim to make with no real backing. Okay, like I don't even know how to respond to that. It's like, okay, no. End of discussion.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. This is
Citation
ridiculous.
needed.
At least provide a fucking example, dude. Like, what the hell? And he's gonna claim that the rest of the video is an example of that, but unfortunately, he still doesn't understand the premise of my own fucking video. So no, this doesn't act as evidence.
Yep.
Guys, I'm begging you to understand that you can enjoy a film without agreeing with the writer's interpretation of the story.
Transformers 1 introduces us to the original form of Megatron, D-16, before he ultimately became the tyrannical leader of the Decepticons. The film shows his origins as a working-class guy who never wanted to get involved in any massive changes with Cybertron's system, until he got roped into a grand conspiracy by his best friend Orion Pax, learning the truth of their leader, Sentinel Prime, giving away the energon he spent every day of his life slaving away to extract, to the Quintessons, Cybertron's ancient enemy. Instead of thinking what he could do to help rectify the issue for all of Cybertron, he thought exclusively of how he was personally wronged. The entire rest of the film from that point forward was a further descent into darkness after acquiring a taste for power, further being enabled by a group of freedom fighters who have an ideology based around the strength of one bot over another. This further fed into the blood-hungry attitudes of D-16, until he had the chance to kill Sentinel. Many people seem to think he was right in executing Sentinel Prime, but they fail to understand that no one individual should have the unilateral authority to execute a surrendering and unarmed opponent. Those are the roots of fascism. Looking at Megatron as some noble revolutionary who acted rationally with consideration for others is horribly misguided, and shows how little people think of the impacts of the actions of others. Are there corrupt systems in place in the real world? Absolutely. but giving all power to one person to choose who lives or who dies arbitrarily in accordance to their own personal ego is a horrifying stance to have.
One of my first videos I uploaded to this channel was a positive review of Transformers 1, and while that is still a film I quite enjoy, I will acknowledge that a major flaw in it, besides Bumblebee being annoying, is that even though Megatron becomes the villain he's widely known to be by the end, it's very abrupt and questionable in a way that it contradicts his characterization somewhat. Megatron's primary motivation is carrying on the legacy of the Primes who he idolizes. He even idolizes Sentinel Prime until he realizes that he sold out their race to the Quintessence.
It's not his
and enslaved.
primary motivation at all. His primary motivation is getting back to his normal life. He's just doing what he needs to do to just deal with the situation. He's already in too far, so he's got to keep going. And then he realizes that, oh fuck, the guy I idolized forever, basically, is a psychopathic evil monster. And then himself, in being disillusioned with that fact, becomes a psychopathic evil monster. That's not really rushed. I'd actually say because of the fact that he was sort of apathetic to the whole issue at first and didn't want to get involved, I think that actually further cements that he'd become Megatron eventually. He basically was a normal guy who didn't give a shit, who just fucking snapped. He went insane. That's the whole point. He went crazy. But also, too, using the argument of Bumblebee being annoying as a flaw of the movie is like, that's not a flaw, actually, because how the fuck can you prove impartially that Bumblebee's not funny?
Well, we had just watched the movie before so my first experience in actually watching this segment of the video was I watched through Transformers 1 with SK and a group of his friends, and then we decided to jump to about 20 minutes into this video. And we got to this point, I was like, yeah, no, it's a pretty gradual change for D16 to Megatron, and it's quite consistent with how he's introduced. It's I just say overall like a really good example of character development into like from just an everyday guy to this horrible monster of villain. I don't understand like why he thinks that his change was rushed. But in fact, a big part of that VC in which I had that whole back and forth with with KinoFlex was preceded by about 2 hours of Comic Legend just explaining why everything he says about Transformers 1 in this part of the video is wrong. And I think that like in that same discussion, KinoFlex confirmed that he hadn't even rewatched the movie for like a couple of months before making the video, which
that's never a good sign.
Yeah, he admitted that to us. He didn't rewatch it in preparation.
Well, what's also funny too is I said in the group chat we had with him and Jan,
he just died again.
Yeah.
Dead. If you don't do this, you're gonna make a fool of yourself. So.
All right, we'll keep waiting.
Him and the other, which makes killing Sentinel pretty difficult to disagree with since his entire existence puts everyone on the planet in danger. It also makes Optimus or Orion look pretty dumb for constantly getting in Megatron's way to an extent.
No, D, we can't kill Robot Hitler in our coup attempt, or we would be just as bad as him.
What are you talking about? You're already killing nameless grunts without giving
context.
But he
that
literally
removes all
becomes him at the
context.
end.
Yeah, no, the reason he stops him is not because Sentinel's a bad guy. The reason he stops him is because he's worried about his friend losing his fucking mind because he's noticed that he's gone insane. And he wants to prevent his friend from going down, quite literally, the event horizon of evil. He doesn't want his friend to completely descend into fucking madness. And then he does. And oh, lo and behold, the movie proves that entire concept right, because he's insane for the rest of the movie.
Keep playing.
Them trials. So why?
Oh, hold on. I got
kill Robot Hitler in our coup attempt, or we would be just as bad as him.
What are you talking about? You're already killing nameless grunts without giving them trials.
Right, because they're well,
that was an accident, but they're all in combat. It's an active combat. Sentinel was like crawling away, limping. He was not a threat.
So see, this I mean, I think that you saw this in that whole debate that No, you might have only just watched the part where I was just grilling KinoFlex.
Dude,
but
you steamrolled him.
In the
It's fucking funny.
In the section that was just Liam talking to KinoFlex about Transformers 1, and I was definitely active in parts of this too. Like, we were just simply pointing out, like, yeah, there's a difference between, like, active combatants and someone who, at this point, is unarmed, defeated, and surrendering, and trying to get away. Like, spelling out, like, it's kind of like how, you know, when a Jedi is cutting down different characters in Star Wars who are actively, like, shooting at them, that is presented as justified. However, once a character like, say, Darth Vader or Count Dooku is actually defeated and at this point is no longer a threat, to then continue to execute them is presented as a bad thing. It's like, it's the same thing. Or like, you know, if someone breaks into my house and I shoot them and then they start running away, I can't just like chase them down and execute them. But if, you know, if the first time I shoot them happens to hit them right in the head, is like, well, at that point in time, you know, they were an active threat. So those are two different contexts. It's the same reason why, you know, this movie understands that the context in which Sentinel Prime is being killed by Megatron is not justified. However, and what's so interesting is that KinoFlex then asked me, so you're saying that like if Megatron had then killed him while they while they were in the heat of combat, that would have been justified. I said literally yes. Yes, if they were just in the middle of combat and then Megatron just lucked out and scored a killing blow on him, is like, well, yeah, they were in the middle of fighting each other.
Yeah, and then there would be no discourse. The video wouldn't even been made at that point.
Yeah, there wouldn't have been any like moral ambiguity or anything like that to Megatron killing Sentinel at that point. I'm pretty sure the reason why they had him kill Sentinel in the manner that he did is to show him, you know, again, committing to being evil and
yeah,
going
because it's
insane.
not like he shot him or whatever. He tore him in half. That's
Right.
That's not only executing what is effectively an unarmed fleeing prisoner, but also that's just like cruel.
So what
and
are you guys
unusual.
talking about?
Just over the top.
We're talking about
Megatron tearing Sentinel Prime in half.
Oh.
I hate technology.
Technology's weird.
But yeah, yeah, we're on the part where he's mentioning that they kill other people in active combat. Once again, just not understanding the difference between killing in active combat versus execution. Two different things.
So why suddenly have this standard for the one guy causing the entire conflict? What if he manipulates a jury with propaganda like he did with the entire population previously?
So, you understand the big problem with what he just said there, right? Kill a guy because he might spread propaganda. Oh, you mean like what Charlie Kirk has done and can do?
Whoops.
So then
it's like he forgot.
He inadvertently justified it.
Well, this is so. I pointed this out when I was arguing with the one guy from chat, Spectacular Man, in pointing out that like what Charlie Kirk did was essentially stochastic terrorism. It's really funny seeing right-wing people accuse the left of stochastic terrorism and therefore being responsible for Charlie Kirk's death because, oh, you see, the left was calling Charlie Kirk a fascist, and there's radical leftists who endorse violence against fascists. Therefore, when everyone's calling him a fascist, you know, naturally there's going to be someone who's going to be out there to, you know, commit violence against him. It's like, right. And
oh,
by
like
that
saying
same
the
logic,
T stands for tyranny and LGBT. Yeah, you're right.
or constantly fear-mongering about black people and gay people and Muslims and immigrants and trans people. Yeah. I mean, by that exact same standard, Charlie Kirk was a stochastic terrorist himself, but you don't care when he's a stochastic terrorist against those groups now, do you?
Exactly. It's blatant hypocrisy here. But yeah, we'll continue.
Also, Sentinel can't use propaganda because they can literally screen his mind.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is impossible.
Yep.
And goes back to running everything exactly how it was. Killing Sentinel is a valid solution because it's an active step towards fixing the problem.
After he was exposed?
Yeah, after he was like his entire reputation had already been shattered, and also too, good luck getting back in and getting in control and stuff when all of Cybertron is against him, or at least a solid chunk of Cybertron is against him.
Huh.
Like, yeah, there's going to be chaos. There's probably going to be a war, but like, nonetheless, how is he getting back in control to be able to manipulate the
I
story?
basically said that the only way that that ever happens is like we would have to assume that the sequel to this would have to be really shittily
Born
written.
Again.
Yeah. It has to be like as poorly written as Born Again.
Yeah,
it's
just
like
with
I don't.
Man, there's already been a really poorly written Transformers 2, and I don't want to go back to those days, man.
I don't believe that it is good faith to base your criticisms on. Well, what if the sequel is poorly written? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like
yeah.
by the
what if
logic
the
he's
sequel
presenting-
forgets what happens? Like,
By the very
That-
logic
that
he's presenting,
pissed me off
Daredevil
so
should have killed the Kingpin in Daredevil
Yeah.
season 3.
Yeah.
Because what if the follow up to this is poorly written?
What if he spreads
It's obvious-
propaganda to defend himself?
Yeah.
It's a bad point.
While keeping him alive would only complicate things further.
Okay,
It's the kind of
but
point that Mosquito would probably agree with, though.
if you
Well, that's why Mosquito hates the movie so much, because it doesn't agree with that.
Which, it doesn't agree with their politics.
So that's the thing too. It's like sorry, I'm kidding. What would fundamentally change if you were to keep Sentinel alive versus if you killed him? Because like his supporters are gonna come after you no matter what. What's the ultimate difference? So yeah, just
Your mom.
ridiculous.
Real example of Megatron being in the wrong was when he betrayed Orion and decided to destroy Iacon for no reason. Sure, Sentinel ruled over Iacon, but you can still change everything about it now that he's dead. There's no...
Yeah, but he hates the supporters, the people that have enabled it. That's his point.
yeah.
Like, how is that a bad
Jesus
motivation?
Christ.
no need whatsoever to destroy...
This is just, why did Riddler flood the city?
everything, especially when you still need to fight the Quintessence. Megatron hates
Quintessence. He keeps saying quintessence. This is why you rewatch the movie before you start talking
Yeah,
about
it's
it in the
pretty
video.
wise to do
Yeah.
that.
And
Well, I
don't
know
pull an
I know
all-nighter
he didn't
to
watch
edit a video.
Avatar again before making the video, so I'm excited for his stuff on Avatar.
The fucking all-nighter.
Sentinel for betraying his heroes and killing them. But later he betrays and tries to kill his best friend. Megatron wants to keep the legacy of his heroes alive, but also wants to destroy the city that they built and swore to protect. Megatron wants to liberate his fellow miners from tyranny.
What?
But now wants to punish them by becoming a tyrant himself.
Wait, when does he want to liberate
He
the
doesn't want to
miners?
liberate them at all. Yeah, he never at all mentions that he wants to liberate the
Megatron only
miners.
cares for himself.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't.
The whole
he doesn't
point of his
care
character
about
since
liberation.
the
or
first
anything.
scene of him is that he is a selfish person, and it's just an evolution of how selfish he is.
Exactly.
I'd imagine if KinoFlex just tried to look up for references to make his point, he would be disproven immediately. It's almost as if just presenting your point without providing evidence is a bad option.
No.
These
Gonna
changes
talk
in
about
his
a
character...
movie in any level of confidence. If you ever
Also-
watch a movie, hold on, my Wi-Fi might be fucking up, so I have no idea. But I was gonna say, if you're ever gonna watch a movie, or sorry, you're ever gonna discuss a movie with any level of confidence, you need to be intimately familiar with it. You need to rewatch it. You can't just make a video covering something and not watch it. And you know what? I'm actually gonna say I'm fucking guilty of that shit. My plot holes video is a video that I actually don't really think holds up that well, because of the fact with the stuff in it I didn't rewatch, and a lot of points I made. Honestly, I would not make those same points again. We're not like no one's immune to having that lapse of judgment, but I don't know, man. This is not this is not good, man.
Especially when it's the entire basis for a broader point you're going to be making in a video.
Yeah, pretty much.
aren't sufficiently justified, and the primary reason people tend not to mind is because they already associate Megatron with being evil in all of his other prior appearances, which is a huge cop-out in the same...
I mean, that's a straw man. I think most of us just watched the film and understood it pretty clearly. I mean, I haven't been exposed to Transformers stuff very heavily, and I thought it made sense.
There's subtext. There's reasoning behind a character's decision. that makes
Also, just
them
what an
evil.
appeal to the meta of like, oh yeah, people going into this movie know that he's a villain. It's like, I mean, yeah, but like, how does that impact anything that I said?
And even if you have meta contextualization, that doesn't mean that the movie is gonna go with that direction. That doesn't guarantee it.
For all we know,
It
this
doesn't
could actually be a
guarantee-
movie where they treat Megatron as a good guy, and then they'd save him turning to evil in the sequels. Who fucking knows?
Way of having Daenerys killing innocent people in the final episode of Game of Thrones, because that's the ending George R.R. Martin intended, despite not laying the proper groundwork to have an ending like that in the show. The writers should have tried harder to flesh out Megatron's motivations more, because in the process, it resulted in people having conflicted feelings on a character intended to be unambiguously evil.
And that no one individual should have the unilateral authority to execute a surrendering and unarmed opponent.
It should also be noted that Sentinel is literally always armed, since he's a living weapon.
That,
oh my god,
that
no,
is
he's
such a
not.
thin line of reasoning. It's like, well, they scale to each other, so you can't make that argument. You can argument that a human fist is a living weapon.
In fairness, I wouldn't say they scale to each other because he does have the cog of a prime, arguably the strongest prime.
Okay, he has the cog of a prime, and also so does D16.
Yeah, but the difference would just be that like one is like known for his strength. It's like the strongest prime.
Sure, but the other one's already injured, like really injured to the point where he can't get away.
Yeah, it would kind of be like a human versus a really injured human.
Like, doesn't matter if that
like
really injured human is Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like, if his leg is broken, he's not running away, and he's not posing a threat.
Yeah.
Well, we could simply just bring up that Megatron is armed and he isn't. Like, he literally has like a fucking...
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. He has a weapon, Sentinel doesn't. Sentinel's trying to leave.
I don't
know.
I don't think it matters because he's monumentally outnumbered and outgunned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
and he has literally no reason to try, or else he will get killed. So him just being defenseless is the better option to save his life, which would be a thing he'd want to do. He wants to live
because he's trying to compare it to the. He's trying to compare it to the John Walker thing, but the difference is with the John Walker thing is that it's like a one-on-one thing with a super soldier. But it's like if that same super soldier was surrounded by multiple armed SWAT members plus like another super soldier, like of course like you should just execute him or kill him.
Also, another thing too is that Sentinel is like begging for mercy, which is basically universally considered a surrender. So, yeah, no, he killed a surrendering opponent.
Yeah, and even if he tried to do a cop-out, that's just a suicide note if he tried to fake that too, which is just... Yeah, no.
This is pretty much a John Walker situation because this guy's just too dangerous to take any chances with. And it's only...
Not
really. You know what's funny?
No.
It's funny, I actually do cover John Walker in one of my videos, and I say that the show strawmans that character.
Yeah, and I don't know what he means by too dangerous to... Basically, too dangerous to be left alive. He's crawling around.
Yeah.
Oh, this very dangerous threat. He's limping away.
And begging.
Begging for mercy. Effectively surrendering.
Amplified because none of these characters are humans, so it's pretty silly to hold them to the same standards as humans.
But
the entire moral framework... Yeah, the entire moral framework of this franchise is that the Transformers, for all intents and purposes, are human in spite of the fact that they are robots. They're not even technically robots. They're aliens that are metallic.
Yeah, they're their own species.
Yeah, like they evolve. They have like biological traits and stuff, and certain continuities they can heal and stuff. They are aliens, and they are basically supposed to be human stand-ins. So I don't know what the fuck he's trying to say with that. Because I know my next point that I cover is Avatar, and I can almost guarantee he's going to criticize that movie on the grounds of, but the humans are the bad guys, and we're human, so the bad guys must be good guys, because I'm a good guy.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting that's going to be really fun, but I think this is just laying the groundwork for, oh yeah, humans are just inherently good, which, no, actually I'd say we're not.
Please.
Especially you, Jack.
I do have a lot to say about that segment. It's just how fucking stupid that point is about the whole humans and all that. Ugh.
Yeah.
I'll make a joke that is pretty fucking familiar to you, SK.
Next up, he talks about Avatar, which, unlike Transformers 1, is a movie I can't personally stand.
What if we have the opposite? Sometimes the villain isn't a person wanting to upend the system, but the system itself, like the RDA in Avatar. The RDA is the ultimate corporate villain, representing greed, exploitation, and the dehumanizing effects of capitalism. Their goal is simple: mine Pandora for unobtainium, no matter the cost. To them, the Na'vi are just obstacles, and Pandora's lush ecosystems are just another resource to be harvested. What's scary with the RDA is how realistic they are. In the real world, corporations and governments have justified similar actions in the name of progress or profit. That's why it's so unsettling when some viewers argue the RDA is practical, or they're just doing what needs to be done. This line of thinking echoes the same excuses used to justify deforestation, general environmental destruction, and genocides against different ethnic groups. But Avatar isn't subtle with who's in the right. Jake Sully and the Na'vi represent the harmonious way of living that respects life and the planet. The RDA, on the other hand, is a cautionary tale of what happens when humanity loses its connection to nature. Rooting for them, or even sympathizing with their goals, completely misses the point. This is a universe with a canon deity that connects all living things on the planet, so killing the planet is killing an actual conscious entity. Many people even argue that humanity needs to survive by the time of the Way of Water, so the RDA must colonize Pandora, right? To that I'd like to ask, why did Earth get to that point in the first place? Why should history repeat itself with a species that had zero say in the matter of what humanity does to their planet or Earth? One of the messages of this film is for us to get our shit together because our planet is pretty neat and we should preserve it instead of ruining it for future generations.
This is a completely insane takeaway because Jake Sully and the Na'vi are among the most unlikable protagonists I have ever seen put to screen. I am provided with no sufficient reason to side with them.
So his argument is, it's okay to kill others so long as you don't like them. That's considering what the first half of this video was, Jack. Damn, what a flip!
You really trying to morally grandstand this point?
Crazy, dude, crazy. Oh my god, nuts. Yeah, no. So the thing is with Avatar is that humanity is wrong, and I don't actually care if you don't like Jake or the Na'vi. That's not the point of the video. I'm not here to discuss whether or not someone likes a movie. I actually never am, frankly. I'm discussing the merits of the storytelling itself because I find that infinitely more fascinating. And to reduce the argument to, yeah, well, I don't like them. Like, okay. So, I never fucking asked for your input, bitch.
What does that have to do with the bad guys doing horrible acts? That's what's so confusing.
Yeah, like, okay, you don't like the good guys, so what? If you don't like the Avatar movies, you have not watched them since they released, and you are covering a video where Avatar is discussed, you could just skip it.
Mm-hmm. Or, if you actually gave a shit to respond to all points, you would watch it anyway.
Yeah, like, if you want to do a good video, rewatch it. Or, at the very least, skip it. You don't have to give your input on Avatar, because all you've done now in making a passive remark that is not supposed to be taken seriously, or not supposed to be the crux of your argument, you've actually completely lampooned your entire thesis. So good job, you fucking idiot.
Them over humanity. Even with Quaritch and the RDA being bad guys on the surface level against the Na'vi, there's not much discussion or evidence in the films of the RDA and its goons being bad guys on an abstract level. And this point is only amplified in the sequel, where the Earth is stated to be running out of resources to sustain itself. Prioritizing humanity's survival in the face of the apocalypse.
They say broadly that it's dying. They don't go into any detail beyond that.
Revisiting this right after having just rewatched The Way of Water in the scene in which the RDA are attacking the whales. They're called Tulkun, I think. But yeah, and the way in which they target a mother because it has to swim more slowly so that the calf can keep up, and everything is like, it's really funny hearing KinoFlex just say that. There's nothing, he said, hold on, I won't repeat this because I don't want to straw man him.
Abstract level. In this pitch and the RDA being bad guys on the surface level against the Na'vi, there's not much discussion or evidence in the films of the RDA and its goons being bad guys on an abstract level.
there's not much evidence of the RDA and its goons being bad guys on an abstract level. It's like that's complete nonsense if you just rewatch the films.
Also, the additional information too that the Tulkun are also like they're people.
Yeah,
like they're just people. They're are whale-shaped people. They're
they
smarter than humanity.
They literally say that in the movie that they're way smarter than us.
The only reason they hunt them down is for a gel in their brain that stops human aging. Which, yeah, we can discuss whether or not like that's a bit of a weird thing to introduce into the universe and stuff. But nonetheless, that is part of the world that we've had established. And we're establishing that this planet or this moon has all these different resources, and humanity's sole purpose for being there is just getting those resources, no matter the cost. Yeah, I think that is actually sufficient enough reasons to assume that they are villains in the abstract. And again, in him not rewatching the movie, he fucked up again because he says that Earth is running out of resources. They don't say that. We don't know how Earth is dying. We don't even fully know if Ardmore's telling the truth. I'm willing to bet she is. But we don't know what the context is. All we know is that Earth is dying, period.
I understand if someone maybe can't see this because of the fact that the RDA are humans and are thus the same species as us, and the good guys are a completely fictional species that's entirely a CGI, right? But all that one has to really do to understand that the RDA are the bad guys is to imagine that like what's happening on like in Avatar is really just aliens invading Earth. If you just simply frame the RDA as aliens invading Earth to exploit our resources, take our oil and everything else that we have that that we rely on, you realize, oh shit, yeah, the RDA are kind of fucking evil. They're literally alien invaders.
More than meets the eye. They're just the Decepticons.
The RDA may be humans, but in the context of them invading another planet, they are the alien invaders. To the indigenous people on Pandora, the RDA are aliens. So you just simply have to think about like, well, what if some alien species suddenly showed up one day and invaded our planet and subjugated, our entire population to take away our resources? How do you
not
feel
only
like
that have been infiltrating our society and doing a bunch of really fucked up things to our planet and home for many decades, to a point where there would be children born who wouldn't know anything outside of the invaders?
Fucking
I just described the Fremen.
XCOM 2, baby.
As soon as you basically just make people imagine that that we get an alien invasion doing exactly what the RDA are doing to Pandora, you then quickly realize, oh yeah, the RDA are fucking evil.
Yeah, and it's kind of amazing how the movie makes it abundantly fucking clear with every single possible context clue, like the polluted atmosphere surrounding the Hell's Gate complex, to the soldiers not really giving a damn about the Na'vi that they're gunning down, to the fact that fucking Selfridge is playing putt-putt in the genocide office. Like, all these different pieces of information are making it more than clear that they're the villains. But on the grounds of, I don't like the characters, and they look different than me, you're just going to say, oh yeah, they're the bad guys, or they're at least not the good guys. I'm sorry. Fuck off. The RDA is evil.
Yeah.
And this point is only amplified in the sequel, where the Earth is stated to be running out of resources to sustain itself. Prioritizing humanity's survival in the face of the apocalypse, rather than some alien species who refuses to cooperate to help, is by all counts a good thing. Especially when you take into account that it's not simply the people in the RDA, but general humanity as a whole who had nothing to do with the Earth becoming how it is.
Ever wonder why some characters are written without much depth? Because there isn't any depth to be had with topics like this. If this message is lost to anybody with how abundantly clear the messages are, I have no words.
Jake betraying his own race, the Earth dying, humanity having no choice but to do anything they can do to...
Pause it. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is what I find so annoying about this movie. They'll take Quaritch's quote where he says, how's it feel to betray your own species? He's saying that as a deranged sociopath who's been on Pandora for what, like 20 years? He's been losing his fucking mind, and it's made very clear that he's been losing his fucking mind. he didn't betray his own species. What Jake does on Pandora does not affect anything on Earth. The events of the first movie are not with the context of Earth dying. It was with the context that they're on Pandora to collect resources. Resources that we don't know the full scope of what they're used for. All we know is that they're room temperature superconductors. That could be anything from computer parts to maglev to energy production. Who fucking knows what they're used for? But it's not that Earth is dying in the first movie, and in Jake betraying the RDA, he's betraying humanity and dooming them to a life of hell. He's just factually not. And then it gets even funnier, too, when you consider that there are humans that live on Pandora post the events of the first movie. And funny enough as well, obviously he wouldn't be operating under this assumption, but the trailer for the third Avatar movie came out a couple days ago. In that trailer, they have it where Spider is able to effectively be mutated by the planet to be able to breathe Pandoran air and live on Pandora perfectly fine, even with like a Q so that he can connect with other creatures and stuff. Meaning that this franchise is making it very clear, and this is kind of a thing they set up with The Way of Water, and it's also a thing in the first Avatar movie too. The theme of like societies coming together, and like regardless of like the barrier of species and worlds, they're still able to find mutual connection. If we're gonna like sort of extrapolate that to a societal level, that means the future movies are probably going to end with the conclusion of humans do end up living on Pandora, but on terms that don't require genocide.
Yeah, I mean, and that also, like, that just simply makes sense, right? Like, the idea that, like, we could, probably evolve to adapt to survive on Pandora.
Exactly. That's the whole plot of the first movie, is one character doing that exact thing. And then the sequels then further emphasize these points. But then you're still willing to just look at the RDA and say, they're the good guys because human, as if there aren't other ways to live on Pandora. Hell, there are ways to colonize Pandora without literally killing the fucking planet. Their first action on screen in The Way of Water is glassing a continent. They didn't need to do that. We know in the first movie that that's not a thing they need to do on entry. They use the like landing craft that look like space shuttles. So if we're shown already means of arriving on Pandora, and the RDA's first move is glass the fucking continent to send a message, basically, I get that from the perspective of writing the villains. Yeah, that makes sense. Why wouldn't they do that? The issue is seeing that and going, they're not the bad guys.
Yeah.
Survive. None of these facts are addressed or refuted in any meaningful way, which is very poor writing if we, the audience, are expected to root for Jake and the Na'vi. All we get is a very lazily written nature preservation allegory that puts the well-being of nature first and humanity second. Moving on to Dune.
But what happens when the villain is who you've been following the whole time? Paul Atreides from Dune is pretty neat. He starts out as a heroic archetype, a young man thrust to a dangerous political conflict who rises to become the messianic leader of the Fremen. But what if the Messiah had other plans? What if destiny had darker ambitions? By the end of Dune 2, Paul is no longer the noble savior he appeared to be. He becomes consumed with the weight of his role as Quadit's Hodderich, knowing that his rise will lead to a galaxy-wide jihad in his name. Fans often argue that Paul is justified because he's trying to navigate a no-win situation. That ignores the fact that his actions still led to immense suffering. He does still make choices that hurt others.
You can't just bring up Paul's lack of agency in his decision and leave it at that. Because what was the alternative for Paul in this situation? The only option presented to him in the film was to either let countless people die along with himself and his family, or unite all of the Fremen against the Harkonnens with the Jihad. The reason people have this dumb opinion of Paul being a mustache-twirling villain when he...
when I ignore exactly what the person said, only to say the exact same thing again. Yeah, I know that Paul has no other option and is choosing the one option that results in the least amount of suffering. That doesn't all of a sudden mean that those deaths are absolved. He's still...
He just died again.
Yeah, he'll come back. He'll come back.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man!
Okay,
I hate my Wi-Fi, dude.
So listen, we heard like absolve him of all those deaths, and then you said he's still, and then you
he's still culpable. He's still culpable.
Yeah,
all those deaths are still on his hands. Like, he's still causing death, regardless of the fact that it's the outcome that causes the least amount of deaths.
But see, have you considered that maybe all those casualties will be forgotten?
All those casualties will be forgotten.
And Dune's a funny one where the entire point of the story is that there are no heroes. The only two people you could maybe consider heroes are Leto and Chani. Chani ending up, as in the book, a concubine, and then Leto dying.
Isn't Duncan Idaho also considered a hero?
I guess, yeah. But I wouldn't really say he's like... I guess, yeah. I don't know what the later books do, man, because that shit's fucking creepy and weird.
But yeah.
But operating off of the stuff we get from at least the movie, which is going to be the most consumed version of the Dune story, easily. Paul's a villain. He does things that are bad. Even if they're for the right reasons, it's still bad, which in turn makes him the villain. Granted, there are other villains in Dune that are worse than him. That doesn't make him any less evil. I don't know, man. I don't know. Crazy shit.
He's more complex than that is because Denis Villeneuve played scary music over Paul and tries to get the audience to side with Cheney as if she has the right idea in telling Paul to not go through with it, which end up being the worst parts of the film because Villeneuve completely changed her character into being less likable as an author's pet because he didn't trust us to understand that Paul isn't Luke Skywalker. Fortunately, it's entirely possible to watch the film with the interpretation that Cheney is being a dumb bitch who doesn't realize that Paul doesn't really have a choice, which is the point. While it's true that the Fremen are Paul's servants, they would kill Paul and the people he cared about would die if he didn't accept his destiny. Dune isn't about conflict being unnecessary, it's that conflict is ultimately always going to be inevitable whether we like it or not for survival's sake, with different kinds of people using power in an amoral fashion all the same.
Paul's story is meant to critique the idea of messianic figures and the danger.
Bro really just said, Chani is unlikable now, therefore, which... Man, if you're starting your sentence with this character's unlikable, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, fuck off. Use any level of objective analysis, please, please. I beg of you. If you're gonna refute objective talking points, try using objective reasoning.
Of absolute power. It's a warning, not an endorsement. But many fans see Paul as a tragic hero. Someone who's justified in his choices because the system around him is so broken. This kind of thinking shows how easily people can excuse harmful actions when they sympathize with the character committing them. He might be the protagonist, but he's no hero.
Mr. Media Literacy over here, funnily enough, misses the entire point of Dune, because Paul has to be somewhat of a traditional heroic figure, as the message is to be critical of hero worship in general, no matter what form they come in, because of how downright impossible it is to do the right thing on a massive scale. Frank Herbert, the author of Dune, said that the bottom line of the Dune trilogy is to beware of heroes. It's much better to rely on your own judgment and your own mistakes. So in that sense, Paul can be a hero based on Herbert's interpretation, which doesn't at all conflict with the...
Herbert's talking hero in a mythological sense, not in a narrative sense. Hero, the idea of a figure that comes in and solves everybody's problems, the one we rally behind. That's the hero he's describing, not the hero of the story. Paul's not a hero. He has openly said many times that Paul is not a hero.
So, Jack, did you read it? Oh, Kino, did you read it?
Point of the story,
I think it's funny too because like Frank Herbert literally wrote Dune Messiah to make his point explicitly clear because he realized that a lot of people didn't get it.
Yeah, which I just think it's interesting to then take the word hero and then assume the different meaning, because there are words with multiple meanings. Hero in certain contexts has different meaning. If hero is used in the broad sense of like the theme, hero can mean a lot of things. Traditionally speaking, heroes would be what we consider today to be literal barbarians, rapists and murderers and stuff. But that's just how society conceptualized the idea of a hero, someone to rally behind, a strong dude. If your society champions strength and all this shit, then yeah, you're going to obviously see a figure like that as a hero. And the story is supposed to be critical of the sort of Campbellian myth of, like the monomyth, basically, right? Yeah.
idea is that you shouldn't be an uncritical follower to even your own heroes. In other words, the message C is claiming to understand is actually one that goes against the entire point of his poorly thought out video. Finally, we have Senator Armstrong. And no, I don't care about his other example he brings up because I haven't watched Pirates of the Caribbean past Curse of the Black Pearl.
Finally, there's Senator Armstrong for Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance.
My God.
The deranged politician who wants to create a world where only the strong survive, tearing down institutions and systems in the process. His ideology is a brutal and exaggerated form
My
of
source,
social
and I made it the
Darwinism,
fuck up.
blended with the distorted
check
sense of
DMs.
American exceptionalism.
Give me a minute.
Advocating for a world where only the strong thrive, rejecting traditional systems of government and morality in favor of raw power and individualism. Armstrong believes that societal systems like democracy and law have become corrupt and ineffective, manipulated by the weak to control the strong. He envisions a world without nations or ideologies, where people fight for their own survival, supposedly ensuring freedom and strength through perpetual conflict. Despite his claims of wanting to create a better world, his rhetoric exposes a callous disregard for human life, revealing that his vision is less about justice and more about imposing his violent philosophy on the world. Ryden even points out how Armstrong's views don't mean shit, considering he was born rich and powerful, never knew any struggles, while Ryden himself was once a child soldier, still grappling with the psychological damage of his experiences in adulthood.
Anyone who has actually played the game you're talking about would concede that Armstrong's philosophy of might makes right had a point to an extent, considering Ryden ultimately ended up agreeing with him, as you need some level of power to protect yourself and to enact positive change.
You've guaranteed the status quo will go on. For a while longer, at least.
My God.
War will continue as an institution, as an industry. Men will fight for reasons they
DJ,
don't
check the
understand. Causes they don't believe in.
The break-taking program is finished, but the larger company is not, I'm afraid. Someone will buy them. PMCs are in demand once again.
Yeah. Fighting for reasons they don't understand. Causes they don't believe in.
Beg pardon?
No. Nothing.
Armstrong's plan is essentially hyper-individualism on steroids, which would only cause a total free-for-all and cause...
Really appreciate the objective analysis on display when I clearly said that Paul is a hero based on Frank Herbert's interpretation of one, and not the widely accepted one. That's what KinoFlex just said.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't really care what he has to say further. We're watching his video right now. We're watching his video right now. Like he's the thing is his own video is not really understanding what I'm talking about. I made my points very clear. I double-checked my script multiple times. And yeah, the issue is this guy didn't do that. He rushed out this video, and now we're finding holes in it that are contradictory to the thesis of the video entirely. So, Jack, I'm sorry if you wanted to make that point, if you wanted to actually break down what Campbell meant beyond a literal Wikipedia scan, which, by the way, we already discussed how using Wikipedia as a source earlier is pretty fucking stupid, especially with your comments about Grok being used as a source, considering both are pretty terrible. Should have been in the video. Because Campbell was Herbert was somebody who would talk a lot about the traditional hero in the Campbellian sense. And in the context in which you provided, yes, he was talking about that. So, GG's, moron. Can't wait till you're on the
Ryden, though, represents Armstrong's ideals of someone able to carve out their own path by using their strength while disregarding everyone else's rules.
So, your mind is made? You will not come back.
Sorry, Boris.
I understand. But then, what will you do?
Go so fucking hard, holy shit.
I've got my own war to fight.
This is why even if Armstrong isn't able to get everyone to literally fight for what they believe in, he dies satisfied knowing that Ryden and people like him will fight for their own beliefs no matter what, through his strong will, which vindicates his views on strength, but not his plan.
The rise of villain worship says a lot about how people view the world. It's easy to be entertained by villains. They're confident, powerful, often reflect frustrations with broken systems, but glorifying them misses the bigger picture. Villains aren't meant to be role models. They're cautionary tales, showing us what happens when we give in to our worst instincts, and what can happen when we leave others unchecked with their greed. Heroes, on the other hand, show us how to rise above those instincts. Characters like Optimus Prime, Jake Sully, and Will Turner aren't perfect, but they'll fight for what's right even when it's hard. They remind us that being a hero isn't about being flawless, but it's about choosing to do the right thing, no matter how difficult it is. Heroes show us why they're worth fighting for. It's time we started paying attention to that message.
Whoa! Heroes are meant to fight for the right thing? No way, you're telling me this for the first time.
Dude, I'm sorry, you don't get to, like, do the, oh, how obvious that is when you missed, like, 90% of the points being made.
Yeah.
Like, it's a ridiculous sense of just fucking ego. Like, dude, get off your fucking
he thinks
high
he's
horse.
top shit. It's great.
Like, get off your fucking high horse, dude. You're
Yeah.
just responding to a video with a complete non sequitur of a premise with Charlie Kirk. Fuck off.
Fine. My only response to this is to bring up a quote from Frank Herbert.
Don't give over all of your critical faculties to people in power, no matter how admirable those people may appear to be. Beneath the hero's facade, you will find a human being who makes human mistakes. Enormous problems arise when human mistakes are made on the grand scale, available to a superhero. And sometimes you run into another problem. It is demonstrable that power structures tend to attract people who want power for the sake of power, and that a significant proportion of such people are imbalanced. In a word, insane. Heroes are painful. Superheroes are a catastrophe. The mistakes of superheroes involve too many of us in disaster. It is the systems themselves that I see as dangerous.
Hero worship can be dangerous as they can cause us to rely on flawed people and sacrifice our own critical thinking instead of forming our own ideas and worldview to solve issues. They don't necessarily have to be bad people, but they can still be wrong from time to time, which is why we should have the confidence to disagree with the vision they put forth if we view it as half-baked or bring unintended consequences. I find the inclusion of my response to C's video to be necessary because it communicates clear hypocrisy all throughout if you contrast his morals with his reaction to Charlie Kirk's assassination. Executing a guy who literally enslaved your race is bad, humanity risking their lives to secure resources for their dying planet and population is bad, defending yourself along with an entire group of people from being genocided is bad, acknowledging that having power and using it is necessary to enact any sort of change whatsoever is bad, but some psycho killing a guy for debating college kids is worthy of celebration? What the hell? This man named C, this C-man, if you will, is the exact stereotype of every bad video essayist who gets routinely mocked. He claims to be open-minded, but is actually extremely closed-minded if something doesn't adhere to his narrow point of view.
When do I ever
Most of his
claim to be
analysis.
open-minded? I know, like, you know, haha, funny, C's a jackass, but, like, actually, when have I ever said that? Because I really don't care what other people have to say. Like, I've never made a video saying, like, oh yeah, feel free to disagree with my opinions. No, I don't ever say that. I say, no, this is the correct way to interpret something because this is straight up what the story is advocating for. This is the writing in the text, and you can manipulate it however the fuck you want, but there is something there that is provable and objective. Otherwise, you're advocating for pure subjectivity, which I don't do. Subjectivity is boring, and in terms of media discussion, it is complete fucking drivel. In terms of this is what I do. Objective. Look at the actual information that is there. Extrapolate the real data. It's great. It's fun. I encourage anyone to do it. And if you're going to say, like, oh yeah, people could interpret it differently, you're not advocating for that. You're advocating for people to just make shit up and say that, oh yeah, it's my opinion. I don't give a shit what your fucking view on something is. Don't make shit up.
That can be summed up as him recounting a film's plot and buying into a film's framing uncritically, even if the framing isn't at all justified. And he puts on a lame, exaggerated voice. These are all honestly aspects you can shrug your shoulders.
That's my speaking voice. I'm sorry to tell you, man. That is my speaking voice. You can hear it right now. That's how I talk.
Yeah.
Granted, in a video,
well, I was gonna say, speaking of, I don't know if I'm the only one who gets this impression, but I think the C sounds like a bit of a variant of Carlton Gant. I don't know. Does anyone else get that impression?
Carlton Gant, the liberal.
I don't.
And the whole point of just
But as someone who's been in many voice calls with the C, this is just his voice.
It's just how I talk, man. Now, the difference between YouTube me, or I guess YouTube video me, and live stream or call me is I'm a lot less crass in my videos compared to otherwise that you guys have probably been able to deduce. But you know, no exaggeration, just how I talk. At least I sound like my balls have dropped, so I got that over you, Jack.
Some stories are open for interpretation, but your interpretation can still be wrong. You've proven that expertly, Jack.
Yeah, because Kino
That's
asked.
the thesis of the video, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, Kino asked, "Does C ever think that some stories are open to interpretation?" that's not a valid response to what the C just said.
That because there's so many other channels exactly like this. But something I just can't ignore is his celebration of political violence. I received messages from people telling me that I.
Who's S-O-U-T? Who's that?
Oh yeah, that's me.
I wonder who that is.
Oh, it's not a good cropping job.
Shouldn't defend Charlie Kirk because of things he said, but I can't help but defend him when the reasons people bring up for hating him are completely misleading or wrong. Whether you liked him or hated him,
rewind back to
shouldn't defend Charlie Kirk because of things he said, but I can't
stand the word empathy. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term and it does a lot of damage. Sympathy is a better word because empathy means you are actually feeling what another person felt, and no one can feel what another person feels. So this is, this is just not understanding what the concept of empathy actually is.
Such
a strong. All this really shows is that he doesn't understand English.
Yeah.
Like, in the whole motivation just behind it is to just try and weaponize it against people for no particular reason other than I need to have a shitty point and not understand that words have meaning. Yeah, it's a new age term. No, it's existed for fucking years.
Yeah,
dude.
Empathy is simply feeling with someone by emotionally sharing their perspective. It's like it basically requires you actually putting yourself in their shoes and understanding how it would make you feel if you were going through what they were going through. It's fine to say that it does a lot of damage and no one can feel what another person feels. That's just kind of a self-report, actually, that Charlie Kirk himself is just incapable of feeling empathy.
Yeah.
Or just and thinks that it's stupid that other people can somehow do that, apparently.
Well, I just don't see the damage. The idea that you can share emotions about a situation. I mean, what if two people go through the same exact thing? It's you can't have empathy?
I just had a funny thought about this. So
yeah, I frankly don't think that this disproves anything.
All it does is
it definitely contextualizes that he's not trying to say never feel bad for people, at least in his wording, but still, he just shows a complete misunderstanding of what empathy means. Basic English.
Saying no one can feel what another person feels. Speak for yourself, dude. I know that I can. Other people can. I think that's just a skill issue, Charlie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wanted to say something funny. After his death, guess what people try to tell you to do? Oh, empathize with him. Yeah. Even though Charlie Kirk despised the word. So that's hilarious.
To sort of expand on your point, SK, I think I'll go a little further. I think at best what this does is prove that Charlie Kirk is not necessarily a terrible person, but it proves that he's an idiot, which I'm not sure which interpretation you really want to use.
I think this right here is just idiotic, but I still think he's a terrible person.
It is.
Well, yeah, so this right here is him being an idiot, but again, we can just keep on pulling up all of his tweets. I mean, I feel all we really have to do when we debate anyone about Charlie Kirk is okay, let's just pull up any random Charlie Kirk tweets reporting on crime, and
the T for LGBT stands for tyranny. Just need that.
We just need to collect hundreds of tweets of him just saying a black person did this, a gay person did that, and an immigrant did this. It's just being do you understand why this comes across as racist? Do we have to just change some words around for you to get if it was someone saying a white person did this, a straight person did that, a Christian did this? Do you understand maybe that would rub you the wrong way?
Yeah.
Okay, then why is what Charlie Kirk's doing here
okay? Group.
Yeah.
Like, it's clear, fucking obvious subtext. Clear, obvious.
Yeah,
that it is
subtext that you will read, subtext that you will eagerly read into C or Sheev's words to make them, to frame them as celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, even though that's not what they're actually doing. But you are just going to be deliberately obtuse when it comes to there being any subtext to what Charlie Kirk was doing, when everyone else can fucking see it. We can all say the Emperor is not wearing clothes, Jack.
I'm gonna just make it clear in case my stance on Charlie Kirk is not clear enough. He can suck a fart out of my ass.
Well, the problem is I don't think he can right now.
Not anymore.
I'm
under different circumstances.
Wow. Thank you for the 10, Larry. KinoFlex really be that guy who, despite being given evidence that Kirk has hateful and bigoted rhetoric and lies about it, he won't accept it unless Kirk directly says, "I hate LGBT and minorities." Yeah, basically.
Plausible deniability.
I mean, by that same logic, just then hold C and Sheev to the same logic. Unless they literally say, "Yes, I am going to throw a party that Charlie Kirk is dead," you can't accuse them of celebrating his death. Checkmate, motherfucker.
Defend him when the reasons people bring up for hating him are completely misleading or wrong. Whether you liked him or hated him, Charlie Kirk was a human being no different from you or me. I'm not going to sit back.
I mean,
The difference is he's bad.
Well, I also I don't exploit people's murders to spread racist narratives to make everyone fear black people. I don't do that.
I do. I don't. That's a whole other thing.
But I mean,
personally, I don't like making jokes about the children at Gaza that are being murdered.
DJ.
I don't. Yeah, I don't.
Emma.
I don't know, man. If Charlie Kirk actually gave a shit about Irina, he would have maybe tried to set up like a GoFundMe or something for her family, any type of fundraiser, anything to help them. But no, instead he used her death to, drive up views for his own personal gain, basically, to spread all sorts of rhetoric about black people. That's how he used her murder.
Yeah, with that said, we're just going to get to the end of it.
Back and let people with sizable followings radicalize their audiences into having the same mindset as Kirk's assassin, we should be coming together despite our differences, not at each other's throats, because no good will come from that.
When people stop talking.
But then you literally go at their throats based on something you misread.
Yeah, and this clip just basically kind of reinforces that Kirk is just a fucking hypocrite.
Really bad stuff starts. When marriages stop talking, divorce happens. When civilizations stop talking, civil war ensues. When you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to want to commit violence against that group. What we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have reasonable disagreement where violence is not an option.
But hey, those are just my thoughts.
Alright, yeah, that's basically the end. Nothing else to watch. Jack. You need... Proofread your stuff, man. That's what I'm saying after that.
Yeah. If I could say anything to Jack, it's... man, this is also... I'm gonna sort of stop with the whole, asshole sort of persona I put on. But, Jack, man, you're a young dude. You've got a good head on your shoulders when it comes to at least being able to articulate your points and stuff in YouTube videos and stuff. I think it's a shame that this is what you're dedicating your time towards, and I do think you can do a lot better than this. I would love to be able to say that I think your videos are well constructed, and who knows, maybe your other videos are, but all I can really say is this is monumentally disappointing. Actually, more disappointing than I thought it would be, because I hadn't watched it until now, at least in full. So I truly do hope this is not what you dedicate the rest of your channel to be going forward, because this is just kind of sad.
Well, you should probably watch the follow-up that he posted to Bergman's coverage of Kingman Lee, because it feels like it kind of comes across as though he wants to really lean into, I guess, grifting on the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's murder. for lack grifting for lack of a better word. I'm not exactly sure how else I would I describe it basically.
Maybe jumping on the trend. Maybe that's better.
Yeah, I mean hitting trying to hit while the iron is hot. Like that's the general that's the general vibe that I'm getting from him. Because he's made like what 3 videos at this point now about like that have to do with Charlie Kirk getting killed.
This is the
in the
third.
aftermath of it.
Like the latest one was the third, I believe.
Yeah, so like there's like 3 videos now. And I feel like there were so many better examples of people that he could have like gone after for quote celebrating Charlie Kirk's death than the Sea or Sheev.
Yeah. I think these two are like really bad examples.
And I'll have a quick comment about the Kingman Lee video. I think not addressing what Lee actually said is kind of just, you know, weird to me.
It's not very transparent. Not very
You
transparent.
cut out. Like, what happens in the video is that he just, again, it's just basically a rehash of the clips, because Birdman talks about similar stuff that C said, and the major point that Birdman is making, Keen doesn't refute at all, like the actual main point, because those references to Charlie Kirk are kind of irrelevant to the actual tweet that was sent by Kingman Lee, where he basically just says that women should not have that, is the 19th amendment? What is the amendment? Yeah, they should not have that, and that they, and all that, because the tweet is very fucking disgusting, and I would be highly suspect of a company that is willing to hire someone that is willing to say those words and lie about them subsequently in a phone call with their boss.
Yeah, it doesn't really inspire trust.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
it's just like how Charlie Kirk lied when asked if he blamed losing out on a job to DEI.
Yeah, because he's sugarcoating it. Kingman Lee just sugarcoats what he said in trying to say that it was for people that celebrated, the women that just celebrated Kirk's death, but it clearly just segued to women in general, so not addressing that is very stupid, and trying to say that it's like, oh, I'm talking about just general overreach in companies. Like, dude, don't avoid the point.
Well, it's funny, like for people who try to present C or Sheev as dishonest when they clarify what their positions are, like you guys can't really seem to like provide concrete receipts for why they're lying. Meanwhile, we've got concrete receipts for both Kingman Lee and Charlie Kirk himself.
Ruh-roh.
I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. All right, we're golden. We're golden. We'll be fine. That is like the worst time for the audio to break out, when I'm doing a bathroom break. That's man.
Oh.
Yeah, I think now with all that said, I think now is time to bring them on.
Oh, Lord have mercy on
Send
us.
in the
I'm
clown.
gonna have some choice words about that whole fucking
Alrighty.
king.
All right, everyone. All right, everyone. Have your mean faces on.
Let's give the people what they came here for.
Say as much slurs as
All
possible.
right.
All right.
All
I'll
right.
even give you guys the
PJ,
hard
follow
R.
me.
I know
PJ,
what
follow me.
Jack's
PJ, follow me.
Shut up about your game. Shut the fuck up.
No, yeah,
he was
that's right.
trying to finish his point. Shut the fuck up.
Oh no. Hi.
What's up? All right,
Hello.
they're both here. All right, welcome.
It's the
Hello.
Suicide Squad.
It is Suicide Squad.
The career Suicide Squad.
Literally.
Bro, I hate my career. Fuck my career. I had to spend like the whole weekend at my career.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
So yeah, what is your disagreement, and tell us why?
For the second time.
The third time, I think, technically, if we're counting that private voice call, but I wasn't in either of those. So
That
this is
wasn't
my
a
day.
disagreement day.
That was a flame day. Yeah, no, like, effectively, I guess I want to start off with, because I know there's been that, I actually wasn't aware of the Charlie, like, Kirk West Point clip. Sure, yeah, I'm happy to say that I probably don't believe much of what he has to say now, if you lied about that.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
But then like, my question would be, necessarily, if we're fine to, because ultimately this comes down to me, like, inductively reasoning positions, sure, and I understand that, yeah, that doesn't seem wholly fair. But, like, two things, people will do that. So, example, I will form an impression of a person based on what they say. And the second thing I would just say is, why is it okay, and as far as I'm aware, nobody here, is this a recent thing you guys learned of the West Point thing? Or was this, like, something you were always aware of?
This was, hold on, so I found this and I sent this to SK, 1 second. It was, okay, so I sent this to him on October 2nd, so a week ago, basically, is when I found this and then sent this to SK.
But I presume it is more than a week ago that you'd be more than comfortable saying that Charlie Kirk is racist and homophobic. This isn't a gotcha, it's just like establishing that you are fine with inductive reasoning, right? As like a method of making an impression of a person.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So that's my problem then, right? And I would presume Jack's problem. We think that inductively, there's enough, regarding just the Charlie Kirk thing briefly, there's enough there to be like, yeah, I don't really know that either. And you know what? Hey, I said it in chat. I don't think the C is necessarily a liar. I think maybe he just has a different conceptualization of these things than I do. So I'm happy to walk that back as well publicly. Even though I didn't really say it publicly. I guess I said publicly like 2 hours ago.
You did say publicly in the chat, yes.
Yes. But like the reason I said that is just, yeah, I don't really know why it's such a gross leap from me or Jack when someone is, making jokes. And I think I said this to SK privately. I don't know if I ever said it in public. But my problem with the whole public-private thing as well is just, yeah, it makes things like this muddled. But to be clear, if I saw someone constantly saying a particular thing, I don't know why for example, I don't know why if someone kept making jokes about, like you said, trans people or black people, the example you gave with Candace Owens leftist commentator, like, yeah, I don't know why that would be such a crazy gap for me to bridge.
Okay,
specifically, and sorry, yeah, one more thing I was going to say regarding the jokes, especially when they defend the jokes on like anything more than just, yeah, these are edgy jokes. Again, if C or Sheev just said, hey, Charlie Kirk claimed to be pro-life and yet he died, right? I mean, okay, sure, and then say, oh yeah, that's just like edgy humor, you guys need to, grow a spine, effectively. That would be, to me, way more telling of like, yeah, you're probably just an edgelord than, oh, this person had a moral and, philosophical makeup that I think merits him being targeted in this way.
Well, so the idea that he was giving off there when he said that was because he was trying to argue that he wasn't worthy of, like, respect. He doesn't think that applies to him, and that's to justify the ill-timed jokes that were being made. I don't think that intrinsically proves that you're celebrating, what happened, or that you wanted it to happen,
I mean, all that Sheev had originally posted was just the screenshot of Charlie Kirk saying that guns save lives, and obviously his intent was to point out the irony in him ever having said that.
Yeah, and just to be clear, in the parallel universe where that's all he posts, we're not having this conversation. The problem is he posts that, and then I think
what the fuck?
You would know better than me. He posts that, and then I presume he gets a bunch of pushback. People saying basically, which that's like should be imminently foreseeable when you post that. I feel, but he gets a bunch of pushback, and then says, "Oh, actually, here's why it was okay for me to make this joke," and the justification isn't. Like the justification is what I take umbrage with, and what I think betrays the sentiment to me, because the justification basically amounts to, "Hey, he deserves to have this joke made about him because fuck this person." Does that not immediately let's transpose this on a different example? If somebody a trans person died or gets shot or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then somebody takes their own life, right? You remember the fucking bridge meme? The girl who was on a bridge and then she committed suicide? Yeah, it was fucked up. And on that same day, there was a bunch of people going like, oh, join the 41% and shit like that, right? And if that person then says, actually, it's okay for me to make this joke because, trans people have their ideology in schools and they're trying to trans our kids and they're grooming them. Then we would assume they're transphobic, yes?
Yes, I get where you're going with that. Here's my problem with that comparison. There are reasons that we can extrapolate based on the transphobes that we're talking about. The only reason we can extrapolate for why they would be saying this stuff about innocent people is that they don't like them for their identity, that's inherently transphobic. That's the answer. That's the reading that makes the most sense. The problem with the situation with Sheev and C is that they have reasons to believe that Charlie Kirk is just a bad person all around, and that's the reason. In fact, that's not even up for interpretation. They specifically said, yes, this guy was bad. I don't care about making fun of him. So, that's why, we can... Cool. The reasoning is right there. We can't... If they said this about an innocent person, then you'd have more of an argument there. But...
Yeah.
That's not what we're dealing with.
I'm sorry. I just wasn't able to bring this up because I was letting Jan finish, and then we just kind of moved on. But I'm kind of stuck on. Did Jan, did you take issue with the idea of me simply comparing what Charlie Kirk was doing to, say, a far left black woman with Charlie Kirk's platform doing the same thing?
No, I think that comparison's completely fine.
Okay. I wasn't. So here's the thing. I wasn't entirely clear. I've been up for quite a while, and also you have a very heavy accent, and also I had you up to 200% for whatever reason. There must have been some prior call where you were really quiet, and I had to boost you up. And I'm getting my eardrums blown out right now. So okay, I'm glad that we're at least on the same page there. So I would just simply say that if it's okay to use inductive reasoning to include that this hypothetical, let's say, leftist Candace Owens is a racist based on X, Y, and Z actions. It's entirely fair to do the exact same thing with Charlie Kirk because he is doing the exact same thing that I would call leftist Candace Owens in that hypothetical a racist.
No, I don't have any problem. Again, I don't have any problem with you using inductive reasoning. What I'm just saying is that me and Jack are using inductive reasoning on Sheev and C.
Holy fuck, that's what your voice sounds like? Holy shit. That is
what it sounds like. I'm sorry. I know. I'm doing my best.
Look, man, I've seen tumors. I've never heard one before.
I'm well aware. I'm well aware that you and Jack were using...
I have had tumors.
Well, I'm well aware that you and Jack were using inductive reasoning to accuse C and Sheev of celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, but that just bolsters my point when I point out it's ironic to then try to argue against us when we're using inductive reasoning to argue that he was a racist. Now I know that that's not what you are doing. That's what Jack was doing a lot in the last call that I was in with him about this. It was prior to the stuff that Pokery was involved in, and that's just a whole story in and of itself. But yeah, the last time that I was in a call with Jack and SK, I should say, about Charlie Kirk, we made that kind of abundantly clear. And again, it's I'm not against the concept of using inductive reasoning. I just think the inductive reasoning that you and Jack use is flawed. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I understand that you think it's flawed, but then I necessarily have to argue. I wasn't there for those calls. Again, I don't know a whole lot of... Yeah, I'm just clarifying, I'm not wholly aware even of who Kirk really was until this shit happened. But, the point that I'm getting at is Jack and I, or at least I'll speak for myself now, I don't know about Jack, but, I wouldn't say that if you told me this is why I believe he's racist based on all of these things, and I think Liam was there. He can attest to when I had the debate with Pokery. I don't have a problem with people making that statement. I just think there's so much ado being made about us just being like, yeah, no, we don't really believe that, it's an unreasonable reach to make. And I wouldn't, crucify you. I'm not saying you're trying to crucify us, holy shit. Just like, I'm being hyperbolic, but like, I wouldn't be wholly upset. I just think there's so much. It's not that deep. Would be the long and short of it. I think it's kind of what I said with Sheev as well before we had the whole diatribe about the loaded question, thing. But like, it's not that deep. I just don't really like Sheev based on what I saw from him in that tweet. It's not this insane conspiracy, and I don't really like C based on the interaction I had with him. Clearly, the feeling's mutual. So
yeah, I think you're a fucking prick.
I agree. I am a fucking prick.
Yeah, only a mother could love you, but that would be a little bit weird because I doubt your mother loves you.
No, she doesn't.
That explains a lot, honestly.
Well, to try to get back on track,
glad
right?
Glad to see that everything's civil.
Well, to try to get back on track, right? So the reasoning, the issue that we have is that the inductive reasoning being given doesn't necessarily line up, right? Because the factors you've given us so far, can apply to someone who doesn't celebrate the death itself, but is okay with making dark jokes about it. And it's the same logic that I would apply, for example, to Colin, right? I've criticized him for like some of the rape jokes that he would make, right? But I don't call him a rape apologist or a rapist. I don't say anything like that about him. So
yeah.
Real quick, can I say something?
Yeah.
I just I haven't been listening in too much. Jan was giving the argument. When Jan was giving the arguments, I imagine they were pretty sound, pretty logical.
No, they were awful.
Disagree with.
They're horrible.
But my position on this isn't necessarily the dark jokes. It's more so the doubling down afterwards, saying that why he needs to be they're justified in making
what I just said.
Dark jokes.
The dark jokes is the basis for it, right? That's the basis for that whole interaction.
Yeah. But SK, you would say that there's a difference between Colin making rape jokes, and then saying, okay, but this is why Sydney Sweeney deserves to be raped, right? You would.
Yes,
you
I would say that. I would say there's a difference. Yes.
Yeah, the thing we're ultimately getting at it, you would agree there's a different tenor if Colin said, oh, I'm making a rape joke, and then to justify it, I say, oh, I was just making a rape joke, grow up, it's just a joke, versus, actually, it's really good for me to make a rape joke because this person deserves it, for real, right? That's
I didn't say it was good for me to make a joke. I said that I don't care. That's my stance on it. I don't care about it.
I don't think anything said it's a great thing. It's just, I'm making a joke because I find it funny.
Well, because I'm somebody who makes a lot of edgy jokes.
But see, I agree. That was the first thing you said in the interaction. But with Sheev, there's several references of him doubling down on it.
All right, before we even get to Sheev, so Jan, do you concede that C was not celebrating the death?
Explicitly, yeah, sure, 100%. He didn't explicitly say, "I celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk."
But do you think he does, internally, as a person?
My honest assessment of my problem, my moral issue with both C and Sheev, but we'll stick to C, is I think that this behavior, especially so close after a tragedy, engenders a sentiment in a society that it's okay to mock these kinds of events that are particularly politically charged and could have horrific consequences if they're normalized. That's my problem.
Everything. I fucking mock January 6th. I mock 9/11. I mock everything, dude. There's no depth to it. It's just I make jokes about things.
Yeah, no, I know there's no depth to it, but you would agree that as someone with a obviously not as sizable as Charlie Kirk even, but as someone with a platform, if we normalize this as a society, there could be problems, right? If it becomes normal, just be whatever.
Yeah, normalize advocating for a thing. Yes, I agree. Normalizing advocating for that would be an absolutely monstrous thing that would completely upend society. Making jokes and saying I don't feel bad because XYZ, that's not advocating for the thing. That's saying I just don't care.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree.
So that's where the hang-up is, right? I don't really care if you disagree. That's where the hang-up is. That is what happened. And then you guys interpreted that as, oh, I'm celebrating and I'm trying to normalize. I'm not. I'm making a joke.
But I'm not. You understand that this doesn't have to be a conscious effort on your part. This could just be a consequence, an exigence that we don't like, right? This will happen as a consequence of what you did, even if that's not what you intended. It is moving the needle one step closer, so to speak.
So, but by the same token, that Charlie Kirk's rhetoric was stochastic terrorism, right?
Sure. If he
yeah,
was
like you'd basically
erroneous,
have to
as he
say
might
like
have been,
anything. You basically have to say that anything I'm doing is infinitesimally small compared to what Kirk was doing, which basically means that what I'm doing kind of just cancels out. Like it's just not relevant at that point.
Yeah, so it's kind of like
Well,
compared
hold
to
on,
what
it can be
Charlie Kirk
relevant
did
to
in
me,
his
right?
life. I mean, well, sure, but wait, hold on. What was your question?
Well, hold on. It can be relevant to me. I don't. It's in terms of on a societal scale. I can condemn Charlie Kirk, and I can walk and chew gum at the same time. I can condemn both, right? Like for example,
Sure,
Jack can
but-
attest to this. My initial response to the shooting was criticizing Donald Trump's response, which I thought was probably horrific, because he made an
This is why I
accusation
say,
of
if this is the
political
case, you should be spending a lot more of your time and energy criticizing other people who are significantly worse, and spend a lot more of your energy into helping with video essays or debates, focusing on
that's
actual
kind of
bad
cope though.
people.
That's kind of cope though, because my video won't reach
well,
Donald Trump. My video can reach this community though, this broader community we share.
But see, you don't know how I spend my time.
I think
You don't know what I do or what I say, how much thought I spend on things, what I advocate for. You don't really know anything about me from this purposes. Nor do I about you, really, to be fair. But yeah.
But yeah, I was gonna say, in fairness to see it, like the same applies to you. Like I don't see why this is even like a huge issue.
I don't get it either. He made a statement that I found objectionable as
Well,
fuck.
no,
and
I mean on both of your guys' part. Like yes, like C sees it as a joke, and that's fine.
Here's what I'll
But then
say.
I think you and Jack are taking it a little bit too literally.
Here's what I'll say, right? I think that's kind of where we're getting caught up. I do see like where you're coming from, Jen, in the sense that if we keep getting like desensitized to death that occurs, then eventually it will like have a mental side effect on people that, you know, let's say they use the internet as they grow up and develop. It would just be a bad influence on them to see like such insensitivity around the topic of death, assassination, whatever it is. And I can agree with that, right? I do. That's why I don't really stand by the jokes, because even though I think Charlie Kirk was a bad man, he did a lot of bad things, or said a lot of bad things. I don't.
He didn't deserve the death.
Yeah, one, he didn't deserve to die, and two, even if like, you know, you want to make the jokes at his expense, it's not just his experience, it's also the experience of his children. It is the worst day of their lives. No matter how bad Kirk was, I just don't see I don't see it as productive to make it worse for the kids as well.
Yeah, it's all about looking at the bigger picture. Like, yeah, sure, he was a humongous asshole, but at the same time, his family isn't involved at all. So the family shouldn't necessarily suffer because of this one dude.
Well, it's funny because I'll go ahead and talk about like it was just a one-on-one call that C and I have like last week or something. But essentially, like we explained why like we think that you know political violence like what happened to Charlie Kirk is only going to beget more violence. It's actually why we're generally against political violence in general. Now, she brought up in chat that there are contexts like in more extreme circumstances where political violence can be justified, and when he said that, it's pretty explicitly clear that he means more extreme circumstances than what happened to Charlie Kirk. Ergo, what happened to Charlie Kirk wasn't justified. But regardless, like, yeah, this is like generally speaking, we are against political violence, especially what happened to Charlie Kirk. Again, not all contexts, because the thing is that we kind of live in a country that only exists because of political violence. But regardless, like,
yeah, I know what you mean.
Wait, sorry, what?
I'm cool with shooting Hitler, for example. I know what you mean. Like, yeah, I understand the point.
Well, I mean, I guess I guess the one thing is that the person who shot Hitler was Hitler himself, technically.
Yes, and you know what? That was the one base thing he did. True.
Yeah. No one gives credit for Hitler for no one gives enough credit to Hitler for killing Hitler.
Yeah, his two credits should be the Autobahn and shooting Hitler. I agree.
Yeah,
those are his two achievements.
Yeah. But like either way is like, yeah, we don't think that political violence, especially like in the context of what happened to Charlie Kirk, is actually good. We do think that, like, I mean, it's already leading to more violence and more calls for more political violence. But you know what? We're not particularly sad about what happened to Charlie Kirk because he was a very awful piece of shit for reasons that we've clearly outlined that you seem to have like actually just completely folded on, or like you're not really going to like push back
Against
on.
them. I'm a bi person and I'm dating a trans person. I was never a massive fan of Charlie Kirk, to be clear. I don't know where this idea seemed to have. I'm not saying you're doing it maliciously, but this idea seemed to have sprung over the course of this like live stream. I think Jack is more partial to some of the positions from the voice chats you had, and I'm aware of these, and we talk about it semi-regularly. But like,
I haven't spoken to you very much about Charlie Kirk, man. So I don't know like what are all the ins and outs of like your positions compared to Jack, and I'm
like a center liberal. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Like
I don't believe you.
Which is, all right, based.
Okay, so I mean, well, that is the thing, right? Is
Jesus
that like
Christ.
just saying I don't believe you, in opening that door. It's just like it leads to like, okay, well, we can't really have a good faith discussion with each other. But the thing is that like I'm gonna say, but I'm gonna say I believe you.
Okay, well, with that said, would you at this point say that C, well, I already asked about celebrating. Do you believe that C is against the assassination?
Yeah, I think I said so. I don't think that. Again, to be clear, I don't. I would have to review the whole group chat. Like me not believing him was after I was getting tilted about getting epically BTFO owned over Avatar when I was correct about most assumptions I was making, and two.
Oh no, you weren't.
And two,
you
when
just
he.
weren't. It's hard to say. You're not.
I said I was getting BTFO'd. All right, listen, calm down. It's all right. And second thing about the conversation was I just find it kind of difficult to believe that someone doesn't know what Rib Bozo is and doesn't find that to be celebratory, but that
Apparently
was
there's an IQ filter.
You're talking to a 32-year-old man, dude. I'm sorry. I'm a little out of touch with you.
I'm 25. Like, I'm not massively younger than you. I guess like over half a decade.
I'm
sorry.
So we've gotten Jan to concede that he's not in favor of it. Jack, since you're the author of the video, do you believe that the C is in favor of Charlie Kirk's assassination? Jack?
He's muted. Unmute yourself, Boomer.
Oh, there's our answer.
Oh, he's dead.
There's our answer.
He was politically assassinated.
I'm listening.
Okay.
That was embarrassing.
Well,
the silence means yes.
The silence means yes.
I think he's busy with something probably because he's at work. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Well,
silence means yes. Me.
Is he taking any more McDonald's orders while
Shut up,
in
sub.
this one?
No, that's not what I'm fucking about.
Well, okay. In that case, then we'll just get to the Sheev thing while we're on it. Do you believe that Sheev is in favor of the assassination?
No, I never said it. So again, much with the former question, I don't know why this is even being asked, but.
Okay, so.
Well, isn't the video called "Celebrating Evil" or some shit?
Is it my video? I read the script for the video.
That's why
there's a lot of positions.
I tried to ask Jack.
No, I'm
it's not your video. You're just but you are defending Jack, right?
I mean, I think that Jack can make. To be fair, I'm not his minder. I'm his friend. Yeah, I think that Jack was fine to make whatever video he wants.
I'm not even saying otherwise. I'm just asking because it's like, does Jack agree with what you're saying right now?
As far as I'm aware, yes. Like, we never said that they were okay with the
killing.
So I might have said it.
We're trying to figure it out.
So hang on a second. If that's true, then why is the video called "Celebrating Evil" still?
Because we think that in gender, again, that's what I explained. I think at least I think, from my end, that certainly Sheev and I would agree, a smaller degree C, are creating an environment where apologia for political assassinations is normalized. I don't think that's good. I don't think that's normal.
But
yeah, but
that's
an
issue. That he's not in favor of it. And
I actually agree with you on that. So
you don't have to be in favor of something to do a thing, right?
Let's start point by point. Like, what makes you conclude that?
The proximity of the immediate response to the tragedy being jokes, the tenor of the jokes, the general frequency of the jokes, the defense for the jokes being he actually, he was a terrible person, to be fair. I think all of those things pretty conclusively tell me that, C agrees to this, as far as I'm aware, that, he wasn't hugely bothered about it and he was making jokes at his expense. I think that's irresponsible.
Oh, I don't give a modicum of a fuck about that asshole. I don't give a shit. This is the thing. It's like, I don't care. I could see literally the worst, most fucked up thing happen in front of me and I just make a joke out of it. That's what I do. There's no
Sure, and that's
deeper
right as an
political
American.
thing behind
Well,
it.
okay, yeah. In fairness, like, okay, a lot of people most of the time tend to make light of certain events, and I think that's fine. It just depends on the right place and the right time, and most importantly, the context.
Yeah,
but
just
I don't necessarily think that's them celebrating evil. If anything,
So I'm
Yeah.
a bad person.
Just
For
don't.
me,
Just don't.
I'm a bad
Not only is
person
it
for me.
hyperbolic, not only is that a hyperbolic thing to do, it also can be really damaging to someone's reputation to just have. I mean, for one, like if I'm assuming the video actually had nuance to it, which it doesn't, then people who don't click on the video will just scroll by under the assumption that
they'll just think
maybe
he's
I've heard
an
this
evil guy for
and
no
he's
reason.
an evil person, and it's
Right.
like that could range anywhere from being a mild nuisance to being a fucking pedophile or a rapist. Like, you see where that's kind of an issue for me to have that up?
Sure, yeah, but then of course, and I'm sure we'll go more into this conversation, but you agree that if at the time our impression of you is you're someone who's okay with joking about something that we think causes gross damage, you would of course understand we don't give a fuck about what you think it does to your reputation, right? Like, why would we?
Okay,
Yeah, but
we've clarified
that
it.
title.
Yeah, no,
like,
sure,
but
now
that
it might be
title is
different.
still
Yeah.
that title still has bad implications. Like, someone will see that thinking C is just an evil guy, like by default.
There are people in the comments
even
that
if
fucking
the
apparently
video.
used to watch my videos and think that now.
So
Yeah,
shouldn't
even
the video?
Yeah.
Sorry, shouldn't the video title be changed now if like we're in an
Well, not
agreement
just
that
the
he
title,
isn't celebrating evil?
The whole video should be changed. He says it many
I mean,
times in the
this
video.
video should just be taken down. If you
Yeah,
want to
I
make a
agree. The
fucking,
video
if
should
you want
be
to make a
taken
takedown of a dissertation of the general points, you can.
I think,
But like,
I think it's kind of like the sequel trilogy that like it just needs to be like started over from scratch.
Yeah, like this is broken to the core.
Wait, who's fed?
Yeah, it doesn't have the central point that you're now trying to argue. It just does not have it.
Guys, guys.
Well, I would say no,
Guys.
not really. There's
Guys.
nothing really
Guys.
that you guys said that really
Guys.
changed my.
Hang on a second, Jack. Guys, guys. Baby steps. So
Oh,
if we're under an agreement, can we like what about the title? Like, wouldn't you guys agree that the title should be changed? Or do you guys still believe that he's celebrating evil or something?
I mean, I would probably change it to he's fostering an atmosphere of celebrating evil, but I would say that's almost a distinction without a difference functionally in the real world. So,
Hang on, let me repeat my question. If we are,
Yes.
if we get to an understanding.
oh,
we get to an understanding.
sure, yeah. If
Okay,
I
yeah, you got
completely concede, yeah, if I concede, then yeah, sure. I guess we could change the title. We might even take the video down. I say we as though I'm in charge of this. Jack might, but I don't speak for Jack. I'm speaking for myself.
I mean, by the logic that C is fostering an atmosphere that is going to cause people to celebrate evil, it's just like the same thing can be said to Charlie Kirk, man.
Okay, I'm not in charge of I'm not in charge of TPUSA. I can't take down or say anything or have any influence on what he does.
Southpaw,
Well,
I would-
now he's fucking dead.
All right, hang on,
so,
Jan.
like, yeah.
I would save that stuff for like if Jack is doing the talking. To be fair to Jan,
Sure.
he's much more critical than Jack is willing to be.
I mean, I can give my thoughts on this. Like, yeah, like
Yeah, we've
Jan
been
said,
waiting.
I have no influence over TPUSA, but I do have
Wait.
influence over this like small community, like of reviewers and video essayists.
Okay,
Yeah, so you're
Jack,
going to turn a blind. Go ahead,
I
S-Guy.
wanted you back so you can answer this question. So, do you believe that the C celebrates evil? Because
Oh my
Jan
God, he's
just
gone
said
again.
no, so I want to ask you the same.
Oh, hold on. I said he doesn't explicitly condone political assassination. I think that he fosters a negative environment. To be clear, was my whole spiel.
negative environment or whatever, there is actually a distinction between those two things, and you can make that distinction very clear.
I mean, functionally, you could say functionally there really isn't, right? If you're leading to bad
Functionally,
outcomes,
there really
then-
isn't a difference, but there really isn't a difference between leaving a banana peel on a sidewalk and maybe somebody slips on it versus taking a gun and shooting someone in the head. Nonetheless, there is a difference, actually. The general logic
there's a
behind it
legal
is it
difference.
might cause harm to people. Yeah, there's a legal difference. That's the distinction that has been
But
made
like,
between those two things.
you're comparing two different actions. I'm saying you're waving around a gun and you shoot someone accidentally versus you execute
problem-
someone. I don't really care whether you meant or
problem is
not.
that
Like,
the
no one ever
action-
wanted.
C's action is different from how you're recounting it, recounting his intent.
I never made a claim as to his intent. I only made claim
Right,
as to
but
same with
so-
Sheev. I only made a claim as to the outcomes that he's fostering, and I think those
Right,
are bad.
but
I think there's a time and
asked-
place
but
for
I asked about his
utilitarian moral
actions.
frameworks.
But I asked about his actions. Does
some
he
waffles.
celebrate evil?
Sure.
Okay, well,
yeah,
see,
no,
are you glad that Charlie Kirk is dead?
I'm glad that he's out of the picture. I'm not glad that he's dead. I never was glad that he's dead. I made it abundantly clear many a times. I don't like the idea of political assassination. There have been many a times where friends of mine who are a bit more, I guess, politically active, and they basically suggest that it's fine to kill people that are bad. And I'm like, okay, no, because that does have wider societal ramifications. So no, I am completely against any form of political violence. Always have been and always will be, regardless of who it is. Doesn't matter if it's fucking
necessary
literally
follow-up.
anyone, really.
Your
the
issue
necessary
is
follow-up. Oh, go on. Sorry, go on, Jack. I'll go off.
so your issue isn't. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, Jan. So your issue is that isn't necessarily that the people who hypothetically deserve violence don't deserve it. It's just that there could be backlash that's completely counterproductive. Correct?
Not entirely. I mean, there's also the other factor too. If people can change their ways, that is a thing human beings are capable of. I would be a first-hand person to know that. My biological father was a murderer, and he's apparently turned over a new leaf. I obviously haven't been in contact with him. But I do think it is entirely possible for anyone to be able to atone for their mistakes and make good in the world in spite of what they might have done to harm others.
Okay, I have a question then. It's going to be a crazy hypothetical, but stick with me. So let's say that we know 100% certainty through magic or whatever, divination, that Charlie Kirk would have never changed his opinion on anything and he would have kept to the tenor, at least, if not increased, of what he said, right? And then you don't shoot him, like you don't execute him publicly, you like Thanos snap him out of the universe and everyone forgets he ever existed. Would you be okay with that solution at that point?
No, because then that would also be depriving the autonomy of his family of being able to remember him.
Okay,
which anything like that I think is just fucked up. And obviously with his family, like they don't deserve this, and I'm not making fun of them. I'm not making fun of the kids. The kids don't deserve this shit. This is traumatic shit. Like, I don't know. Like, I think there's a lot more we agree on than you guys really think. Because I am not one to ever advocate for political violence. I will make jokes about it, absolutely. But I don't advocate for it.
Okay, but so then, if that was because we're now in the position of I'm certainly moving more closer to the needle on, maybe calling you pure evil was a slight exaggeration. Like you would be
slight exaggeration.
Slight exaggeration.
Why is that? Why is that a?
Why is it wrong?
Hang on. I was just making a joke.
Relax,
I understood what he.
Oh, I was
understood
also
what he
making a
meant.
joke. Oh no, it's the Playing Spider-Man me. Oh no, but like, so you do think that it would be reasonable for me and Jack to like at least request that? Yeah, I suppose you've already now done that, but like, like you would be fine with saying all of that publicly in future. And you would be fine with being maybe a bit more mindful of it.
Saying it publicly now,
You know what's crazy?
I'm agreeing with it. Yeah.
Hold on. Do you know what's crazy though?
What
you could
is?
have opened
Tell
with
me.
that. Just from the beginning. You guys could have just opened with that right away.
I mean, we could have, but we chose to do this instead. So, like,
You chose to do the worst possible way that makes you look like a jackass.
I mean, maybe I'm a jackass. I have it on good
You
authority
both
from
are.
someone called C. So, yeah.
Yeah, you both are.
But like, so why would you expect when we see your jokes, the response to be, "Oh yeah, let's have a reasonable conversation with this person we barely know"? Like, why would you suppose that would be
Also,
our
like
first intuition?
Also,
I mean, can't we counter that with a? Can we just make a
live-
counter question? Why would you make a video on someone you barely know?
Right. It's like that's really weird.
I'm so glad you asked that question because we saw his comments and we thought they were cringe, and I don't think that there's
still
anything
don't know.
prohibiting us
That
from
doesn't
doing that.
that doesn't matter. You still
Okay,
don't know.
do you personally know Charlie Kirk? I'm sorry, I'm pretty sure none of us do. Yet we're perfectly.
Okay, yeah,
like,
but
really
that's
acceptable.
great. And I don't see people making videos on Charlie Kirk if they don't know him. Like, what the fuck?
Everyone makes
What?
videos on Charlie Kirk. They don't know.
To
Are
be
you
fair,
kidding
people
me?
do that. We are technically
No,
doing that in the
okay,
stream.
but I'm talking. Okay, but I'm talking
Like-
about us. I'm talking about us.
I think there's a difference. I think there's a
Again,
false
you guys
equivalence.
make videos
Charlie,
that you don't
Charlie
do.
Kirk is more
All the
influential
time.
towards like tons of different
Okay,
people
I
versus
get that.
some YouTuber.
I get that, and I understand that, Liam. I super don't give a
Not
fuck
only
about the
that, some
influence.
some YouTuber on a
my
Discord
God.
server.
What?
of, like a
You're comparing a political like figure to a one guy on the internet. With that
Yeah, and I
has
can
like
have
a couple
yeah, and I
of
can have
people watch his
moral
fucking
objections
videos.
with both. I can have moral objections with both. Again,
Okay,
I
but then
can
the
spend
moral,
my
the
time.
moral objections
I'm,
need
I'm,
to
I'm not
be
even trying to
scaled
contest
which.
that. Well, because like the thing is, when someone makes a video on Charlie Kirk, they're one of the obvious answers everyone will say is because he was very influential
He's
in
a
the
public
community.
figure.
Yes,
Yeah.
and he's a public figure, and he has tons of tons of influence.
C isn't exactly a public
C is
figure.
I am,
C
but
is
not
a
to
C is a
nearly the same
Discord
degree.
PFP
Yeah,
YouTube channel.
No, I agree. Well, the
Which,
thing
man, I
is,
just
I
have to say, like,
appreciate the question of
hold on.
scale. Yeah. Go on.
As,
Yeah, sorry.
as a
Go ahead.
person here who's supposed to be like being questioned about this stuff right now, and to answer your question, Jan, while I don't expect necessarily that I am entitled to you guys reaching out to me to ask my position on the situation, I would also say that maybe it's not something I should be entitled to, but it is a little odd to think instead of ask this person what their stance is in actual detail and understand, you go right ahead and make a video that could very easily be incorrect and damage one's, public perception. Now, obviously, you're going to do whatever the fuck you want to do, right? But I just don't really think that, it's entirely unfair for me to say,
yeah, no,
that's a little fucking weird.
Yeah, no, look, to be clear, I have absolutely no problem with your initial assessment of me that you made at the start of the stream. I completely understand why you would have it after the generally unpleasant interactions we've had. But to be clear, and you would agree to this, your response to why you just kind of posted a grok summary you saw off Twitter while you were at work, and I'm not saying this is comparable to making a video before, we go off,
Definitely not.
rocker on that. But to be clear, you are fine with making, you having gut impressions of people and making statements about them, yes?
Oh, sure.
I mean, in fairness,
but I also expect the aftermath to have a bit more decorum to it than just making a whole ass video on someone who is, friends of a friend. I don't know.
And don't know.
Well, see.
And most importantly, don't know.
Well, see, I want to say, in fairness, it doesn't look like Jack's video did much damage to your standing at all because you're still gaining, you've gained 400 subscribers in the last 30 days, so I don't think that's really going to affect you much.
I know that. It's still just the principle of it, generally speaking, of it hasn't actually caused all that much damage. At most, it's maybe like a handful of people in the comments that are saying, "Oh yeah, this guy's a bad person," but it's still the general principle of why would you do something that is just kind of like an extreme reaction? That's really weird.
It could happen, and it almost certainly would have if Jack had made this video when he had a lot more subscribers, right? But yeah.
Well, to be clear, I feel like there's a really... Actually, I want to address PJ really quick with the whole you don't know the person. I don't know if this is just going to be a massive sticking point. I absolutely do... I don't know if anybody here feels differently, clearly yes. But I absolutely do not think you need to know a person to have an impression of that person and to put that impression in a video as a negative example. I have no idea where that position comes from.
I actually agree with that general sentiment, but it's less so that you don't know me, and I'd actually say it's the opposite. It's you guys have direct ties to me. It is entirely possible for you guys to have arranged a conversation about this topic, and for all you know, you could have actually convinced me that maybe Kirk didn't deserve it, and then I'd walk back to the things I've said. Who fucking knows? But instead, you decided to go for the one option that's the most time-consuming, the most inflammatory. All these random things that, for fuck's sake, people now will just glance by the video and potentially they'll be thinking I'm a fucking psychopath because I made literally just a couple jokes on Discord and posted.
I wasn't the only. I wasn't the only person
psychopath.
Well, I am a psychopath, but not that kind of psychopath. I actually have standards. Okay.
I apologize
well, I'm a
for
bad
violating
person.
psychopath standards.
Over memes.
But also,
no,
I wasn't the only person. I wasn't the only person to say that. Liam was also the person.
No, I agree.
Said what?
But, the whole if you don't know someone, don't make a video about them thing.
But it's more so. I was asking what the motivation is.
The motivation, and you're free to believe this or not believe this, but it's simply Jack saw those messages, thought that they were really bad, and then was already planning on making a response to the villain's video anyway, and so it was I feel that this is kind of weird from the person who made a video about morality, so he threw that in there.
Why not? And,
All right,
feel free to disagree. Hold on, feel free to disagree. Why not just split the video in two so it doesn't end up hurting your thesis? because my stance on that video and everything I described in it hasn't changed. My stance in general hasn't changed. Why not? Hold on. Why not tackle this from the angle of here's one video critiquing the C and his sort of moral character on social media. Then pair that up with the villain's video, not in the same video, but generally critiquing and on an objective level, because good God, your response to my villain's video was probably one of the worst things I've seen in my entire life. Well, not yours, but Jack's. Why not actually approach it from more of an objective angle? Rewatch the movie, spend more time and care into it. The Charlie Kirk stuff you could have done right away, strike while the iron's hot and all that stuff. But the villain's video, if you've apparently been thinking of doing it for a while, fucking actually put some work into it. Like, rewatch some movies and fucking actually think about these things a bit deeper. I don't know.
See,
would you not agree?
You just say the words, did you read it?
Stop, SK. I'm SK, bro.
Say the line, see.
Not addressing the latter half of that, would you not agree that us making a singular video about you and your takes on Charlie Kirk would be much more akin to a political hit piece? Like,
I'm confused. What?
Well, so if we made a video just about your Charlie Kirk, I say we, the royal we, made a video about, you know, your Charlie Kirk takes, that just, the material in there, you would agree that's like, that would be borderline a political hit piece at that point, yes?
I mean, you could do that. I'd actually honestly be a little less annoyed by it. At least it would be maybe internally consistent.
Okay. Well, I think that it's pretty internally consistent, but hey, I think that it makes sense to have it because the thesis of the video.
Why it's not. Hold on. You can't just say you think it's consistent and just have that be like a passing thing.
No, to be clear.
You just did a live stream for the past 2 hours breaking down how basically every point in that video does not make sense.
But
you can completely disagree that the sky is blue.
Wait,
but
let
it's
him
still
finish.
blue.
Let him finish.
No, I'm not allowed to talk. I understand how objective and subjective works, and I understand how consistency works. I was saying that it's more consistent if my thesis is I want to contrapose two things this person said to have two opposing things. Now, as to the contents of the video, if you want to talk about that a bit more, I'm happy to. But my point was about the structure, not about the content.
Okay, sure. Let's move on from that and actually get to the content, because now we sort of opened this up. What about his video do you think is actually airtight and logical in the face of the things that I have said, both in terms of my political takes or the villain's video?
I mean, I think Sentinel Prime's a good place to start. You think that, like, executing him is, like, horrifically immoral?
Well, for one, it is technically a war crime, but it's prevented and framed as a bad thing because of what it does for the character, not necessarily just the world, but the world is also involved.
Sure, I agree, but the thing is, my contention then, of course, necessarily has to be, I don't know why it would have this... well, okay, I know in the context of Transformers, but in abstraction, killing a surrendering enemy who have sufficient, you know, potential reprehensiveness, capacity for retribution, I don't think that necessarily is in itself bad. I agree it makes Megatron go evil, partially because of, you know, he was already on the might makes right hype train. But, like, yeah, the contention, to be clear, isn't Megatron doesn't do evil things. It's that individual action we don't think was particularly evil.
Okay, let's flip the script. What good could be gained from the death of Sentinel Prime? Like, actual, long-lasting good for Cybertron and the characters?
Sure. Sentinel Prime is definitively gone in perpetuity. He's never coming back. That's the end of that.
Right. Yeah, here's the issue, though. The movie shows us exactly what would follow up after that if there's a power vacuum.
I mean, sure, but, like, the reality is, you think that if he was thrown in prison, there wouldn't be a power vacuum? You find that believable?
I mean, you can kill him. I have no opposition to the idea of killing Sentinel Prime. I have an issue with killing a surrendering unarmed prisoner in front of everybody. No trial, no nothing, and no dealing with the issues that are present because they're also dealing with an alien invasion where they're getting their resources stolen. There's a lot of factors in that cannot be unilaterally decided by one character who also happens to be the most mentally unstable character in the entire group.
But, like, if Megatron wasn't mentally unstable, then it's more okay. You seem to be. Do you understand that your issue is entirely constructed strictly by buying into?
I'm pretty sure that he just talked about. I'm pretty sure that he just spelled out that, like, you can't have this unilaterally decided by one person. It's just the fact that Megatron's the most mentally unstable
apologize.
was like a additional.
Yeah, fucking listen to what I'm saying, dude. Like, this is actually getting
listening.
kind of insulting.
It's getting insulting. Okay, whatever. To be clear, so you don't think that there's ever a place to publicly execute someone if they're surrendering?
No. Why the fuck would you kill a surrendering prisoner, at least publicly? What kind of ramifications would that have?
It could have a whole bunch of ramifications. Like, there's not a unique one set of ramifications.
Positive ramifications.
Why would you? That's not what I'm asking.
I've outlined the positive ramifications. The positive ramifications is Sentinel Prime, who, by the way, is more than capable of killing someone while unarmed and surrendering if he spots an opportunity. Like, he's terminated permanently, right? Like, he's out.
He is limping and crawling away without using any of his weapons, because currently in that situation, Megatron has all the power.
I mean, hang on. Could you use that logic for any like unarmed surrendering opponent?
No.
That there could always be an opportunity they might be able to still kill you. Like someone drops their guard, they steal your gun, they have a knife hidden somewhere you didn't recognize.
Sure, you could.
Should we just kill all unarmed prisoners?
No, I never said that. It of course depends from person to person to person. But this is like a fantasy robot who has superpowers, right? Like
fantasy robot has superpowers.
I wouldn't say he has superpowers. At most, it's an equivalent to a guy who just has eternal steroids. Like,
well, yeah, but
like he's a little stronger than most bots, but he's not like
a little.
He's not like some kind of like the Incredible Hulk or anything like that. Like we could see Megatron and all these other more, notably less powerful characters can still hurt him and affect him and whatever the fuck.
Do you think that if they arrested him, he would just go, well, all right then, guess I'm spending the rest of my life in prison, or would he plot endlessly? Or I guess, let's say they hold him until execution, they schedule an execution date and do it then or whatever, and let's say they don't do it publicly. But like, you're telling me he wouldn't spend every waking moment trying to figure out how to, get out of that situation, and there is a non-zero chance he might?
Well, firstly,
there's no point ever taking anyone as a prisoner then, because they could just be planning their escape and figure out every possible way to escape.
I wouldn't say that either. Well, what I would say is like, I want you to outline what he could even possibly do to even get out of prison.
Like contact the quintessence.
How would he be able to do that? Like step by step. How could he like contact the quintessence?
We don't even know their way of communication or like him.
No, we do know their way of communication. He has to physically be there.
Well, yeah.
Leon, why not cover his mouth?
I said his way of contacting.
Deliver the energon to them. That doesn't mean he can't contact them in other ways.
But what ways do we know?
Give them energon.
Oh my god.
To be clear, fact of the matter, he is more of a risk alive than dead. We all agree on this, hopefully.
Well, that's true for every criminal.
Well, hang on a second. But sheer technicality, yes, but like,
okay,
I'm genuinely asking, under the context of this movie and this universe and all that stuff, I want to go through this. What could Sentinel genuinely do? So, contact the quintessence. Can you like give me a realistic way he could do that with his resources, which would be actually nothing in itself?
He doesn't even have to do it, right? Like, let's say that there could be organic resistance to, he was taken prisoner. Maybe there are people, and we know these kinds of people exist, who are just really down for bootlicking for the quintessence, or who are in on it with...
So wait a minute. Your logic right now then applies regardless of whether or not he's dead or alive.
Well, yeah, no, I'm saying those people don't go away if he's dead, but I'm saying if it's a status symbol thing, right? If he's imprisoned and he's freed, then he's a threat again. If he's dead,
but we're talking about what Sentinel would be plotting.
That's predicated on something that just wouldn't even happen at all. Like, how would he fucking escape to begin with?
Hang on.
You're saying it definitively wouldn't happen. This is unfalsifiable, literally, right? Like, you understand
why are we arguing this? Hang on. We were talking about what Sentinel would be plotting. Let's focus on what Sentinel will be plotting. Because what you're saying could happen, sure, but that wouldn't be Sentinel's plot. That would be the plot of people that are bootlickers to him. Like, how would he be able to even plot that?
Arachnid would technically do that.
Arachnid would also just be imprisoned.
Well, yeah, but still.
Fuck you, PJ.
Are you asking me a specific plan? I haven't really committed too much headspace to how specifically within the context of the movie he could escape. I just know that it's possibilities, and there's a distinction.
Well, okay,
Jan, if that's the case, you can't really use it as a criticism, man.
Jan,
I can use it as criticism. What do you mean? Yeah.
Quick question: when was the last time
I'll
you
be back.
actually seen the movie?
Like 3 months ago.
Okay.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Well,
sorry.
I'm just a bit confused by the idea that you think this is
I don't think you can logistically say he can do something, but then don't give it even an hypothetical.
No, I can absolutely, because we know that people can do
Well,
things
fucking
if
do
they're
it.
alive. Can I
What?
please finish?
Like
Can I
what?
please finish? We know. Just, dude, like, I don't know, breathe oxygen would be a start, and it's an upscale from there, right?
Oh,
Like,
that's
my
crazy.
God.
That's too big of a
What?
risk.
Wow.
what a fucking crazy thing, man.
My God.
Jesus
What?
Christ.
What am I
Can
hearing
I
now?
get like just 1 second of like some consideration here? Are you seriously telling me that he's less of a risk, like he's an equal risk?
I
dead
said
and
you can
alive?
apply
You're
that
telling
to
me
any criminal whatsoever. Oh,
Yes,
maybe
and
they'll
I'm
get,
really
they'll get out and do bad
serious.
things.
Okay, I would necessarily
Really
retort with he has
So
a
you should. So okay.
non-biased
So
form-
should Daredevil kill the Kingpin? Should Daredevil kill the Kingpin?
That's not a totalitarian society. That doesn't apply. That's not.
No, even
Why would
even-
that apply?
no,
They
well,
don't-
well, past even reverting that, the argument could, like, some people might say probably, but Daredevil himself wouldn't. Should he? I mean, there's a very big difference even between Wilson Fisk
Yeah,
and
but the show
Sentinel
treats
Prime,
it like he
but-
shouldn't. So.
Yeah, and I agree, because the show is trying to stay true to Matt's character, which is outlined across many seasons. That he does
Okay,
not
but
believe in this thing.
Your point is about the messaging, not whether it's in character or not.
Sure, but like, do I think the message of the show is fine? I would honestly have to think about that a bit more. But yeah, I'd probably say that generally he should be arresting people if you're a human, like,
Holy
level
shit,
vigilante arresting another person. Why are you, like, saying performatively holy shit? I'm just curious. Like, I really need to understand.
No, you don't. That's fine.
No, I do. I really do.
It's just
You-
whatever.
you
it's like
honestly
coming.
don't.
So, Jan, I don't know.
Let me see.
I think fundamentally speaking, I don't think we'll meet eye to eye on the whole messaging element of this. And I'm fine with just setting that aside. If that's the impasse we're gonna be at. I would, however, like to get back to the ways in which Jack has responded to the video, because I would say that regardless of if you have an agreement or a disagreement, you need to represent the points accurately, right? Because just to give an example, right? Liam has disagreements with me on, let's say, Across the Spider-Verse. I would say he represents my side accurately, even though we have
Fat
disagreements. So, yeah, just to give examples, Jan, of like things that Jack has blatantly gotten wrong. He tried to counter C by saying, it's not inherently evil to be selfish, right? But the problem is that C said unchecked selfishness. That's something Jack completely ignored.
Sure. I guess. Wait, was that in reference to the Avatar thing? Or
No. We're talking
This is in
about
reference
just
to
the
the entire video, that's the
introduction,
thesis.
introduction of the villains video.
Oh, sure. Yeah,
Like what
he's
I'm
wrong
saying,
about that, if
objectively
he's about-
speaking, Jack got his facts wrong.
Well, also there's like the C's video opens with essentially saying that like that villains are essentially what happens when selfishness, lust for power, and cruelty are left unchecked. And Jack's immediate response to this was, "What about like the many villains who like don't satisfy any of those criteria or something like that?" The problem is that like I can't think of a single villain who
Name one.
like doesn't. Yeah, like can you name one?
Like a fictional villain who doesn't qualify for what statements outlined by C. Could you repeat that for
Or,
me? I just need to have a think.
Cruelty, selfishness, and lust for power.
Unchecked.
Well, no, the unchecked thing. That's we're just thinking hypothetically.
That's the qualifier
Like-
she has to account for it.
Yeah, like a definitive villain. Off the top of my head, no, I couldn't really. Let me...
There we go.
Okay, so can Jack do that? The creator of this video.
Oh no, Liam's outside.
Yeah, just give me a second.
All right.
Wait, have we moved on?
Well, yeah, I can.
Shit.
But
So
it
right
would
now-
depend on the. Actually, I can.
We've
but
moved on from the Sentinel Prime thing. We've moved.
I haven't moved on from that. I'll answer your question regarding selfishness. I haven't moved on from that.
Well,
quite
the reason
yet.
we're moving
But,
on is
just
because
to answer the selfishness
Yeah, go on.
question. Just to answer the selfishness question. Like you said, unchecked selfishness. That's still not inherently evil. It could just
If
apply
it's
to
unchecked,
just
yes, it is.
interest.
Yes, it is.
Not really. No.
The definition of the word it
define
actually is. Do you know
By
English?
the
Do you speak English?
definition, yes.
Define unchecked selfishness.
It breaks
It's
basic
unchecked selfishness,
limitations.
that's what
Like,
it
for
says.
example, yeah, so for example, right, you would argue that someone trying to take over the world, that is an unchecked sense of selfishness, right? Or saying, I'll give you another example.
Evil, that's my point.
Wait, hold on.
Well,
we could also say that someone preserving their own life is an unchecked act of selfishness, right? Like if they're constantly trying to preserve their own life. Would you call
No,
that
it's
evil?
not. That's the entitlement to life.
Okay, sure. But that's not selfishness. That's convenient.
No, that's just a fundamental
Well,
right
like,
of birth.
so
you can
let
live.
me try to make it. Okay, let me try to make it clearer for you, right? So when we say the word unchecked, right? What do you think it implies? I think it implies like no limitations, no restraint whatsoever.
So like they can do whatever they want would be the answer to that, right?
Yes, whatever they want because they want.
Is this just in abstraction, or is this contingent on the person? Because someone could,
it's contingent
in a hypothetical
on,
world.
It's contingent on the term unchecked, right? When you
Yeah,
use
but
language like unchecked, that implies that anything's
let's say
on the
hypothetically.
table.
Let's do the Ben Shapiro. Let's say hypothetically there is a moral being who is absolutely good, and they are absolutely committed to doing nothing but good. That is their self-interest. Therefore, anything good they do is, you could argue, is definitionally selfish because they are doing it for themselves because they get satisfaction from it.
Okay, so first of all,
if that being is not unchecked to be selfish, good will happen. Yeah, right.
That's not innately selfish.
So, there you go.
If you want to help people, then that is selfless.
But I mean, you could say that, but
You know what
if the person
selfish
is doing?
means? You know what the word actually means?
No, I know. What if the person? Again, I'm saying I'm fucking hell. I'm hypothesizing a being that gets a reward structure from doing good. Good doesn't mean
that just means you're a
selfless,
good
and
person,
evil
yes.
doesn't mean selfish.
It means not only are you a good person, that means that all of us, if after doing anything good, we all feel that and getting dopamine hits from doing the right thing.
Yeah, like
chemically speaking,
that's the idea,
everyone.
right? Like Jen, in your heart, in your heart, right? If you get satisfaction,
I swear to God,
if you get satisfaction out of helping others, right? That literally means that's literally the definition of being selfless, concerned more with the needs and wishes of others than one's own self, unselfish.
Okay, but SK, well, if it's
in
like
your heart, in your heart,
what they're doing preferential treatment, like not necessarily everyone, but their own in group for a unique threat.
I'm sorry.
Like their own. Let's say they're prioritizing.
Oh, just got an Alex flashback.
Stop.
Can we
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, more importantly, like, sorry to cut off Jack, but like, you realize I could keep adding qualifiers to this until we agree that like the being that is affecting positive change is doing it purely for their, like, let's say that it isn't even conscious of another human experience, it just happens to be doing good. It's still selfish for pursuing that, pleasure and satisfaction.
Right, but
it is doing
we're
good.
talking about unchecked, right?
Yeah, and if you leave that being unchecked, good things will happen.
Once something
I know, I appreciate this is like super philo bro like rabbit hole, but I'm saying you can't make statements like these definitively and resort to the fucking English dictionary on Merriam-Webster to like say, oh, these.
Well,
words
I mean,
mean this,
I think we need to discuss what these terms mean before acting like someone has misused it. And listen, I understand it's offensive to you that he's using terms that fit the situation, and I'm very sorry that offends you, right? But we need to stick with the facts of the matter.
Words like selfish.
So if we're sticking with I agree. If we're sticking with the facts of the matter, if we're sticking with the facts of the matter, then good doesn't mean selfless, and evil doesn't mean selfish, even when left unchecked. End of. That's just what those words mean.
What do you think unchecked means?
Unchecked to the maximum possible degree without limitation.
To the maximum possible degree of selfishness? That's really bad.
Well, again, it depends on the context, right? Because again, selfishness and selflessness do not exist like in abstraction, right? They can only exist if there is already like a reality they are working with relation to. So conceivably, you could have a reality where someone is making completely selfish choices, completely unchecked, but they are affecting good change, like with that being I just outlined, hypothetically.
In your heart.
So yes, they are different things. So
yeah, but would that be the person enacting like good because of what the good in their heart, Or is that just because of the conveniences of his life/situation?
Well, that's a very good question, but the reality is they do, whether it is or it isn't. This is like when we get into utilitarianism versus virtue ethics, right?
They do, but like at the same time, like that can lead to evil because of the fact that they cannot check themselves. There's no prevention for that.
Yeah, it could, but equally unchecked selflessness could also lead to evil. In a certain argument you could make is like a work like Heart of Darkness. Arguably, the main character makes selfless choices semi-regularly, and yet it leads to ruin. So would
that character be considered evil?
Well, yeah, that's my point. You could call them evil, but they are not necessarily being selfish, right?
Why would you call?
Hold on. If they're doing the right thing and it has a negative outcome, that doesn't mean they're like necessarily bad. They're still good. It just means that their good actions had negative consequences. Like that's.
Well, you
you can have an antagonist that's doing some. I do agree. You can have an antagonist that that is super selfless. But that causes bad things to happen. But I wouldn't consider that a villainous, evil character. I would consider that a flawed or, misunderstood character. Not exactly evil.
I'm going to stop, kind of memeing around, and I will ask, genuinely, Steve, I am legitimately asking, all right? If you don't want to answer my question because I said horrific shit, I apologize for all of it, because I need the answer to this. Is there, a general branch of moral philosophy you would say you subscribe to? I'm actually just genuinely curious.
I basically treat the world as, I treat other people as how would I like to be treated. But as soon as the social contract is broken, then I say, all right, fuck it. Okay. I'm going to be a bit annoying and sort of do things for my own entertainment. Generally, I believe humans should follow that same logic of treat others how you want to be treated type deal. I'm perfect in the sense that I'm also a shit poster and I enjoy annoying people. That's a character flaw, but kind of fun.
No, the only reason I ask is because these are genuinely, we are starting to hit on positions where it becomes relevant whether you're a utilitarian, a virtue ethicist, when you apply certain aspects of those to moral considerations. But ultimately, if we were going to pare this all back down, we would agree, I think, that the impetus for being even able to be a moral actor is the capacity for choice, right? If you're able to make choices, then morality applies to you. If you aren't, then it doesn't. Sure. Yes. Okay. Cool. Sure. Cool. Yeah, no, that's hence, if we now engage into the selfish, selfless, you can have a whole degree of things, right? It could be a person who is making selfish decisions unchecked, but they don't really have a choice. So, this would be, and this would be the orcs in Lord of the Rings, right? On the other hand, you could have a character like Martin Walker in Spec Ops: The Line, who's making, from his perspective, selfless, and from our, until the twist is revealed, perspective, selfless choices for the sake of others because he feels he needs to save Dubai, and he ends up fucking everything. There's a huge spectrum of morality. It's not strict rights and wrongs. That's not really addressing anything C said. That's more getting to your point, SK, about how we use terms and shit like that, because these terms start meaning very different things when we get down the moral philosophy rabbit hole.
I'm
so confused.
I think the thing is,
what exactly?
I think the thing that's so confusing. Is how I see it. When I see someone who's with unchecked selflessness, I think the most you can think of an inherently negative trait, not even evil, would be the fact that unchecked selflessness would put self-harm to themselves and or interfere with their own well-being, which is something that can be explored, but I can't see I can't see a thing where someone is fully just selfless, no selfish quality at all, but that is equal to villainous. I can see it being equaling to misunderstood or misinformed, but not exactly evil, unless there's other things that are also deriving behind it.
And to be clear, the entire reason I'm quibbling over this is because we're making a point about Jack having ignored the word unchecked, which yeah, sure he did, but in terms of actual again, none of this really applies to humans because our capacity is limited. But if we explore hypothetical scenarios like alien creatures, gods, divine entities, shit like that, it might actually start applying, right? Because those considerations get bigger and bigger and bigger, proportional with scale and capacity for choice and action. So I don't think that the word unchecked modifies too much in this context. when we're
I
applying
think the
to
thing
fiction
is-
anyway.
Yeah, but
I
when
think
I'm
the thing
specifically
is,
describing
like,
a
if you-
specific type of character that are being focused on in the video, and that's the qualifying argument, I do think that actually checks out.
Well, also,
Okay,
I think it's just I think what you're presenting, like these hypotheticals, are blatantly just unrealistic or unlikely in any kind of
Yes.
society whatsoever.
I don't.
Hang on.
I don't even agree. I don't even agree with that.
Well, no.
Well,
'Cause here's
100%,
here's what I mean. Here's what I mean, right?
Yeah.
So the argument is you unchecked selfishness does not inherently lead to villainy, because there can be contexts where they enjoy doing things that happen to be good, and they happen to serve themselves. I don't buy that, because with how many different things happen in the world, with how many unknown things that will take place, you can't just guarantee and say, oh yeah, well, this person, just because they're selfish doesn't mean that they'll never turn to villainy when their selfishness goes unchecked. Like, I don't buy that. Whatever you want can always come at someone else's expense. And if you don't care about that, if that's something you don't care about or value, and it goes completely unchecked, that you don't care about it or value it, then yes, that can lead to villainy.
But SK, we're talking about. I completely agree with you when it comes to reality, and I completely agree. My scenarios are batshit out there, unrealistic. But
So then
this
why
is
would it
why
apply
I'm
this to his video? Because he's
because
he's talking about
can I
tangible
answer? Can I answer?
situations.
No, I was about to. Yes,
to say something for a
he's
while.
also talking about. He's also talking about works of fiction.
Sorry?
But he's also talking about works of fiction. He's talking about works of fiction, and in works of fiction.
Well, that's why I said in
anything is
any
possible.
society, right?
Well,
yeah, but
okay,
that's my
so
point. Okay, go ahead.
hang on.
Sorry.
So here's the thing. I think the thing is, with unchecked selfishness, I think I get what you're saying, that there can be contexts where someone can have unchecked selfishness, but it leads to good because there's self-enjoyment of it. But I think the thing is, because most like characters or sentient beings have character flaws, eventually they will more likely than not be put in a situation where those morals will be texted, and ever since they have no checking of their selfishness, they'll eventually take a bad choice and do something immoral. A good example of this is Doc Ock in Spider-Man PS4. He wanted to change the world and help people because of his own self-enjoyment of it, but the moment he had to deal with consequences or struggles that affect him personally, he chose his choices that were under, pure evil. He became a terrorist. That's the thing. Unchecked selfishness means that there's no filter to stop you from doing evil. Unchecked selflessness, on the other hand, doesn't need a filter to stop you from doing evil. At most, it won't stop you from making possible mistakes. The only villains I can think of that are selfless is someone like Magneto, but that's because he has one of the other three things that C would have mentioned, like a need and or lust for power was one of them, something like that, right? To fill in the gap of not being selfish. But we would explain. Which is like how we would explain that one, for example.
Ultimately, what this and I'd like to address C for a moment because you've been very fair with answering my questions. I would just say, no, I understand that you were describing the particular characters in your video, but in the introduction, my understanding is at that point the video is discussing villainy writ large, and for me personally, for my own personal opinions on moral philosophy, I would describe someone like Martin Walker, who does, which is the fictional character I was going to cite, who does things that he perceives and with the information he has could reasonably be considered selfless and not, self-aggrandizing. Other than you could say he's serving his desire to be a hero, but that's, a smaller element, really. He ends up doing horrific damage to the point that his actions need to be called villainous.
Inherently because of his desire.
Villain at that point, I don't know. Is he a villain? I don't know which character.
Well, hang on. See, wait. You gotta listen to what he some of the wording, because he said that he has a desire to be a hero. That's a personal desire. So you could argue that's a level of selfishness that drove him.
Personal desire that causes negative backlash that hurts other people. Yeah, that's kind of a nick at their moral character. I wouldn't necessarily call him a villain, but I don't know, probably not the most upstanding gentleman.
The only reason I pointed that out is because in the movie, in the game, the choices that he makes with the information he makes them are not motivated by like selfishness. They are genuinely motivated by a desire to save the people of Dubai. Even when he drops like the Willy Pete on the civilians, he didn't know they were civilians, and then that like caused the mind break to happen. But
I'm not going to call him a villain.
I mean, I would is the difference.
Wait, are you talking about the main? Hold
on. That qualifying difference right there is why I wouldn't even feature that character in the video.
Okay, I think that's. I mean, that's a fair, but that comes, to that comes like to bigger differences about our personal moral philosophies, because I think that affects.
Sure, that's what my video is going to cover is my own personal moral philosophy because I'm the one making the video.
Sure, but you can understand how people with differing moral philosophies are then going to have objections to the video, yes?
Yeah, I can get that. What I'm describing is specifically mine, and I lay the groundwork for that. If they disagree with that general premise, they can, but they can also approach from the perspective of, I understand this person's personal moral framework.
Sure, but then, yeah, and that's, that's completely fine, but then, of course, if people make those claims, you wouldn't call them wrong, right? Because they might have a underlyingly sound moral outlook that actually does, cohere.
I would call them wrong if they said that there was a gap in logic between the examples I used and the qualifying statement I made at the beginning, describing what a villain is according to my own moral framework. They would be wrong in that sense. That would be an inconsistency.
Sure, but if they reject the premise outright, they can still criticize the rest of the video from their personal perspective, yes?
Yes, but then why are they watching the video? Why are they consuming it at that point if fundamentally, at the outset, they already disagree?
For discourse and discussion.
Because they might be interested in how those, how those things apply from that moral framework and why theirs might view things differently, right?
Yeah, different
and just by simple simple discourse and discussion. Like, you don't have to morally or ideologically, philosophy or whatever agree with a video to want to watch through it all to see what they have to say, even if you don't inherently agree with them.
Also, SK, my profile is the fact that...
I think it's then a little bit weird to then... Hey, focus.
Yeah,
I think it's a little weird then to then basically point out some kind of hypocrisy or inconsistency with the premise based entirely around entirely different qualifying standards. Because I'm not talking or debating your own moral standards with fiction or anything. I'm not discussing that. I genuinely do not care. It's my video. I was discussing mine, right?
Okay.
And if that's the case, then me describing the villains that I described in the video, according to the logic I set up at the very beginning of the video, it follows through on that. That should not even be contested because it just does.
Cool,
you can spin things your own way, and that's kind of the issue. That's kind of the issue that I'm presenting in the video, is taking something, manipulating context, and using that as your argument. Not even arguing with the movie itself, effectively strawmanning it.
Well, no, we framing. That's just the heart of the issue.
Okay, I don't really care if you disagree with the framing, though. I'm talking about the movie itself. I'm talking about the objective, not the subjective.
That's as valid as it gets. You do not need to care about anyone's perspective any more than they have to about yours. But ultimately, you would agree that there is no dishonest element needed to just having a different moral framework, taking a video that presents an opposite, works from a different moral framework, and trying to explain why you think that moral framework is one, erroneous, and two, with specific examples you don't think shakes up with comparison to your own.
I would agree with that conceptually, but the problem is that Jack made it seem like his standard was that he had an inconsistency in the video, like he was inconsistent with his.
Because I argue the point that means I'm dishonest. I don't see that. I don't see that logic.
I wouldn't say it's dishonest. I would say that the way you presented the video was very poorly handled. Not just inherent dishonesty. I would say if you have a moral disagreement with how he sees what is evil and bad and villainous and stuff, but then you try to say these things, and then you try to show an inconsistency with a standard that isn't there because you're using your own standard to make his standard inconsistent. I would say that that's not really properly tackling the video, at least under a consistency standpoint. You should have talked more about the philosophy then.
Genuinely, and if someone has a specific here, I'm genuinely open to it. But like, when did he suggest that the moral standard was inconsistent, rather than he just thinks the moral standard doesn't hold up?
Moral standard doesn't hold up under your own personal moral standard, which. Okay.
No, he's asking for an example. See, he's asking for an example.
That's fine. Like, even if it's not a specific example, I appreciate. Like, I think I can more than work with that abstraction. So, yeah, no, under his moral framework, he is criticizing your moral framework. That is something that he's allowed to do. That's not dishonest. That's not trying to, like, necessarily implicate you.
No. Hold on. I get that. He's allowed to do that. It's the internet. I'm not going to fucking tell him not to. It's more so the general idea of. You're trying to criticize a video for an inconsistency that apparently is there using an entire. This would basically be like saying the way you're wording your I don't know, essay is wrong because of some kind of mathematical formula you're following. Like, we're talking basically different languages at this point if we're talking about different moral standards and stuff.
I completely agree, but that it is like just that image of two people standing on the opposite side of a 6 or a 9, and one says it's one says the other. But like my umbrage, I wouldn't even call it umbrage at this point. But like my contention is with the idea that like we're not trying to impugn, or at least I'm not at this moment trying to impugn your moral consistency. I don't actually. Was it the moral consistency as compared to Charlie Kirk that was the point in the video, Jack? Or because I've like I don't remember what's that at exactly.
Honestly, I love if Jack was the one doing more of the conversation here, considering he's the one that made the video. And I'd like
he did work.
He did work as a player. Yeah. So the reason I like make it both like a response to his video essay and response to his what he said is because like at the end of the video, it all comes together. Like I point out, like his standards for fiction are higher than standards for real life.
Yeah, but you're wrong, as we've proven.
That.
You said he celebrated it, but you didn't prove that. And we've even gotten Jan to concede that that's not really the case, and I've been trying to ask you if you still believe that.
Yeah, I'd really love, instead of just sort of cowering behind the mute button, you'd actually like talk about this stuff instead of getting Jan to do all the heavy lifting.
Yeah, that's because I'm at work, buddy. I'm sorry.
You could have answered the question at the time you unmuted.
Really?
You could have answered the question at the time you unmuted.
You could have done that now, especially since you want to unmute so bad.
Yeah,
like,
does he sell? We'll wait for you. We'll even wait for you after you finished your extra large fries, right? Do you still believe? Do you still believe that the sea celebrates evil? Do you still believe that? We'll wait. No, that's okay. That's okay. We'll wait.
The silence is deafening.
Dude, he's got to feel diabetes.
You see, kids, this is why you talk like adults, not like children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
do you still hate me? I'm curious.
What's up, Paul?
Oh.
No, well, hold on. So first, Jan asks you a question. I'll let.
Oh, I was fucking around. I was just asking if he still hates me.
I was just gonna say, I envision that this is just what Colin would do if he ever got a job.
Oh my God.
People on Discord while working it.
Yeah.
Wait, you're saying Colin would do that? No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. Show me that. Show me that. Show me that right now. Oh,
yeah. Okay, I'm back. Yeah. So, what's your disagreement?
Do you think the sea still celebrates evil, as you put it?
What's his disagreement?
I would say he doesn't celebrate the action itself, but he still celebrates the fact that Charlie Kirk is no longer around. And yeah, I take issue with that.
Did I?
I mean, he didn't celebrate the means of it. He just the only thing he said he was glad about.
Wait,
is that
didn't we
he's
just
not
explain how it's not celebrating?
Yeah, well, you explain how it's not celebrating. I don't think
it's
evil to celebrate.
Platforms as well.
Well, yeah, hold on. Well, I don't think it's evil to be okay with the result of, like, someone who spreads harmful ideas not being able to do that, but vehemently disagreeing with how it was done.
You have yet to make the case that he spread harmful ideas.
We have. I
Oh my fucking god.
Jack.
Oh my god, we're already off to a good start.
All right. No, that's okay. That's
All
okay,
right.
Jack. That's okay, Jack. Do you
Jack,
think
I have
saying?
a very-
Hang on. No. Let me finish. Jack, do you think saying that LGBT, the T stands for tyranny, is a harmful idea to spread to people on a big platform? You think that's not harmful?
Making fun of an acronym is not like justifying genocide.
Well, you're making a
if that's
claim
what
about
you're
it. You're making a claim
implying.
about it. That's a claim.
Okay.
That's a claim.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have a response?
Yeah.
Do you defend the claim?
Sometimes people use trans issues in to spread invasive like policies. Like I don't see what's wrong with saying
so spreading the idea that trans people are representative of tyranny, that's a bad thing, right?
That's not necessarily like trans people. It's people using
What do
trans
you think
issues.
T stands for? What does T stand for?
you?
No, let's do one-on-one. I want to hear this.
Trans issues?
All right, yeah.
I'm locked in.
Okay. Like the T stands for trans issues.
Yeah, so why call that tyranny? Why call that tyranny? How's that tyranny?
Because it's invasive policies that harm other groups. Like and saying that you're against certain trans policies does not make you like a trans person, because like they're like trans people don't have like a shared one shared like a mindset.
T for tyranny.
Wait, then how can it be invasive if they have different perspectives on the situation?
And why represent it as a whole?
Oh, hold on. The argument would be that there are political considerations that some people lobby for, and then there are the people themselves, and then there are other people with other political considerations.
Okay.
Also, Jack, aren't there times where people use Christianity to push tyranny as well? So doesn't Christianity, by that logic, stand for tyranny?
Yeah, should we judge all Christians because some Christians use their religion to push tyrannical ideas?
Did Charlie
some
Kirk
people
said we
use
should
their
push
whiteness
all
to do it.
Trans people?
Some people in history use their whiteness to do it. White
to do
supremacy.
what?
Some people
I'm
have
pretty sure
used.
Charlie Kirk.
Sorry, what?
Sorry. No. I was gonna say I'm pretty sure Charlie Kirk has used like Christianity as an excuse to like push bigotry towards the LGBT.
This is the problem with trying to make this argument like that. Okay,
Yeah, sure.
Some trans people push.
No, I said sure. Yeah, I'm agreeing.
Yeah.
No, he
I imagine that Jan's already in agreement with us there. It's just like, if we have certain Christians who use their faith as a means to push theocratic ideas of how the government should be run, we accept that those are just individual like nut job Christians. That doesn't mean that all Christians are like that. So I don't understand why it is justifiable to then insinuate that we can collectively blame all trans people for like there being some trans activists who, I mean, SK and I are intimately familiar with certain crazy trans people, individuals who happen to be trans rather, who are fucking crazy. We can talk about Katie. We can talk about Nirvana Mine. We can talk about fucking Econ. That doesn't mean that we are going to cast a wide net, paint the entire trans community with a wide brush. Or a broad brush, however you want to fucking describe it. It's late. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like if I said the T stands for doxing. I mean, that doesn't really work, but you get what I'm saying.
Wait, you know what that reminds me of? The whole, we've encountered a lot of crazy people that happen to be trans, but we're not gonna like catalog that shit. You know who that reminds me of?
Who?
Colin. That's literally something Colin said before.
I mean, like my
also every single trans person we meet, like, bro, he literally said that before. I remember.
Fair, most trans people I've met or talked to have been very nice people. So
yeah,
not
listen,
the same.
my argument.
I'm saying what Colin said. What Colin said.
Wait.
We were complaining about.
Let's let
Listen, whatever argument Charlie Kirk has ever made, my argument stays the same. It's just like, okay, apply this to Christians now, apply this to white people now, apply this to straight men now.
Yeah, Jack, since you're
That's
unmuted,
all
do you
I
want
have to do.
Okay, yeah, again, I would imagine he would.
The C for Christian stands for country.
For conquering.
He would apply. Yeah, like people use that same standard for Israel, like now today. Like they make broad statements about Jews,
Well, that's
like or Israeli.
Yeah, and that's a problem.
Like for
that's anti-Semitic.
Yeah, those people are wrong.
Okay.
Do you think that's okay?
Well, no, like
okay.
It's
so
also
then
like
I don't know why you brought that up. That was a really dumb argument.
Yeah, because
but I want to
like,
get back. I want to get back to what we were talking about.
really
I want to get back
about
to what we were talking
IDF.
about because you're trailing
The
off course. You're
Israelis
trailing
make
off
up
course.
IDF.
Listen, Jack. I want to stay on topic. I
No,
want to stay on
it's not
topic. Jack, listen, Jack. I understand it's offensive to you that I want to stay on topic, and I'm very sorry that offends you, right? But I would like to get back to the thing that we were talking about. So,
what do you want?
Do you think it is reasonable, Jack, to frame an entire group of people and say that they represent tyranny because of what some select few might have done?
He's not framing an entire group of people, though.
He said the T stands for tyranny. That is
the T stands for
reference
tyranny.
to an entire group of people. The T represents an entire
factually
group of people.
I'm so sorry.
That is factually
sorry, but,
grouping a group of people together.
I appreciate it's late for everyone. I think we can cut like past the entire dialogue tree. Jack, do
Okay,
you
bro.
think that you would extend like? No, I'm not being like. Seriously, just because we can expedite this. Jack, do you think that you would interpret most things that Charlie Kirk has said in good faith?
Yeah,
Like,
I would say so.
In terms of you believe that he's not, maybe good faith is not the best way to say it, but like you believe that he is trying to, like, for example, with the gay person that he had that interaction with, or like other examples. You don't think that he's being hateful in those examples, yes?
No, not at all.
Okay, cool. So that's the disagreement. Like it's I just don't think that's ever something we're ever getting past because fundamentally, and you guys with that.
Well, yeah,
you have
people can
Charlie
cope
Kirk.
sometimes. Some people deny reality. I understand that.
Well, sure. I mean, you
Well,
can feel,
here's my
you
question.
can say that, yeah, but like, yeah, go.
Here's my question. With a lot of his blatant statements he said, I think the best way you can interpret that as not bad or conclusive of bigotry or whatever would be that he's really fucking terrible at wording. And my question is, if that's the case, how in the world is a guy whose profession is literally picking his words this bad at wording?
And yet,
That's a good question.
and why is and yet so successful at it too?
I think I understand he was really good.
Isn't
at
that like
political
every
organizing.
politician?
Well, let's let
organizing.
Jack answer. Let's let Jack answer.
Again, like I like besides like the clip in my video, there's another clip of him talking to a trans person, like asking exactly.
Oh, he talked
what-
to one. Wow, that's tolerance.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. And
Didn't
he
even
like
use a slur.
they
Was
they
that-
basically asked them like what their like view of them is, and he said, like, I just want you to be I just want you to be comfortable in your own body, and I think you should like
Yeah,
get
your
a
own tyrannical body, I
diagnosis
agree.
like easy. I'm sorry.
Your own tyrannical
come on.
body. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Like,
I hope
this
you're
is
comfortable in your body,
He
but
doesn't
you
want them
should
to
seek
die,
therapy
like,
for
he doesn't
being
want these-
different.
He doesn't want these
fat
people
ass.
to die. He agrees with their lifestyle choices, but he doesn't want
What do
them
you
to
mean,
die.
these people? No, I'm just fucking.
I mean, well, I'm pretty sure that in that clip, didn't he say something exactly like he wants them, he wanted this person to essentially like no longer like be trans, like to love their own body, basically, like that they were born with. Wasn't that what he actually said?
Yeah, so,
Well, I
so,
mean-
so Southpaw, like I understand that this is like isn't really talked about, but like, do you think like gender dysphoria like by itself is a gift, or do you think it's an ailment?
I think it's an ailment. I think like gender dysphoria
so
is literally recognized as a mental illness, while being
Right.
transgender is itself not.
Yeah, we discussed this before.
We
Like
had
being,
dysphoria,
like,
like,
being transgender like itself, it's just being like gender non-conforming, but like every person suffering from gender dysphoria has to be trans. Like that's just how it goes. But like you can, like Charlie Kirk's position was that you can embrace like your qualities and not think of yourself as something else. Like that's what I would say is like at the heart of his that's the heart of his like point of view on this subject.
Right, and I would just simply say like at best that's ignorant as to like what actually the solution for experiencing gender dysphoria is.
Yeah, and
Which
like
I
I
don't
would
think-
agree with that. I would agree with that. And if you asked me, like, was he in favor of like gender affirming care? Like, I would say the answer is probably obviously no, right? But like,
Depends.
ultimately,
he was probably in favor of the kind of gender affirming care that Steven Crowder got.
You mean he punched his wife? Or like, what the fuck is?
No, like there was some type of surgery that Steven Crowder got that
testosterone.
Oh, yeah. I remember now. That guy's an idiot.
The exact details escape me, but like the point is like that is a type of gender affirming care.
Like ultimately, look, this is why I feel in terms of the fucking Charlie Kirk stuff. It's not really gonna move forward with Jack. And I say this with no condemnation to him at all, but like he just has the outlook that Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's. But you could say that, or you could say that he has a perspective that you would probably say Charlie Kirk doesn't hold because you believe him to be a liar with the clip that you supplied. Which, hey, fair enough. But Jack has perspectives on these things that I'm quite confident in. We've talked about many times. That are I would say, best interpretation versions of Charlie Kirk's arguments, and so he just sees that mirror in there, which is not unreasonable or irrational, I would say. Like he assumes...
I'm sorry, Jan. It is irrational. Well, objectively speaking, it is. Because we've given so many references. We've given it's not just that one reference, right? That's why I did a whole list. All right, we have this one thing. What do you think? It's probably just bad wording. All right, what about this other thing? It's probably just bad wording. What about this other thing? It's probably just bad wording.
Okay,
that's what keeps happening.
I think for any other examples where he elaborates on what he's saying. That's why I don't.
Also, he elaborates in the tweets, and I read off his elaborations. Like when he made a whole thread about, hey, this happens all the time, where a trans or gay person gets outed for being a pedophile. He made a whole thread saying that happens all the time with that group of people. I gave you the elaboration, and you still denied it because you have a sacred cow.
We keep just walking past like the very simple comparison I make to a hypothetical of a black woman doing exactly to white men what Charlie Kirk did with people who weren't white men. We keep on doing that because the reality is that that wasn't just an isolated thing that could be taken out of context. No, this was a persistent pattern to his tweets. He just intensified it in the last 4 days of his stupid life. But it was how he exploited Irina Zarutska's death was really no different than how he reported on crime in general.
Okay,
yes,
so
that poor woman's death.
So Southpaw, just to answer that question, if a black woman were talking about a white crime, it would depend on is it true or not? Are white people actually what? Is that
no?
It's an actual crime epidemic that's currently happening. That one guy, who was reported when he killed himself, just hung himself, in a suicide. That's tragic, but it wasn't a lynching. And you had certain people saying, "Hey, this was a hate crime." It objectively wasn't. The guy killed himself. So it becomes a problem if the person raising a black person talking about white crime or white crime rates actually isn't objectively true. That's where it becomes an issue. If they're being completely factual.
That he does this rhetoric about 1% of the population. We can ignore black people for a moment.
Okay.
That is built on the premise, by the way, that racism can race can even be a causal factor in violent crime.
I would assume that it isn't because I don't make presumptions about people's actions based on race. So
hold on. To be clear, Southpaw, what you just said is not necessarily true. It could be that it's a correlatory factor, not a causal one. Just to be clear, it could happen. It could theoretically be possible. I'm not saying it is or it isn't. Just fucking Christ, I don't want to touch that. But it's theoretically possible that you could make a correlatory analysis of a lot of people who commit violent crime happen to be black, but then you look into it as it's poverty. It's this fact is that fact is this. That there could be a whole other chain.
No,
of,
that's
correlatory
fine.
causal
That's
links.
fine, Jan. What's his excuse for gay and trans people that he keeps mentioning? What's his excuse?
No, I agree. I agree with the trans.
I know. I want Jack to answer that issue. I'm just letting you want him to answer.
Here's the problem too: is I've sent SK multiple examples of memes that people who would follow Charlie Kirk would make that were explicitly racist, explicitly implying that if everyone that were around Irina were white, she'd still be alive. How am I not supposed to see that as racist?
Did Charlie Kirk himself say that?
He may not have himself said that, but you know what? He absolutely emboldened the people who do actually make those memes.
Okay, yeah, no, I agree, and I agree that again, I think his rhetoric on that was bad, but that is still a distinction of what he did and didn't say. If we're gonna extend that with C and She, we surely can extend that to Charlie Cook. Like, this is what I mean. You can't have it both ways. We're doing it one way or the other way. Commit.
Well, my question is, like, what would it take for Jack to, like, conclude it that someone is a bigot?
Seriously.
Like, not just tweets, like, that's for sure.
Okay, so if I tweeted out that I hate gay people and I meant to, that just means nothing?
No, you do, because you hate me.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So...
No, but SK loves me.
Because,
so
like,
fine.
I mean, isn't that the whole point? Like, you use your platform to spread your
SK,
ideas. I'm
SK,
going by
stop
his
on
own
everyone.
words.
Give an answer.
Everyone else.
I mean, you're using
Have we
tweets from Sheev and Discord messages from C, so, like...
SK,
Yeah, him doubling
have
down.
you-
Like, him doubling down.
Oh,
have
you
you
mean like
or
when I
anyone-
showed Charlie Kirk doubling down?
Wait, Liam, wait.
Have you shown Jack Kettner like proof of the bigotry of Charlie Kirk that isn't tweets? Have you ever extended it to anything else? You or Southpaw or whoever?
We did just in this stream where we went over the video where he's being homophobic in there while Jack was trying to prove that he wasn't. Funny how that works.
Wait, we also did in the one
no reasonable
call
person looks
with
at that
XL
and says
Poker.
Well, no, we show the implications, Jack. I'm very sorry that offends you, Jack, that we show the full implications of what was being said.
Alright.
But we did. We went
back
over
to
it.
Jack. Back to Jack. Are you willing to change your statement for what would it take? Because
Oh, hold up. Thing went out. Fixing it right now.
It would take more than tweets.
You suck at streaming.
It happens.
But yeah,
on
then
some-
yeah.
it would take
Okay,
more
like-
than tweets, but like, are you also going to say it will take more than tweets and video evidence? Like something else you would need?
Yeah.
What is that?
Like actual proof that he says like oh yeah, like I don't care about crime rates, I just hate black people.
Well, no one's gonna
don't
go
care
out
about-
and say that. Kind of like how you
Yeah.
literally made the argument that Sheev isn't gonna go out and say yes. I
Well,
want him
hang-
dead.
hang on a second, Jack.
So don't even try making that argument.
Hang on a
Have an
second, Jack.
inconsistent Standard.
Hang on a second. If hypothetically SK got a video and he showed that to you, and you proceed to say that he was clearly joking, would that be an unreasonable thing for you to say in this hypothetical?
It depends on like if it's clearly a cutout clip like the ones I responded to. Yeah.
Wait a minute. It will take more than tweets for you to agree
So-
that Charlie Kirk was a racist or a bigot, but it does not take more than tweets for you to conclude that C or she are celebrating evil.
So,
Because they clearly
Jack,
down and say, hey, if you defend Charlie Kirk in any way
Kirk
in the
doubled
server,
down.
you'll.
And he didn't say in any
Right.
way. You're lying about that.
all right, so Jack, hang on a second. So,
showed, like-
You watched
would
our
you
stream
agree
where we
that?
explained that, right?
Would you agree your own example?
God.
It's very possible that you can also still like levy a reasonable defense for that if let's say Charlie Kirk did say that. Because what you said is that, oh, I don't care about the crime rates, I just hate black people. As like an example of you actually thinking him or anyone else would be bigoted. But you've also conceded that like if you use the defense that can be perceived as a joke, like that would be a reasonable defense. So I don't understand.
Yeah, like it
that
depends on like the
that should mean
comment.
that you
Is it
wouldn't
clearly
buy it with
or is
that.
it like is it just like him just saying matter of factly, no, I hate this group of people.
Well, how do you determine that when watching the video, hypothetically?
Like tone, like what he's there to debate, like what he's there.
Describe the tone that would convince you.
Okay, so like a college student walks up to him and says, Charlie, do you hate black people? And Charlie Kirk says, yes, I hate you. Like that's why I'm here. I want people to start hating all of you.
Well,
Like,
what if that?
no,
Even that can be perceived as a joke. A great example would literally be Keemstar. I hate the fans. Fuck the fans.
Ultimately, look, what you're hitting against, as
I
well
don't do this for entertainment. That's just
is
a fucking
people tend to believe different people based on different things. I don't know what relationship Jack fully has with like Kirk's content, but if he's been watching it for a while, he's probably going to be less wowed by some of the things Kirk says or believes.
Well,
than necessarily when he or she say what they said, right? We understand
Well,
that. Yeah?
I wanna explain what I just outlined. I think the problem here is that I'm trying to get Jack to give an example or reasonable means he would conclude anybody, not even just Kirk, would be bigoted. But his examples, like in itself, I don't think he even believes that he would be convinced by that, because the defenses I give, not like I could see those as a reasonable defense, or at least a semi-strong one. So I think the thing is, I don't think Jack knows himself what it takes for him to believe someone's bigoted.
Hold on, Jack. Do you think Nick Fuentes is racist?
Yeah, and he's like made it very apparent that he is racist.
So yeah, but so I would need some elaboration how he concluded that.
Well, Charlie Kirk said that he doesn't even believe in race. Nick Fuentes has said that.
Hasn't he done like phrenology
yeah.
of some fucked up shit like that? Like, yeah. Yeah, like Nick Fuentes regularly, like, usually people who are like super, like, you know.
Well, I do want to hear it from Jack. I want to like elaborate. How would you conclude that with what is his name? Nick Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes. You fucking. You fat basement dweller.
I'm blown away by the fact that we can make the argument that Kirk has said that he doesn't believe in race when he uses race statistics in his arguments.
True.
I mean, because here's the thing, right? I could say, well, I don't hate Christians. I really don't hate Christians or Mormons or anything like that, right? But if I'm like constantly reporting on times that Christians or Mormons get caught, like, you know, grooming kids or whatever, and I'm constantly pointing out, oh, another Christian youth pastor has been caught grooming a kid. And like I'm just doing that repeatedly. Christians are going to think that I have an anti-Christian agenda.
I want to go back to my request. Jack, I want elaboration for what was it? The fucking Nick Fuentes. What makes you conclude he is racist with evidence and deductive reasoning?
Can you give a quote? Can you give a quote?
How are you convinced by him being a bigot?
Because Nick Fuentes constantly says that he wants a white ethnostate. He wants to bring back segregation. Just tons of stuff.
So I'm gonna ask for elaborations. Why do you not interpret that as bad wording or jokes?
Because he's like completely serious.
What makes you say that? Elaborate.
He says that he's being completely serious.
That could be ironic.
He's actually advocating for it.
That could be ironic. Keemstar literally did the same thing. No sarcasm, no joking. Fuck the fans.
Fucking justice.
All right, hang on. Let me go back. Okay, so it's because let's go back as we went off track a little bit. So the reason is because he is unironic about it, and he says he is.
I mean. Like that's what he
I don't understand what is being serviced by this line of questioning. I'm sorry.
No one's asking you. I'm sorry to say. We're people asking Jack questions. We want him to speak for himself.
Good for you. Good for you. I would like to know why, though, because I'm...
You will know. You will know.
I can explain it now. I can explain it now. No, hang on. I can explain it now. You asked me a question. I'll just explain it. Jen, there's two conclusions to Nick Fuentes. There's either Jack is. I'm gonna ask for enough elaboration that he'll give us a consistent, well-meaning reason why he would conclude it that would hopefully be consistent, and he would stay consistent with it. Then all that SK and Southpaw would have to do is try and show that consistently with Charlie Kirk if they're even able to, or he would be stumped. And then the biggest problem would be that we would have to conclude that Jack Kentner doesn't know himself how to conclude if someone's a bigot or not, and then that would lead to a different kind of conversation. Because as far as I see it right now, it seems like Jack is not being that receptive to a lot of the evidence, and I'm assuming that's because of his interpretation, his viewpoint, and all that stuff. So I'm trying to grasp some kind of standard he has to conclude someone is a bigot or not, so we can actually move forward in the conversation. Because I'd rather that than the circle of, well, Charlie Kirk stabbed a black person because he was really frustrated about the black crime rate going up again. Well, that was a meme. It's I don't want to hear that shit forever. If you get what I mean.
But also, Jen, you are cutting in a lot for Jack. When we're just asking Jack directly, like just basic questions.
Okay, sure. I apologize for cutting in. I guess.
No,
That's
fine.
I have a question, Jack.
I still love you, Jack.
Well, do we want to continue the line of questioning?
Hold on.
Because I think that would be more productive.
Well, I have a quick question, Jack. I presume like one of the things that you would consider to be a racist thing for Nick Fuentes to say, or like one like a really good example of Nick Fuentes being a racist is him talking about the Great Replacement theory, right?
Depends on the context. Like, is he talking about replacement migration, which is an actual theory, given by the United Nations, or is he talking about like it being plotted by Jews?
What's your take on it? Because you believe Bat Nick Fuentes is a bigot. What's your conclusion on that?
you can bring it up like the United Nations theory because it's an actual method to it's an actual method to combat like declining birth rates. Like I talked about this before with Jan. Like sometimes you do need to bring in like a good amount of people to combat like a declining birth rate, so that there's like people able to
demographic collapse, basically.
Yeah.
But like, okay, the idea that like native white populations, like supposedly being replaced by non-white immigrants, like is that? Do you think that that's a racist theory?
Not really, because we have like a politician saying like diversity is our strength, and that we need more my diverse people in this country other than white. Like we do have like a bunch of politicians like saying that.
Why is that?
I hate brown people.
Why is that pushing? Why is that pushing? Calls for replacement of white people. How does supporting diversity somehow lead into wanting the white race to be replaced?
Well, I feel like we're getting getting a little off track from Charlie Kirk. Does Charlie Kirk believe in the replacement theory?
I would say he believes in replacement migration, like that he believes that is an actual thing, and it is as proposed by the United Nations, and critiques it.
Alrighty, so I just want to go on this. Let's go on why you think he is, not reasons you may or may not think he is. Why do you think Nick Fuentes is a bigot? Like, just explain, and then I'm gonna keep getting you to elaborate until we get a standard we can all grasp.
Because he like believes like a certain morality is tied to being a certain race. He believes that in order for certain beliefs to be perpetuated, you need to be white.
So these are conclusions you have. I want to see how you get to those conclusions. So let's start with the first one. You said something about the morality of different races or something like that, right?
Yeah, like race realism.
Let's start there. So what made you conclude that about this person is like the evidence?
Because he talks about race realism. He talks about how
what does he say exactly? Elaborate.
He talks about how certain races are more prone to criminality because of lower IQs, stuff like that.
Gotcha. So what makes you think he's saying it unironically and without bad wording?
Because he's actually advocating giving it as a justification in various speeches and stuff like that.
Okay, so to make this clear, you believe something is unironic and not poorly worded if he makes justifications for his claim that is a net negative towards a race/group of people. Would you say that's a fair conclusion of how you see someone being a bigot? For like an example.
No, because you can like give an answer of why like there's a disparity and you can give like an answer of why a group isn't performing as well as another group and not be racist about it. You just say, okay, these are the factors as to why there's a disparity.
No, that's fair. So I'm misunderstanding that. Then let's go back. So one of your things is he believes, let's say, black people have lower IQ. Is that something that you believe is a reason for him being a racist, right?
Yeah.
Alrighty. So let's just retrace so I can figure this out. Once again, how do you know that's not ironic or poor wording?
Again, because Nick Fuentes is seriously advocating for it.
So what makes you believe he's seriously advocating for it?
So his entire career is a bit. That's what you're going to have to make me believe. That his entire career is a bit.
Yeah.
So you believe his
believe that
SK, wait. Ah! Okay, so you believe so because of how he built his entire career around these kind of ideas, right?
Sure.
Okay, so if SK and Southpaw can prove to you that at least in some way Charlie Kirk has built his career based off of any of this kind of negative rhetoric against a group of people, you would concede that he's a bigot.
So just racial grievances?
Like, for an example, yeah. If they're able to prove, like the standard that you just set, but for Charlie Kirk, would you like concede and agree he's a bigot then, if they're able to do that?
If they're able to, sure.
All right, there you go. So SK, I'm gonna make this clear. You understand what a standard is, right?
Yeah, that someone has built their platform off consistently saying these things.
It is not ironic if you build your career, if it's clear you built your career behind it.
Sorry, what?
It is not ironic if you have proof that he has built his career behind it. The idea / rhetoric he is saying. It can't be misworded or just a joke.
Yes.
If it's built off, if you built off your career behind ideas like that. Okay. Have fun. I don't really care to fucking continue.
Alright, yeah, we can go over the tweets again. So,
you're fat as hell, Liam.
Shut up, PJ. You're trash at work, Cybercom, bro. Trash.
Hang on, I'm trying to get to it. I want to make very clear. So, where is it? Where's the tweet? Okay, so here's an example of a way in which, because he builds his platform off his rhetoric, right? So one of the tweets he made said that the good news today keeps getting better. The Trevor Project is a racket, and evidence has shown that they affirm trans kids further on a cycle of delusion, and that is the justification he gives for shutting down specialized support on the suicide hotline for LGBTQ callers. Which is in general, by the way. That's one. Another that I'd like to bring up is we have to counter the agenda of people identifying as LGBT. He said that here. I'm linking this as well. Oh yeah, I should be sharing this. My fault. I'm gonna scroll up. The Trevor Project suicide thing. That's where I'm getting it from. Next, the thread. I'm gonna bring it up once again. A prominent male-to-female transgender activist in Philadelphia has just been arrested for allegedly raping 2 young boys. No, we aren't just posting an old story. This happens all the time. Happens all the time. Interesting language.
It doesn't actually happen all the time, interestingly enough. You know what happens all the time is white male Christian youth leaders getting caught grooming kids. That happens all the time.
Yeah,
by happens a lot more often than
logic, you know.
Happens a lot more often than trans people. But you know what? That doesn't mean that everyone who is a white male Christian youth group leader is actually a groomer.
Yep.
Interesting that we can understand that basic logic when it comes to that demographic, but not with trans people.
In 2022, a New York transgender activist was arrested for soliciting sex with a 14-year-old boy. Last February, a gay mayor, mentored, groomed, by Pete Buttigieg, was arrested and charged with dozens of counts of child pornography. Just to note, Pete Buttigieg is actually not guilty as far as I know. There hasn't been proof of that shared, so his association with the gay guy is just mentioned for some reason. Okay.
Can you share these? Can you share these with us?
I sent the thread where it is. I'm sharing this on the screen as well for the stream. In August 2022, Georgia gay activists William and Zachary Zulak were arrested for pimping out their adopted boys to pedophiles. So, I don't know. What do you make of this? Especially on top of, we can look at this again, where Charlie Kirk says that LEGO is promoting the LGBTQ agenda to children and calls that grooming, even though that's just a rainbow set, saying everyone is awesome. And he says that, and I want to add as well. He says grooming is defined by wherever the hell it is. These are not well organized. Right there. A groomer is a person who pushes grossly inappropriate sexual topics onto young children for the purpose of normalizing sexual behavior, exposing them to abuse, or implanting the notion that they should mutilate their bodies to cure dysphoria. Alright? So that's how he defines grooming. And he keeps accusing an entire group of people for being involved in exploiting children, which is interesting. And on top of that, he says stuff like, prison is too good for pedophiles, and that the T in LGBT stands for tyranny. Alright, I have, like, so many references on hand. And like I said to you before, I'm gonna say it again so it gets through your thick skull. I can understand doubting it from a singular, like, you look at a singular example from that perspective, I understand doubt from that. This is a pattern. So counter that.
Okay, yeah, my counter is, where else do you hear like stories like this? These aren't really reported on in the mainstream. I think that's what he's
he linked news citations. He literally linked news citations, like BBC.com,
and
like
that's
New York Post, like Washington Stand, like New York Post.
Yeah, and those aren't necessarily like in the mainstream the same way like a crime, like the murder of George Floyd, like a police brutality or stuff like that. Like there is like
what does that have to do with him saying this happens all the time with LGBT people?
There is there is selective frame like a there's selective stories that are
Jack, that's not even his point. No. You're headcanoning what his point is. His point is that this happens all the time, not that the media doesn't report on it.
Yeah, but the reason
all the
he's
time with this group of
headcanoning
people.
The reason he's headcanoning his point is because I think you need to make a concrete argument that he builds his career off of this behavior you're trying to outline.
He builds his career off his rhetoric, and that's what he's doing right here. His rhetoric is implying that this is applicable to a whole group of people.
So try and provide some kind of argument / evidence of this kind of rhetoric being the thing that makes his career as a whole.
I literally did. These are numerous tweets that he makes.
But just outline, if I could, outline the difference between this and Fuentes, because I think these are bad. I would say these are really bad, actually, especially the third hotline one. But you would agree that one is the suicide one's celebratory one, understanding. Fuck that. But other than that, as far as we're aware, I've not researched these stories, but as far as we know, these are things that happened. And with it happens all the time. That is, an exaggeration, but it is at best subjective. Conversely, Nick Fuentes saying, let me finish, because there is a difference between that. There's some room for ambivalence. Nick Fuentes blatantly saying that there's a definitive 90% plus correlation between race and IQ. That is just completely bullshit. No matter what, how you slice it.
No, yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
just it's completely bullshit to say that the T in LGBT stands for tyranny, or that this happens all the time. In reference to very, very isolated, marginal examples.
Honestly, the difference that I'm seeing between Nick Fuentes and Charlie Kirk is that Nick Fuentes has the balls to say the quiet part out loud. Charlie Kirk wants to have some plausible deniability behind what he's the ideas that he's pushing, which is that gay and trans people are predators and groomers, and black people are also dangerous, violent criminals.
Well, also, I want to use Jack's logic, because Jack said, well, Charlie Kirk said he's not against gay people, even though there's a video at the time when Nick Fuentes was getting doxxed, where a police officer said to him, "Are you a white supremacist?" And Nick Fuentes said, "No, I'm not a white supremacist."
But we know that Nick Fuentes is lying there. And again, because of the thing that you can see about Charlie Kirk outright lying when pushed on the when asked about the lie about West Point that he said, that they told, and then Charlie Kirk lied about having ever said that in the first place, is like, yeah, I just, I straight up just don't believe Charlie Kirk. I don't believe any explanation that he's going to give for these things that he's going to get pressed on.
Yeah.
So, if someone said they do, if someone said that they don't believe it, you said they'd be coping, yes?
Yes, I do. At this point, with the evidence that I have given, you are coping if you don't concede to our points.
Yeah, to be honest, I still don't believe them.
Why?
Cope.
Why?
I don't believe any of this is like proof of a bigoted mindset.
Really?
I just want to throw in something really quick. I don't know how to describe this, but it is quite literally impossible for Charlie Kirk to fuck you. Okay.
All right.
Unless you do necrophilia.
You know what?
Let me.
You know what? Jack?
Let me see.
Hang
I
on.
want to see.
I want to
No,
talk.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because I do want to. I do want to bring this up. I've been wanting to bring this up for some time.
Oh no.
So, Jack, you don't believe us. You don't want to believe us. Fine, right? You don't want to believe the evidence that we have. But could I just, if I may, right? Can I ask you why, or can I tell you why I don't necessarily think what you believe in is really that, it really doesn't carry that much weight, is the best way to put it. What do you think, alright? Do you want me to go over some other reasons as to why I think whether you believe something or not isn't necessarily meaningful to me, I should say.
I'm
scared.
I feel like you're going to talk about it no matter what, so go ahead.
Okay. So I've been told that you don't believe that Arachnid Youth is really guilty of certain things that we've talked about, where he displayed a clear attraction to characters in cartoons that are children, which is weird to me because I thought you pleaded ignorance at first.
Well, first off, like I've always made it clear that I don't see one-to-one distinction between like fictional content and like real life kids.
Okay,
You
so
can
Jack, if someone jerks off
disassociate,
to
you can
Mayday
find
Parker and
gross.
Across the Spider-Verse, are they a pedophile?
You can find that gross. Yeah, you can find that gross.
Yeah, I find it
and
gross because I
disassociate
find it
the person.
pedophilic.
Yeah, and you can disassociate with Arachnid.
Yeah, I
Youth
can
because of that
disassociate with
reason.
pedophiles, I
But
agree.
you can. Yeah, but if you want demand that he gets like put on a sex offender registry or something like that,
Well, that's not
where
what I
disagree
said.
to
You
say.
can straw manning, Jack, and I understand.
No,
that.
like I'm telling you,
I
like,
understand
I'm
you're trying to
making
dodge
my
the
stand clear.
point, but
Making
I'm
my
talking about
stand
someone's
clear.
attractions.
Okay, if you want to talk over me, you can keep on talking.
Well, I mean, you have a broken premise, right? And I need to correct that. I'm very sorry that offends you, Jack, that I'm correcting the incorrect things that you are saying. But we need to do this for efficient progress to be made. So let me just ask you this, Jack, real quick, alright? If somebody gets off to a drawing of a baby...
A child.
No, let's go with this. A baby. Do you think that person has an attraction to children? Do you think that? I just want a clear answer, you know? Just asking questions.
Yeah, my stance is if it's a traced baby, then yeah.
No.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to be traced. It could be like Mayday from Across the Spider-Verse. If someone gets off to that, do you think that that displays an attraction to children?
Well, some people like age her up, so I don't.
It's a yes or no.
No,
PJ, let me handle it. Let me handle it. I want to do this myself.
If she's like an
I want
adult,
to do this
then
myself. No. I didn't say if she was an adult. I said if she was a
she
baby.
doesn't
Don't
resemble
dance
like
around
her
it.
being
Jack,
a baby
Jack,
anymore.
you're running, Jackie.
If she doesn't resemble a baby anymore, how can I say
don't
that
run
she?
from what I said. Don't run from what I said. Don't run from what I said. You're trying to run like Sonic the Hedgehog, but you're really, you're failing. You're falling apart. Okay.
Okay, Eggman. Okay, Dr. Robotnik.
Oh, I'm not Dr. Robotnik in this case. I'm Shadow the Hedgehog. I'm kicking your ass in this race. Chaos control, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get back to what we were talking
that was
about.
cringe.
So anyway, you said, well, maybe they'll age her up. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the baby version in the movie. That's why I specified the movie. If someone gets off to that, and it's weird. It's weird to me that you can't answer this question, KinoFlex. Do you think someone is attracted to children if they get off to Mayday and Across the Spider-Verse? It is a yes or no question that you're struggling to answer, but I hope you get.
Not really.
No.
Not really. Like
no.
There's a difference.
Really?
There's a difference.
Really?
There's a difference.
So you think someone is not attracted to children if they get off to a cartoon baby?
I didn't say that.
That is on the record that KinoFlex has
I didn't
said
say
that.
that. I didn't say that. I said
You
not
said
really
no.
to.
You said
I said
no.
not. I
You
said,
said no to my yes or no
I said
question.
not really to the extent that I don't have an answer. I do find it like very bizarre. I do find it weird that someone would do that.
Oh,
But
why was it
know
bizarre?
if
Why is it bizarre?
I don't know
Yeah,
if-
because
I
I
don't know if
agree.
it's
Getting off to a
honest
baby
if I
is
say
weird.
it's
Getting off to a
pedophilia.
baby is
Like, they
weird.
would
I
have-
agree with that.
I
No,
don't
I
think
agree.
it's- I
I
don't
totally
know
agree
if
with
it's-
you.
I
It
don't
is
know if
weird
it's
to get
like
off to a
saying-
baby. I agree with that.
I don't
I
know.
agree with that. I
Wait,
completely
SK.
agree with
I don't know.
that.
If, I
Let
don't
me
know if
handle
it's
this.
the
Let me
same.
handle this.
I don't know.
Wait, but I
if
want to
it's the
ask
same
him a
as saying
question,
real
just
life
real quick, just real
attraction
quick.
to children.
I want to ask
I
him
don't
a
know if
question, then you
I
can
can
go
condemn
on.
it. If you want me to condemn it, I can condemn it right now. Sure.
Does it display
But
an
again,
attraction
if
to
you want-
children?
Sure. Yeah.
It's
Sure.
so
I can
important to
approve
be that thing.
Oh, that took you a while to say that.
Wait,
yes, because you're trying to get me to say, okay, so therefore he must have like a real life attraction to
Well, no, I'm
children.
trying to
and
get
I
the truth,
don't
and
have
you
evidence
really
for
struggle
that.
to get an answer.
I don't have evidence for that.
We're
You
not
don't
saying that though.
Wait,
Well,
you
all
don't
that we're
have
saying-
evidence
That
that
is the
someone who
conclusion
gets
you want me
off
to
to a
come to,
baby
though.
might have an attraction
That
to
is the
children?
conclusion you want me to come to, though.
No, the
Wow.
conclusion you need to come to is that he is a pedophile, even if he's not a predator.
So he has no sexual attraction towards real life kids. Like, you're going to admit that?
Wait, okay.
Yeah,
SK,
no-
Can I ask,
Well-
can I
Oh my
ask something?
God.
Can I ask something real quick, please?
Go on.
I don't even think it matters. Is my
Wait, wait,
answer.
wait,
He's still
wait.
like attracted to something that looks like
All
a
right,
child.
BJ,
That's
you
still
go,
a
and then I'm going to
pedophile.
continue from there.
Okay, I want to ask if you, if you really think this, then why do you have Arachnid Youth in your Discord server? Or
I don't.
had?
Like, I kicked him. I kicked him.
Okay, but
Well, that
beforehand,
took a while, so we can get to that later. I think that's a
That-
different topic, PJ. I'd love to
Yeah,
get to it.
Because
in a
I have an
bit.
open
I'd love
invite
to get to
server.
it. in
I
a
have an
bit.
open invite server.
No, I
That's the
understand. I
reason.
understand. You have an open invite to pedophiles. I get it. So let's get back on track. Right? So, Jack, do you actually concede that it is pedophilic behavior to get off to a cartoon baby, or are you just saying it?
I condemn it. I would
That's
say
not
like
my,
it's,
that's not my question.
Sure,
Is it
sure.
pedophilic
I would
behavior?
say
Is it
sure.
pedophilic?
Let me answer. Sure, I would say it's pedophilic adjacent, but I would say it's literally pedophilia.
adjacent.
What do you mean adjacent?
It is pedophilia.
Adjacent.
Wait, just like, can we agree there's a difference between jacking off to a drawing and a real and like
No.
on a
Yes,
real child? Oh,
yes,
okay.
yes.
we
No,
can't. Never
hang
mind
on. Yes, yes,
Yes, we
yes.
can.
But like the thing is, no one. At least I never contest that with the Arachnid Youth stuff. The problem is that the definition of being a pedophile is being attracted to a child.
then. Okay, so
It doesn't
but-
specify
it-
real life or anything.
Okay,
You're
is
still a
anyone here
pedophile.
is anyone here confused about the point that Jack would condemn just as harshly these two activities, jacking up to a drawing of a child and
I
jacking
didn't.
up to a child?
it's weird, Jan, that
Oh,
we're
yeah, no,
talking
you
about.
didn't ask
Wait,
that, because
Jan,
that's very-
hang on,
because
stop.
that's very-
Hey,
That's
PJ,
the
let me handle
actual
this. I
salient
want to lock in. I want to lock
No.
in.
yeah.
Jan,
You don't have
why
what it
are
takes,
you
trust
bringing
me.
up the comparison to real children? I never brought up real children. I just brought up the drawing.
Because,
I was trying to get a clear answer.
No,
on
it's
that.
very,
Because
no,
you're
it's very,
trying
no, it's very simple. It's very simple, actually, because Jack perceives that to be a difference between real and fake that he's articulated many times, and you're deliberately pretending it doesn't exist.
I'm sorry.
why.
What? I
It's
asked
very
if this.
simple.
I asked if this displays an attraction to children. That's all I asked. I didn't say if there was a distinction or not. It's really
So-
weird that you're dancing around
you're
this,
saying-
Jan. It's really weird that you're
I'm
dancing
dancing
around
around-
this.
I'm not dancing. I'm not
Again,
dancing around
again,
this.
like-
Because
I'm
I
not
want
dancing
him
around
to.
this when
Jan,
Jack's
I'm
a
sorry. I'm
fictional
sorry,
child.
Jan. I
Jack
want him
on.
to answer
Trying
very
to
simple
defend me.
questions, and he's struggling to
Again,
do that.
SK, like,
Don't you
we-
find that
again,
troubling
SK.
that he finds it really
Again,
difficult
SK.
to answer basic questions, and you have to go full Superman and jump in and help him out when he can't answer simple questions?
That's not what's happening. I'm giving you the same answer over and over again, and you're not accepting it.
Well, no. You gave me a different answer.
Hey, SK.
Jan.
No.
I'm in the middle of a sentence.
No.
I'm responding to what he said. He made an
Please.
accusation.
I really want to
Please, Jan. I understand.
Okay, sure.
I understand you want to be a savior, but not today, okay?
Oh no.
Jack.
All right. Well.
Jack.
This is
You did
horrible.
not give me the same answer. You
I
want to
love
know
this.
why? You want to know why? Because when I asked you the first time, you said not really.
In your heart.
And then you shifted it to yeah,
I
sure,
said
fine.
no. I said not really to your like your question of your statement of I don't have any stance on this, and I said not really. Like I I don't have an answer for it.
You don't have
And
an
I do
answer
have a
if it's
standard for it.
pedophilic
I
to
do
jerk
have
off
it-
to a
I do
cartoon
have a
baby.
standard for it. I do have a standard for it. I condemn people who jerk off to
That's
like
not an answer.
drawings
That's
of
not
real.
an answer. We're asking if it's pedophilic behavior. We're asking if it's pedophilic behavior.
Like me condemning the action is not enough.
Well, no, because you're acting like it's not pedophilic behavior. You can't answer that question, and the fact that you can't answer
Because
that question is very interesting to me.
I need
It's
more
very
than that.
interesting to me.
I need
no, because here's the
like,
thing. Here's the
I
thing,
need
right?
an
Here's the
expert
thing, right? Here's the thing,
psychologist
right?
to say, hey, I need an expert psychologist to say, yes, this guy is pedophile.
Here's why I think you're being disingenuous, right? Because you're trying to reduce it to a broad standard. You're trying to reduce it to something broad and something, you know, not very specific, so it doesn't look as bad, right? And to give an example, right? I think people that, let's say they eat mac and cheese with their hands and they have it all over their face. I think that's kind of gross and weird. But I wouldn't, I wouldn't group that in the same as someone who jerks off to a cartoon baby. But then here you are reducing it to, well, yeah, it's just gross and weird.
Yeah, and you just said you need a psychologist to prove to you that someone's a pedophile? Like, no, you don't. A pedophile is a simple descriptor of a certain sexual attraction to something. That's not, you don't need to be some professional...
Do you need a psychologist to prove that I'm straight?
You don't need to be Hugo fucking Strange from the Batman series to figure out if someone's a pedophile. If someone is sexually attracted to a child, that's a pedophile. It has nothing to do with anything else. It's as simple as that.
So comic legend, like by years or just like by physical appearance?
Physical appearance.
Okay. So if like there are video game characters who like are age 5, but they're like adults by any metric.
Oh yeah. I understand.
What is that?
I get it. The 1,000-year-old vampire
what?
argument. I get it. The 1,000-year-old vampire argument you want to make. I get that. I totally get it, man.
No. I'm not even making.
No, I get it. You want to make the 1,000-year-old vampire?
Hang on.
I'm not even making the they look underage. I'm saying
elaborate. What are you talking about? I'm confused.
Well, okay. All right, I want to lock in here. All right, Liam, just leave this to me, because here's the thing.
Hang on a second.
No. I want to go on. There's a very specific reason.
I want to respond to that one point he did
Fine,
he
make
did
it
throw
quick,
at me.
and then let me handle the rest.
All right, very simply. If somebody wants to have sex with Baby Doll, I think you're a pedophile still, because that still looks like a child. You're still sexually attracted to something that is a child in all forms except for the lore. I wouldn't accept that as not pedophilic.
But she's an adult.
Yeah, but she's drawn to look like a child. She's literally created to look like a child. So you want to have sex with something that looks like a child.
Yeah, comic legend. If you have,
she's an adult.
Comic legend. Like if somebody has a sex doll of a real life person, that's also weird or fucked up. But then fucking it isn't akin to rape. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Does it look like an adult? If it looks like a child, yeah, you're still a weirdo if you do that. I hope you don't defend that.
What?
Damn it.
Is it pedophilic?
If it's a child.
Wait, wanting to have sex with a sex doll, that's not equivalent to rape, because the definition of rape isn't as broad. The definition of rape is literally forcing yourself on another person that can and or cannot consent, obviously. That's different than pedophile. The definition of pedophile is literally you're sexually attracted to a child. It's as simple as that. If something looks like a child and you want to fuck it, you're a pedophile.
Okay.
It is way more broad. Okay, that's good that you condemn it, but my point is, the reason we believe Arachnid Youth is a pedophile isn't because we think he's a Chris Hansen victim that's gonna go and fuck a kid or anything like that. No, it's because he is obviously sexually attracted to minors.
He makes gooner art of minors.
Yes, he wants to have sex with characters that look like children. That were meant to look like children.
And he defends the act of people doing it.
Yes.
Okay.
And he was a near server.
I can agree there's a distinction between that and real life, sure. But pedophile doesn't care about distinctions. If you're attracted to a child, you're a pedophile. It is so broad.
This is what I was getting to, alright? Just leave it to me to explain this, right? Here's the thing. There was a very specific reason I had arranged it in this specific order. There was a reason I simply didn't mention real life kids or anything like that. All I said was, does getting off to a cartoon baby indicates an attraction to children? I kept it very simple. And you'll notice that he couldn't really answer that full on. He had to say, well, what if it was aged up? For some very bizarre reason.
Because people don't respect that distinction.
I'm sorry, Jack. That was my question.
What?
No.
All right,
PJ, go on mute. Everyone that's not me or Jack, go on mute. Jack.
All right, have fun.
Jack, why did you bring up the aging up thing when my question was about, hypothetically, if it was a baby they were getting off to? Why was that
because
a question?
you constantly bring that up in our past interactions.
Why do you think I bring it up? Why do you think I bring it up? Is it because it happens to be the most unambiguously problematic thing to get off to? Might that be the reason? Well, we're gonna have to wait for him to give someone their Big Mac now. We'll give him time. We'll give him time.
Can I I have to ask. So I have a wait, hold on. Today's Thursday. Oh shit. Hold on. I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah. I don't have to open tomorrow. I close. I don't even have the excuse of having to go to bed early. Never mind. I get to be up as long as I want.
Awesome.
It's a good day for the unemployed.
It's a good day.
All right, I'm back.
Okay, all right. So Jack, why do you keep bringing up the what if the character was aged up thing when my question was about if it was a baby, because it's the most unambiguously problematic thing to get off to?
Because, like, again, like, if you say that this character, like, from across the Spider-Verse, like, was originally a baby, but that's not the case in fan art, and yeah, like, that needs to be, like,
Jack,
explained.
Was that my hypothetical?
That distinction.
Was that my hypothetical?
It's a distinction that needs to be explained.
Was that my hypothetical?
It's a distinction
Was
that
that
needs
my
to be
hypothetical?
explained.
Jack,
It wasn't.
You're struggling to answer basic questions. I wonder why that is. Was that my hypothetical?
It wasn't, but
so
that's
then
a
why did you
distinction that needs
shift
to be
it to a different
explained.
hypothetical? Why did you shift it to a different one?
Because I'm explaining the nuance and
There is no nuance. If you jerk off to a baby, you're a pedophile.
Okay, you're saying that he drew. Okay, you're trying
That's
to say
not what
that
I said.
he drew.
No, that's not what
okay,
I said.
did Arachnid Youth draw like porn of a baby?
No,
like,
I'll
of
tell you what
baby
happened
Mayday?
because Jack,
no, he didn't.
Jack,
no,
Jack,
he didn't.
I
No,
didn't
he
say
didn't.
he did. Jack, you need to calm down, buddy. All right. So here's the problem.
You're
here's
constantly
here's
interrupting me.
Jackie, I'm about to make a point. Thank you. So the reason I brought this up, and you should know this, right? Beforehand, I attributed your dense responses to very simple points I was making to basic ignorance. That Arachnid Youth was simply lying to you about his position. The problem is that Borgie had a conversation with you where he basically corrected you, he explained it in full to you, right? And then I explained everything to you, alright? We have shown full evidence of everything, and your response to that was, oh, I was ignorant. Oh, I didn't know the extent of what he did. Oh yeah, you basically pleaded ignorance. I was fine to work with that. But the problem is that when you know all this information, not only do you still defend him, but you're defending him right now when I've explained everything to you. All of the context has been given. You were in the conversations where we've talked about it. Jackie, this is my problem,
Okay.
right? And, not done. Jack.
Okay.
The reason I keep bringing up the Mayday thing, right? The reason I keep bringing this up is because when we talked about the Arachnid Youth thing, you know that this was a point that I brought up to Arachnid Youth, not as an accusation that he did it, but to highlight that he defended it as if it was not pedophilic. Correct?
You asked him like if it is like if it would apply to be pedophilia, and that's not
And he
him
defended it.
endorsing. That's not him endorsing it. That's him giving like a.
But
his
he's
take on
saying it's not
what it would be.
pedophilic. He's saying it's not pedophilic.
Okay.
And Jack,
Yeah,
this is why,
and he-
Jack,
he can be
stop.
wrong.
This is why you're, again, I'm going to bring this up, because this is why you're being disingenuous. I didn't say he endorsed it. Not my argument. My argument is that he endorsed saying that it's not pedophilic. I was very specific with that. I was very careful with that. So once again, Jack, I'm going to explain this to you. Stop reducing it to, well, he doesn't endorse that. He doesn't condone that. I don't condone pineapple on pizza. I don't condone eating mac and cheese with your hands and having it all over your face. I don't condone praising the fucking meths, okay? Stop reducing it to that. Is it pedophilic to get off to a cartoon baby? He couldn't concede that. Let's see if you can.
Sure, if you want me to say it's pedophilic
No,
adjacent,
it's
sure,
not what I want
would
you to
agree.
say. It's what I want what you think.
Okay, what do you want me to say? Like, I condemn
What
it.
do you think?
Like, I say
What do you think?
Jason-
No, stop the condemning thing. Stop the condemning thing. I condemn Liam screaming at people on Discord, okay? Stop reducing it. Is it pedophilic?
No, you don't.
You can't answer the
I would
question.
Say, again, like I need like a psychologist to.
You need a psychologist to tell you that jerking off to a cartoon baby is pedophilic.
Yes, I need
You need a psychologist to tell you that jerking off to a baby is pedophilic.
I need a psychologist to explain to me.
You need a
if
psychologist
there's,
to
like,
explain
a
to you that jerking off
link.
to a cartoon baby is pedophilic.
I need a psychologist to explain.
You
to me
need
that
a
there's
psychologist to
that
explain
there's
to
a
you that
link
jerking off
between
to an
him.
infant is pedophilic.
I need a
You need a
psychologist
psychologist
to
to
explain to
explain
me
to you
there's
that
a
jerking off
causal
to a
link.
baby is pedophilic.
I need a psychologist to explain to me that there's a causal link between
There's
a
a
fictional
causal link
character
between
and
someone jerking off to something that is very clearly an infant.
And once again,
if it's very clearly traced,
Jack,
then that is pedophilia.
Jack,
and I condemn that.
Jack, once again, I don't know why you keep doing that. The problem with the whole psychologist concluding, oh, it being attracted to real life children, then they'll go out and whatever, that's, like, not only is that, firstly, you're not distincting pedophile and child predator when you do that, which is very dangerous. I don't know why you'd keep doing that. They're not the same thing. You can be a pedophile, but not prey on children and actually fuck them. And you can...
out there, if people are curious.
Like, that is a possibility. Because all that pedophile means is that you're sexually attracted to a child. There's no specification in that definition. There's no, oh, specifically, No, it's just, if you're attracted to a child, you're a pedophile. Mayday
That's
Parker
not how
is
we
a
look at
child.
it, though. That's not how we treat it, though. Like, by child, we assume.
I
like,
agree.
real-life
If you're
child.
talking about the law,
You're just,
I
like-
agree. But the law isn't always moral. And even then, I don't even care about the moral argument. It's just the definition of fucking pedophile. Like, you just are. If you jerk off to a child, you're a pedophile. It's as simple as that. That's like,
real life children, and that
No, it doesn't say that.
Like,
It doesn't
there
say
are
that.
different terms that exist.
Jack,
there are different terms
Jack,
that exist for these people.
Jack,
are they
Jack,
degenerate?
Jack.
Yeah, they're degenerate. But
Jack.
I don't know.
Jack.
I don't know if it's right
but
to
they're
say
not
that.
understanding us. Great, love it.
Jack. Once again, pedophile doesn't say that. The definition of being a pedophile, all that it says is a sexual attraction to children. It doesn't say real life children. It doesn't say anything. It just says children. So unless you're going to tell me that all cartoon children are not children, you're wrong. And if you make that argument, that's insane. Because even in fucking art classes, they fucking distinct how to write a child over adults. At least if you are, properly doing art.
Also, pedophile doesn't mean sex offender. It doesn't mean someone, and as someone just said, doesn't mean that you are necessarily preying on children. It's just simply describing a sexual attraction to children.
Yes.
That's all the word means.
The most that these psychological studies have ever proven is that, yeah, if you jerk off to cartoon children, there's no link to you're gonna go and become a Chris Hansen victim. We acknowledge that, but that doesn't change the fact that you're still a pedophile if you do that.
Jack, you're a humiliation king.
What?
Okay, that's your standard. That's fine. That's fine.
That's not my standard. That's just the definition of being a pedophile. Come on.
I understand you have a different standard. You're not like us.
No. You gave your standard of like what you think a pedophile is. Like,
no, I didn't. I literally just read off the definition.
And other people have different interpretations. Like, I think the stuff
Yeah,
that
some people think the earth is flat.
How can we interpret what a pedophile is? Can we interpret who gay people are? Can we interpret who black people are now?
It's degenerate. It's gross. And yeah, I should have kicked it from my server like before, but I wanted to have like a free and open server where there's no rules. And as I'm growing as a channel, I'm realizing that I had to have more rules in place. So yeah, your criticism for me there is completely fair.
Yeah,
and
that's
I'm
fair.
going to start,
But
applying
here's
more
the
rules.
thing.
Like, I'm going to give more responsibilities to my mods. But
Yeah,
that being said, like,
that's not our problem right now. That's not our problem. Jack, you're not talking about what our problem is. Our problem is that you're so hesitant to just conclude that this guy's a pedophile, despite what the definition says, and just logical deduction.
Because I don't want to libel someone. I don't want to like get in trouble, like any sort of legal trouble.
Why would you get in trouble? You cannot get in trouble for thinking someone's a pedophile.
Wait a fucking minute. Wait a minute. Since when do you just now not want to libel someone? Fuck you, Jack. Fuck you.
Okay, like I actually have evidence. Like I actually have evidence. I actually have evidence.
You will call
You.
evil.
Okay, go ahead. Like sue me for libel. Then. Go ahead, sue me for libel.
No, Jack. Here's the problem.
Actually.
Hey, hang on, Jack. Sue me for libel. That's the thing. You cannot be sued for libel if you go, I believe this person's a pedophile. Like, what? You can't be sued for ultimately having a conclusion on someone, even if it was incorrect.
I can't sue SK for believing that I was racist at one point. What?
Yeah, what is SK's lawsuit for thinking that Southpaw was a transphobe?
Jack, you really
can't do that.
You really think?
Oh, that's not the correct color.
Hold on.
Hold up.
Holy shit, this is fucking amazing. Somebody clip that. That was ridiculous. This kid's a fucking embarrassment.
So do you just want me to say that Iraq is a pedophile? That's what you want.
Well,
from
it's
me.
not about what we want.
We
I
want you
want
to
$1 million.
concede-
I want you to give me $1 million, but you know.
we want you to concede and acknowledge his pedophilic behavior. That's the thing we want you to see.
We want to know and trust that you can distinguish a pedophile, especially that you let one in your server for quite a bit, and you were hesitant to even admit he was a pedophile.
Yeah,
that's scary as fuck, dude. Especially that you're a public figure. Like, come on.
Fine. I can see that was a shitty thing to do. It won't happen again. I'll have more stricter standards.
Well, even then, that sounds so half-assed.
Like, what else do you want me to say? Like,
Arrested youth is a pedophile, and I condemn him. And if anyone jerks off to children, despite the context, you are a pedophile, and I do not accept you in my server.
I also think that you should travel back in time and change it.
Absolutely.
Sorry, that's.
I hate you so much.
100%. That's just a joke. That's an inside joke. I'm not actually demanding you have to travel back in time. I promise.
I just wanna bring up too, like,
you're a terrible influence. That's
I'm not even saying this with you, Jack, but everyone who talks about the whole animated or cartoon children being jerked off to or whatever, every time it's so scary because they can't just say that like that's a child. They always just say cartoons, bro. Like, just say it. Say it's a cartoon child. Jerking off to a cartoon child is okay, but people like Arachnid Youth and Ultimate Joker can't fucking do that. And I bet you can't do that, because that's uncomfortable to say. There's a reason it's uncomfortable to say, because deep down, everyone fucking knows that's pedophilic. That's why nobody just wants to say, you know what, it's okay to jerk off to cartoon children. Not even Arachnid Youth will say it in that wording, but he'll still defend it. And do it.
Blown away by all this shit. Oh my god. What a fucking joke. Also,
what a terrible person.
Besides Arachnid Youth, Joey the Backseater, you still mutual with him?
Well, I think we know what his opinion is on him.
Do we?
Yeah, bad guy.
Well, it's fiction, right? So why would we care? You know? It might be weird.
Yeah,
it might be degenerate, but you know, I'm not going to group it with a very clear label.
I just find it weird that you're so quick that when it came to Arachnid Dude, you're so quick to say all these things, basically running a defense for him, but you make C out to be evil, like literally the word evil.
Yeah, I want to tell a fun fact. I want to tell a fun fact, and I have proof of this. So C Nymph actually was the first person to point out that Arachnid Youth was in his Discord server. And hang on, Jackie, I'm not done with the story, Jackie. I'm in the middle of a point.
I banned her.
I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle of something.
I want to say something after this.
I want to say something
after this.
You can say something after this, right? I find it really interesting, Jack, that, and I have proof of this, alright? I'm just going to preface with that again. There was, when C Nymph was showing, just screen sharing the fact that Arachnid Youth was in the server, you banned C Nymph for being quote-unquote weird. Immediately. Weird.
Yeah.
But Arachnid Youth has been around for, I don't even know how long at this point.
So what? Yeah, why is it weird for someone basically roaming around your server to see if there's any weird activity happening? Weird, but yet you actively keeping a pedophile basically protected in your server, not weird.
Okay, I didn't keep him protected. He was under Like he was, all the
just
rules
protected
applied
him.
to him. All the rules applied to him equally.
Okay. Do you want to explain? Okay. Do you want to explain why Sea Nymph is worthy of being banned for being weird, but Arachnid Youth isn't?
Yeah, because you're actively recording my server,
and he's actively, you know, having an attraction to children. He makes art. He makes art of child characters in a Gunnar manner.
I said in the rule, he tells me that they're not child characters. Like he ages them up.
Stop!
That's a lie. We've already
That's a
explained
lie.
why
Okay.
that's a lie.
Jack, this is why I think you're disingenuous. Because yes, at first you could have conceded. I could have conceded that, you know, of course, because I did concede that, right? But at the time, I thought, okay, you were just ignorant. Here's the truth. But that we know that's not true because quite literally, I'm not kidding. He said Gwen from Into the Spider-Verse. This is why I repeated this in my Ultimate Joker response. I had to repeat this numerous times. Of all characters he could have chosen the comics. He could have chosen from TASM. He could have chosen 616 Gwen. He could have chosen. While it would still be awful, he could have chosen the Across the Spider-Verse one. But you know what he chose? He chose Into the Spider-Verse. Why do you think that is?
SK, another thing I need to bring up is the fact that it's like in your recording when we confronted Arachnid Youth for the last time, I literally said to him when he kept saying they were aged up, like, I don't believe that, and I don't believe you care because you keep defending it if it wasn't anyways. Why is it a problem if you're okay with it if it wasn't aged up? And then he proceeded to defend it being not aged up. So I don't believe him under just that alone, or trust that he wouldn't be doing that. And not only that, like, we know Arachnid Youth is a liar. He's admitted himself he fucking lied to us for nearly a whole year.
Yeah.
So why would this guy ever be trusted?
SK, real quick, Captain Kaba keeps spamming my DMs. He's basically telling me for you to check your guys'
Alright,
DMs.
I'll give it a shot, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is incredible. How to fucking annihilate the thesis of your own video in one evening.
Well, I mean, I want to make clear, see. You want to know
Yeah, I
the
still
whole
stand
reason...
by everything I said.
Well, no, that's okay,
Yeah,
Jack.
so-
I understand. You stand by a lot of things, right? The reason I brought this up is that I think it is very hollow what you consider to be something that you believe, right? When you say, well, I don't really believe that, I'm just letting you know why I think what you say you believe doesn't really hold that much water.
It's also really stupid how you feel the need to go after our friends like Captain Kaba for his financial situation, and yet you're like literally keeping a pedo under wraps.
Yeah, you're not. Why don't you go after Arachnid Youth for the things that he does? Because I actually saw Discord messages in your server where even recently he's defending himself. Even recently he's been defending himself.
He's not coming after me. That's why.
Oh, he's not coming after me. He's not coming after me, so it's okay. You're saying the lives of a billion strangers are more important than me.
You're asking me.
So he can go. So Arachnid Youth could go after fucking Arachnid Youth can go after children for all he wants, but as long as he's not going after you, it's fine.
Okay, but I'm gonna
Yeah, Jack, in what way was I going after you? Huh? What about Sheep? Was he going after you?
You fucking bullshit, baby. They weren't going after you. You just went after them.
Yeah, what he said was great.
Us.
You fucking bullshit.
Wait, sorry, what?
Wait.
What he said was what? What he said was what? I want to hear that. What he said was what?
Yeah, like again, him like being happy over Charlie Kirk's death is something I found gross, and
something that I find gross is that Arachnid Youth is really happy around underage children being depicted in a sexual manner, and you don't think that's weird? You don't make a video on that?
You know that objectively.
What?
You know that objectively.
Yes, because I showed you proof, you dense motherfucker.
Holy shit, dude.
Yes,
Okay,
do you want to
Jack,
like that shit?
That's objectively the case, and I condemn him.
No, stop. No. You can't say I condemn him. Is it pedophilic to do that? Yes or no?
Oh my god, bro.
Back to mute.
This guy's a fucking coward. Holy shit.
On mute. Back on mute.
Guys, Captain Kava is evil because he's evil because he's e-begging, and Sea Nymph is weird because they were just monitoring my server, but I'm allowed to keep this pedophile.
The C and Sheep talks are about that.
Hang on a second.
They're both evil because they made Charlie Kirk jokes.
I want to point this out. So C is bad, and we need to make a video on him because he promotes evil behavior over the jokes, right? But it's not promoting evil behavior to have someone like fucking pull their dick out their pants and jerk off to what they know is a minor.
Is that what he's doing in my server?
He actively defends it. He actively defends it, and he actively defends it.
Hey, did CNIMP in your server do anything? No, CNIMP just showed us something.
Yeah, like they showed that they were recording my.
Hang on a second.
Wait, so showing us what
happens
happens in your cesspool of a server, that's bad. But
hang on a second.
But Arachnid Youth actively defending himself for his, his Gunnar art. Him defending himself in the chat because I saw him defending himself there. That's okay. All right,
hang on a second. So, the reason you went after C is because he publicly defends and doubles down on the idea of this evil behavior, making fun of Charlie Kirk's death or whatever, right? Like celebrating evil.
Sure.
So, once again, Arachnid Youth is fully capable and okay with, and has done this, went public and actively defends jerking off to fucking babies as long as it's cartoon or an art drawing. And he enables his fan base to think it's okay. And they've argued vehemently about this. He has a cult following of people that whip their dicks out and fucking pump their goddamn tube when they see children.
Jack
Jack, can you DM me an invite to your Discord server? I just want to see a few things. I'm not going to do anything. I just want to see some things.
Okay.
All right, yeah. I'm just curious to dig in.
Well, pause, okay. Pause. Don't say it like that.
Let's see.
God,
like, what are you gonna do? Like just live stream like everything in the.
Well,
in
no,
the server?
I just want to take a look and check something. You got nothing to hide, right?
I know where you're checking. I know where you're checking.
So you want to like check what?
You got
like,
nothing
exactly
to hide,
what
right?
he
You got
posted?
nothing to hide, right? It's a public server.
Sure, I have nothing to hide. But if you're
okay,
gonna
so yeah,
stream
just send it.
then I
Don't
have
worry
like
about it.
problem with that.
Don't worry about it, man.
Like I respect other people's privacy in the server. So
Well, it's a public server, right? So it's an open
Yeah,
invite.
yeah,
Anyone's
I
allowed
know.
in, as you put it. Anyone's allowed in, even pedophiles.
Wait, so why do you have a problem with that if you have nothing to hide?
Yeah, why can't I join? I can't join, but
And also,
but Arachnid Youth can.
Since where did you get this apprehension with sharing content from inside of a Discord server and messages between people in what is considered a private space? Since when did you all of a sudden have an issue with that?
Yeah, didn't you show text messages that C said in a public server?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, that's even
Yeah,
worse.
and you also showed you
Give him an
showed all
invite.
the arguments there. That's interesting.
Give him an invite, or we're gonna start fucking prancing around calling you.
I'm ready for the invite, man. Unless you're like taking some time for some weird reason. But I'd love to join now if possible. If possible.
Yeah, I'm not sure I trust you to be honest. Like,
But you trust the Arachnid Youth, right? You trust the pedophile, right? You trust the
It's like
pedophile.
how I show more foresight.
Bro.
Like how I
So
show
wait.
more
So you don't
foresight
trust
with
me.
Arachnid
You don't
Youth.
trust
I think
me,
I'm
but you
gonna
trust the
show
guy
foresight. Like, I don't think you're
lied
genuine.
about his opinions on being attracted to underage children.
That's disgusting.
You don't trust me though.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah,
you don't trust me. Okay, but you trust Arachnid Youth. Just making this clear. You don't trust me, but you trust Arachnid Youth. You trust Arachnid Youth.
I'm applying the standard you wanted me to have then. Now I'm going to start being more restrictive of who can join my
Only
server.
when it conveniences you.
Yeah,
Only when it
because-
conveniences
Yep.
you fucking scumbag.
Because it's my server.
More
'cause it's my
restrictive. That means
server.
more
You're a
pedophiles.
fucking pedo defender, bro. You're a fucking pedo defender. There's no dancing
Go fuck
around this.
yourself,
You are a
T.
pedo defender.
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself, Jack.
Yeah,
Go
and
fuck
you're
yourself.
you're pro murder, bro.
Yeah, you defend fucking pedophiles, dude.
We've already
fuck
established that he
yourself.
didn't defend the murder.
He didn't even
but-
defend the murder.
But
bro.
we've
He was just
established
making
that
fun of
you
it.
can't answer a simple question. Hey, C, I can.
I
we can
condemned it.
wait.
I
We can
condemned
no. Shut
I
up.
condemned
Shut
it.
up. We can
I
we can
condemned
contrast
it.
it right now. We can
condemned it.
contrast it right now. Look how easy it is for me to get an answer. Hey, C, do you support the assassination of Charlie Kirk?
No.
Do you think the killer who did it? Do you think he deserves jail time?
Yes.
Do you think he's a bad person?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're a liar.
KinoFlex.
He
Okay,
agrees with
KinoFlex.
every-
Okay. KinoFlex.
he agrees with
KinoFlex. But wait. Notice how easy it was. Notice how easy that was. Wait. KinoFlex. Listen. Notice how easy that was. Okay. Jack, do you think someone is a pedophile if they get off to underage characters in art?
Yes.
You're a liar.
Oh, you're a liar. I don't
After
believe you.
you are a liar and you'll spend an eternity on this shit.
Yeah, I'm just doing the same thing you just did to C.
Yeah.
This is why. Oh, this is why. That's just a terrible idea. Terrible idea to open that door.
I just don't believe you because you've lied before and you've
Okay,
lied
fine.
several times.
Paddle defender.
Okay. Like, yeah, that's not what I am.
Okay, you know, I might even go as far as to say this. If you're so, you can give me shit after after the stream for this, SK. If you seriously think that everything we just said is nothing and you're gonna actively defend like Arachne Youth, I'm sorry. I'm inclined to think you might be a pedophile as well. I'm gonna be completely honest with you.
That's not an unreasonable position to have whatsoever.
I'm happy to say I don't know if KinoFlex is, but I'm happy to say that he's being an apologist for Arachne Youth.
Okay. A guy I don't associate with, I kicked out my server.
You do.
Okay.
You do associate with
Yes,
him.
because we had to give you shit and we had to find out about it in order for you to.
Because
kick
like
us.
Fuck.
What's up, Captain Kaba?
Yeah, what's
Hey,
up, Captain
Becker,
Kaba?
what's up? Hey,
I
Becker.
think the thing
just
is.
to your mom. What's up?
Aren't you a pedophile?
Right.
Still doesn't point to your mom.
All right, hello guys. I have a little bit of a bombshell to add to this Arachne Youth discussion. I'm going to put this in the DC SK. You might want to put this on the screen for the stream.
Well,
but, I just
before we get there, I'm just curious to look into something. If that's okay.
Alrighty.
Okay. It's a nice little server. Let me resize this just so we can get the full thing. There we go. All right, thank you. All right. Let's see. I'm curious. Let's scroll up in general because I don't think it'll take long to find Arachne Youth.
Fuck's sake.
You can't always just search up his name like what Nymph did.
That's true. That's true. Well, it's like he was there at the time though. That's why it was so easy to find him.
Yeah, but
yeah, that's true.
Jack could also be lying about kicking him.
I did kick him.
Yeah, that is. Well, the thing is, Jack,
sure, that's fine.
Not that we don't believe you have her. I did watch the clip.
I literally recorded myself
last
doing
night.
it. If you want to call me a liar, go ahead.
I'm not going to call you a liar.
I mean,
Jack.
recordings
Now,
aren't everything.
You know, the recording where you said you banned
Oh, hi,
Arachne
Dom.
Youth, that that was recorded. I have the clip. I have it uploaded privately. In the clip itself, you do not show proof that you actually banned Arachne Youth.
Okay, you're an idiot then. You're an actual idiot. You're a drooling
Well, you're also a
moron. You
pattern
can check,
offender,
you
so I
can
don't
check
know.
the members. You can
Listen,
check
you
the
couldn't
members
answer it. You
of the
couldn't
server.
answer if jerking off to a baby's
check the
pedophilic,
active
so I wouldn't be
membership
talking. I wouldn't be
server.
Well,
talking.
it's not.
in there.
Well, you're not. Yeah, not just a pedo defender, but quite possibly a pedophile. Just quite possibly.
Man, career suicide in one night. Good job, Jack.
Okay.
Hey guys,
Jan
you
has
ever
never
notice
accomplished.
how when something is said that offends Jack, he immediately goes on attack by saying stuff like "fuck you, you're an idiot." Yeah, guys.
Yeah,
in
because
case
you're
you don't
accusing
know,
me of something. You're accusing
Well,
me
also-
of like.
Well, also, I find it funny.
too. Fuck you.
I find it funny that the moment you join the call cap, he just feels the need to attack you. Like that's so fucking funny.
Yeah, because he's
Well, he
again
probably
he's
has
making a
fucking
claim
loser
that
behavior,
but I
bro.
still have him in the server, which isn't true.
You're a
He's
pedophile.
probably upset that I made a 40-minute video exposing every bad thing that he did.
Bro, if you can't take the heat, don't play with fire. Fuck off, pedo defender.
I'm not a pedo defender.
Yes, you
You
are.
objectively are.
Okay, then why didn't you
Okay,
kick him out sooner?
objectively prove it. Objectively prove the
Why-
case.
Why didn't you kick him out sooner?
Okay, let's rewind the stream a couple minutes.
Well, I actually want an answer. Why didn't you kick him sooner? Like what? Why did it take so long for you to kick out a
Yeah, why did it
pedophile?
take 16 minutes for that to happen?
Oh, guys, I'm sorry. We got to talk about
Ooh,
this.
that's
We've
a
got to
bad
talk
look.
about this. And in case you removed the reaction, I have it logged here that you did react to this. Also, I've literally called them out on the same shit you described before. He likes to pull the plausible deniability card, just like he's done with me to insinuate I like kids or draw CSIM, something you've called him out on, yet he still continues to do. He'll make inferences, use loaded language to make himself seem informed, and when you're struggling to keep up with whatever the fuck he's saying, multiple people have made up their mind about you and will make accusations about shit you never did, never said, nor implied. But when you go and call him out for it, he'll say, well, I never said or did that. No, you set up the scene so that when it comes across someone who doesn't know any better, they'll make the accusation for you. You gave the 100 reaction to it, which means that you believe that he is defensible on all of this. You fucking
no,
you defended him. You explicitly defended him. So you defended him.
Agreeing with me. He's agreeing with me that that people.
Yeah, and he's using his situation that you're agreeing with him using a situation for it, even though he is completely unambiguously in the wrong in that situation. But you're cool with that. You're cool with him defending himself on that. That's really interesting to me. Why'd you do that?
He's showing sympathy towards
I'm
me.
glad that I joined this server because that is quite the. I didn't know you felt this way about the Arachnid Youth thing. I thought you were, in agreement with me. That's what you said in that recording, after all, in the Ultimate Joker video, where I recorded that and said, hey, just real quick, you understand that Arachnid Youth, you don't stand by what you said. You were misinformed on the whole thing. He's like, yeah, he's really bad. Yeah, you were right. But it turns out, you're flip-flopping. You're flip-flopping. Really convenient.
I was told that he kept on lying about stuff to you guys, and there's other stuff, and there's other stuff like that that he didn't tell me.
So why are you supporting him?
Okay.
Yeah, why are you okay with this active liar playing victim for something that he did wrong?
Me acknowledging his post is not me defending him. Like, it's just saying, okay,
you didn't just acknowledge it. You gave it 100 in agreement.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
You agree with him defending himself.
Okay.
You agree with the defenses that Arachnid Youth makes.
Well, the thing is,
this might be a 1080p stream, but this feels like 4K. Holy shit.
Well, the thing is, it's like, do you not see how that enables him to think he's in the right for what happened when he's clearly not?
And you don't feel the need to call that out when you're right there, but you feel the need to call out Sheev and C for something that is not on this level.
Okay.
Yeah, Arachnid is disgusting scum who's willing to lie about people to get what he wants. He made a video where he lied about me, lied about SK, and all of his old friends because we caught him lying first about the fucking pedophile shit.
Did you know with this character, this custom-made character that he has right here on screen, he made that character have sex with Gwen from Into the Spider-Verse? Did you know that he did that?
Yeah, that is literally drawing CSEM. Like, what the fuck?
Alright, wait,
there's CSEM in my server? That's what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that the character he posted there. The character he posted there, separately in those screenshots that were put out, it was censored by Colin.
And in the thing you 100%ed, he said he didn't do that. He's lying.
Okay.
We caught him in the act not lying about that. So, why are you 100%ing it?
Okay.
Are you okay with him lying about what he did?
Look, he's just agreeing with me over something I'm saying. I'm just saying.
And yeah, you're agreeing with what he's saying, where he's defending himself on that entire situation.
How about this? How about this? Why would you even want him, of all people, to agree with you on anything? You're happy with a pedophile agreeing with you?
I'm just like.
If anything, that's a concern. The child toucher agrees with you guys. Like, what?
Oh my god.
I wonder what kind of skeletons he's got in his closet.
Listen, SK, you may make some decent points against the Superman movie, but I have a reference of a pedophile that thinks you're wrong.
Oh wow!
Like what?
That's crazy.
I'm just agreeing with the point he's making.
A point where he's defending himself. We understand that. We understand that. Yes, we get that.
Okay, if I'm defending pedophiles, we know.
He's defending himself, and here's the thing. Maybe it's not intentional, but that is still kind of enabling him. And he should never feel in the right for what he's doing and what he did and what he defends. He's awful for that. And here's the worst part. Arachnid Youth knows he's wrong for that because he wouldn't fucking lie to us for nearly a year if he didn't think it was wrong. So it makes that's what makes it worse. Deep down, Arachnid Youth knows what he's doing is disgusting and wrong, but he's that much of a porn addict, he wants to do it anyways, despite the moral, like, pushing that everyone who was his friend tried to fucking do to get him to stop.
All right,
Look,
so
he's
at this
only,
point,
he's only agreeing with the Arachnid Youth defending himself. He's only agreeing that it's right to defend pedophiles. Like, it's all good, guys. Why
Okay,
are we being
so
harsh
what
with
do you
the
guys what do you guys want from me exactly?
To acknowledge.
I want you to seek therapy, honestly, at this point. Like, goddamn.
Seek therapy, go on a trip, leave the internet, get a wife, start a family. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, maybe stop defending this this weird shit.
Wait.
Maybe don't defend pedophiles and then drawing on the moral failings of other people for simply not giving a shit and making fun of a racist podcaster getting murked when you're perfectly fine with associating with someone who jerks off to kids.
He muted.
Okay, message received. Message received.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good to know. I mean, that name is forever, by the way.
Not be ignorant?
Are you gonna publicly condone Arachnid Youth?
No, I publicly condemn the guy.
Then why is he publicly in your server, and why are you 100ing a message
Yeah,
where
you
he's
publicly
defending
know.
himself?
Honest,
That 100% says otherwise.
All right. Are you gonna publicly condemn him and, you know, like make the message clear? He's a fucking pedophile.
Sure.
All right, do that on like a YouTube post or something. That will give us some good faith.
No, there's no reason for Jack to do that because it's going to be half-hearted, and I have proof of it. SK, can I talk real quick?
Yeah.
This is kind of a big deal. Okay, so I posted a little clip from the disagreement day on October 4th and October 5th. You know, when that whole shit went down. That's in the GC real quick. SK, you might want to pull it up for the stream to see.
So what is it going to show us? Like, what does he say?
In it, he's saying that he was wrong to get involved with the shit with Arachnid Youth, and that he was misinformed on everything with Arachnid Youth. However, I want to point out, when he said that, during that time, Arachnid Youth was actively in his server.
Yeah.
This is not something that you can deny, Jack. This is an objective fact.
And remember, Jack 100'd his message where he is acting like the victim in that situation.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I shouldn't have 100'd it. Sure.
Well, yeah, you shouldn't have agreed with it, yeah.
That's not it. That's not just it, though.
So...
Oh my god.
Alright, so is there anything else you want from me? Because I'm just gonna call it quits.
Oh, well, I still got a few
Me personally, I want you to delete your entire online presence,
Jack,
but I don't think I can get that
I'm really
compromised.
curious to dig into this. so Jack, you claim that you were ignorant on the Arachnid Youth thing, right?
Sure.
What specifically were you ignorant of? Before this, of course, right?
Just the fact that he was continuously lying to League Entertainment.
Uh-huh. What
Like
about what?
Like a bunch of other stuff, like that basically that he was making you guys look bad, and yeah, like there was a valid grudge to be held against the guy, but yeah, I wasn't sure of that at first, but yeah, they did say that. That is something that was proven with 4G.
Well, like, what was your conclusion on the whole claim that he was drawing certain things that were bad?
I would say that I don't want to associate with that stuff, and that's why I don't allow it. I don't allow it to be posted. I don't allow porn to be posted in the server.
But you still associate with him. And also,
Because
wait, but you just said porn. What porn did you think it was of?
Just random stuff.
Just random stuff? So did it involve adults? Well.
Okay.
Well, we'll wait
He
again.
has the gall to criticize Sheev and I. It's fucking embarrassing. Holy crap.
I mean, oof.
I literally just joined like 10 minutes ago. This sounds fucking horrendous.
This is so funny. I've loved every single minute of this fucking stream. It's been golden.
It's been great.
I think we've hit a third act high point, you know.
Yeah. Okay, so I've asked you guys several times what you want from me. You're not really giving me a straight answer.
No. I asked a question and then you went on mute, so I'd like to ask it again. So, KinoFlex, you said it was porn stuff, right? What did you think it was of? Did you think it was of adults?
Just like random stuff,
Right, well, did you think they were of age? Did you think they were of age?
He said that they're aged up, but yeah.
So okay, so
Still
a
not stuff
liar.
I
Wait.
really wanna
So a liar told you they were aged up. We're telling you otherwise. You believe us, but then you still believe him.
Jesus.
He's a pedophile, bro.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I believe. I didn't really believe like you guys were saying that he wasn't aging them up. So I just said, okay, like if you want to be like a,
did you look at our videos proving it?
If you want to be a part of the community,
you
like it and not post porn.
You can't plead ignorance once you've been shown that he's a liar and that we have evidence against him.
No, even if they were aged up, he's still aging up characters that are canonically minors to make porn of them. He is still in some way sexually attracted to minors.
Okay. Like, sure. What else do you want from me? Because honestly,
I'm trying to get the story together. I'm trying to get my story together, to be quite honest.
Hold on, SK. You know what I want? You know what I want, Jack?
What? What do you want to see?
Because of this entire situation being a really annoying headache for the past little while, I'd actually like you to take down the video you made on me. Because now, I have the ball's in my court, dude. I'll shut up about the whole pedo thing if you take down the video. And you're going to publicly apologize, ideally in a video. Because you've been caught with your fucking pants down, bro.
Okay.
You know, and if you want, and see, he's going to make an apology. I want him to make a video explaining to his audience what he did to me personally and the stress that he caused me for 20 fucking hours.
All of this shit, Jack, all the shit that you fucking caused us, you're going to fucking publicly apologize for this shit. Do you understand me?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Good.
Well, SK asked you this question, but it went off rails. Did you watch our videos, dude?
I watched some of them, not all of them.
Which ones?
Like some of the clips of like I think I watched SK's video and I didn't watch League Entertainment or
So wait, so you watched my video where he's defending the baby thing and not talking about aging up anything.
Yeah, I specified to him that you're okay with it when it's not aged up, and he doubled down on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Listen, I'm just gonna make the
SK one's actually the easiest one to understand.
I'll take down the video on C, but after that, I think you've made clear that I'm no longer welcome. So I'll respect your wishes.
Really? Really?
Yeah. Wow, you don't say. What you don't say.
I mean, I still stand by this. I feel like
to just the taking down the video. That's not all I'm asking. I want you to specifically make a video apologizing to me and everyone else you've caused unnecessary stress in the past while.
Honestly, honestly, I do think the only way you could help your situation, Jack, about the arachnid youth stuff is genuinely if you publicly warn people to watch out for him because he's a pedophile. At least that would be a step in the right direction, so you can, reverse the damage of enabling him, even if it was unintentional, dude.
Okay, yeah, fine. I agree to all those terms. I'll make it. Just won't be done with it.
Good. And there's never going to be any association with you or me. You're never going to fucking watch my videos. You're never going to do anything. You're not going to be in contact with me. You're not going to fucking say anything about me. I will know immediately if you do. Understood?
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm clear.
You have till October 16th to get the video out. I think that's a reasonable term as well.
I think that's actually pretty reasonable too.
Okay.
Yeah, that gives you a full week to get the record straight, to look over your script, look over your editing, make sure it is perfect as it can be.
Make sure Jan's your shadow writer, considering he's just a bang up Jag defending you right now.
To be honest, it wouldn't shock me if Jan cuts ties too.
Jan does not help me out with my videos or scripts. He's all me.
He
really should.
I helped with the one.
The complete anti-logic kind of threw me off.
To be fair, I was told to shut up.
The music now, since the tone has shifted. What do you guys think of Kendrick
this
Lamar,
is
by the
fun.
way? Just out of curiosity.
Pretty good.
Visionary.
Yeah, I
Not
really
really a
liked,
modern rap guy, but he's pretty good.
I first heard him in Black Panther from All the Stars. I think it's really good.
And then he exposed Drake for being a pedo, much like what we're doing right now with Jack.
Okay. Yeah. Is there anything else you guys want from me, or because I'm gonna head off?
Yes.
if not-
Promise us that you're gonna go to therapy.
Therapy.
Sure. Yeah, sure. I'll do that.
All right.
Good.
Best of luck. Hope this.
That didn't sound convincing.
This goes well.
In spite of the fact that I have every reason to be, in spite of the fact that I have every reason to be angry as shit with him, I know he just left. In spite of the fact that I'm pissed off with him, I do hope genuinely the best for him going forward. And I'm glad that this didn't escalate to the point in which I'd be more than willing to take it. So.
Better shift
I didn't
the
even
tone.
get to call him out as a liar to his face.
Wow.
Oh well.
I'm sorry, man.
I mean,
listen, the payoffs in this third act, Southpaw. You have to admit, the payoffs in this third act. That was pure hype moments in Orm.
Oh yeah,
Hey, you know what?
absolutely. But, I mean, listen.
The Avengers
we
is
already
Southpaw's Nick
established.
Fury, okay?
We already established that he lied about me like towards the beginning of this. So like whatever. As long as we got that established, like that's fine.
Southpaw got his
What
payoff.
we
He
have
got his
here-
payoff.
What we have here is the Avengers. Southpaw is just Nick Fury. He's assembling all the heroes together to take them. I mean, it's easy enough.
Wayne Man War.
I'm just curious, Jan. What's your thoughts on everything that just fucking happened?
I've been playing Deadlock.
Fair, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, no. I hope that I don't get incriminated now. No, I mean, I'll probably still be friends with him. This is gonna be my first, I guess, controversial thing.
Can you make sure he gets the therapy?
I can't make sure that he gets the therapy. I don't know. I think how to say this. I do definitely agree that the Arachnid Youth, but I do want to actually take some responsibility publicly. The Arachnid Youth thing, he consulted me about it. I said that yeah, he didn't do anything in service. It probably let him in. So it was technically my fault. I didn't know about anything about the kicking situation. So, shrug.
What I'll say is that I think the only like justifiable context I would accept that in is if it was literally just a debate bro server. Like the whole idea is that all right, no matter what you say, we'll bring you in. This is all for the purpose of criticism and discussion, which that's basically what Disagreement Day is for me. I don't really ban people unless I know it's Disagreement Day is not healthy for them. But like I guess I would understand that, but the problem is that Jack clearly doesn't have that standard. Clearly, that's not how his server is run. He wasn't gonna let me on, and he banned Seednim for just showing something in there, which is that even in the? Oh shit! I left. I didn't get to check the rules. I should have checked the rules. Fuck.
I can read the rules.
Read the
fucking idiot.
That's what I needed to look at. I knew there
You're
was
fucking incompetent.
No, that's okay.
so these-
I knew there was one thing.
We'll hear Jen read off the rules. He's willing to cooperate.
No harassment. Cooperating with the police or what? No. I mean, no, it's just literally, yeah, it's no harassment or bullying. Edgy humor needs to be, like, within reason. If you're watching movies in VC, don't derail it. And if there's a disagreement going on, just keep it to the proper channel. And if, it's just the two of you, just move it to DMs because we don't want that shit, taking up the entire, thing. Unless it's specifically
so nothing is said about streaming Discord, the Discord server.
As far as I'm aware, I'm not. Yeah, I don't think so. We've before this whole situation with Arachnid Youth, like I said, we've banned one person ever, and that person was threatening to kill people. So.
Oh. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
That's pretty bad.
It was the tequila guy, but
yeah, that's no shock.
What if? I have a question though. What if it was just poor wording?
That's a good point.
I'm sorry.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
I actually banned that guy personally, and I gave him I think 1 or 2 chances to be like, hey, just fucking, are you kidding? Are you for real? And then he was like, no, I'm in deadly earnest. I was like, all right, I mean, I don't care if you're kidding. You're saying that you aren't, so, and I believe you.
He must be just really ironic, bro. I don't know. Sounds like irony. I'm kidding. That's
like well, the one thing I was gonna say with the I'm gonna delve into the waters about the PDF shit. The only reason I was or like the main reason I was like interceding is I think when just joking off to was it a drone shell or something? I can't remember the exact phraseology at this point, but like most people would probably actually don't. I need to re-listen to the stream. You know what? Whatever. Forget that. What I was gonna basically say is my understanding from Jack from talking with him, and everyone can take this with as much or as little credibility as they want because I am, definitely biased in this case. I'm friends with the guy, but he condemns both acts just as strongly. He just thinks that Liam would say he doesn't distinguish between predator and pedophile correctly. Which again, I don't.
I think he does. I think he has a confusion between the two.
I don't research that shit on the reg, so I don't know. You might be correct. So yeah.
Well, I had to research some of this stuff to make the Arachnid Youth video just to make sure I'm not doing the right thing before I did it. So that's why I know.
I just saw in chat.
Actually, I remember giving Colin research too, because I know Colin's a fucking moron. When I was friends with him and he was making that video on Arachnid Youth to respond, Arachnid lying about us. I did that research for him as well. I was like, this guy's a dumbass. I gotta make sure he fucking, is somewhat aware of what he's gonna fucking say. So yeah, that's how I know.
Someone in chat said, Colin redemption arc.
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
He still stands by what he did, so no.
Colin is bad at everything. He's just not a pedophile, bro.
Yeah, it's like
Hitler redemption arc. He's not a pedophile.
As far as we know. Because I mean,
kill a cat.
He might break the canon for.
No, he didn't kill a cat. He didn't kill a cat. In fact,
that was the bump.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I, as opposing counsel, make a request? Because he's agreed to do the retractions and everything. I'm happy to help him with the scripts if he really needs to. I've only done it once before, but could we stop the pedo shit for real though? Because
yes, I am more than happy to oblige with that, so long as he releases a retraction. I will not mention it any further than that.
I'm not planning to talk about KinoFlex any further anyway.
Yeah,
because
I never wanted to address him on my channel, so I'm just
I
not
thought this was
addressing
enough. I don't really need to do anything else.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make the case. I wanted this stream to determine, is he disingenuous or not? I think it's pretty clear he is.
Yeah. While
you guys are talking, I gotta take a short phone call, so I'll be back.
You're right, SK. Can I show my
final
video?
verdict? Yes, he is
Yes, you can talk about your video.
disingenuous.
My decision to cut ties with him is based not on merely disagreement over Charlie Kirk or his reading of C or she's comments, although those are all certainly annoying to me, or even the insanity from the last couple of hours. My thing is the fact that he just outright fucking lied about me to his audience, and his audience came to the conclusion that I only deleted my tweets. The asking why he was mutuals with a pedophile because my gotcha had supposedly failed or something, and Jack was well aware of why I actually did that. He was in the call when I did that. We showed off that part of that call, and then we showed off the part of a call later on where it seems like he was walking that back to accuse me of being malicious, and then we played a part of a call that came just a day or two later on in the day, after he had publicly accused me of being malicious after walking back our resolution, and I just outright highlighted you were literally there when I actually deleted the tweets, and that's not why I deleted the tweets. You should know this. I just can't trust anyone who will ask me to delete tweets and then allow his audience to claim that I only deleted them because my gotcha had failed and I was really acting out of malice. For me to delete my tweets as a, you know, in response to someone requesting them to be deleted because of the idea, like, oh, you know, I'm throwing dirt to his name and publicly, you know, associating him with pedophiles or something. When like that's the real reason why is like, if I was actually acting out of malice, then deleting those tweets in the first place is really weird for me to do. So I'm just like, yeah, he's dishonest. He was dishonest towards me. I don't really want anything to do with him after that. Like as soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, yeah, fuck him.
Alrighty, I think I'm gonna make my little announcement. Hi everybody, hello stream. I'm Captain Cowboy.
Hello.
You didn't know this already. Hi Dom. All right, guys.
Hi.
If you weren't aware, me and KinoFlex, we've had some serious beef recently, and that's kind of what started the whole thing with Arachnid Youth. It evolved from that. If you want like a full rundown on everything that happened, I have uploaded a video today. You might have already seen it. It's entitled "YouTuber Calls Me a Scammer, Backfires Hilariously." It's about all of that. It's about what he did, about how he attacked me for my financial situation, how he called me a scammer, and how he refused to ban Arachnid Youth for 20 minutes. Crazy stuff. If you want to go watch that video, if you like want some more context, there you go. And linked in the description of those videos is pretty much every instance of just discussions with Jack Kentner and confrontations. The only thing that's missing is the fourth confrontation, but the first two are all there, and the important part of the third confrontation is there as well. Anyways, I'm gonna go back to work now, people. So take care.
Goodbye. Since we're shooting the shit right now, I made a Lilo and Stitch video recently. That was kind of fun. I don't know, go check that out if you like seeing people rip movies apart, because I rip apart the new one.
Oh, we're advertising our shit. Well, my good friend
Yeah, I guess.
Skids has made a really well done analysis video on the first Lord of the Rings movie, and I recommend everyone check that out. It's 2 hours,
yeah,
not
Skids
too
OG.
long, and I think he made a lot of great points and taught me more about the movie.
Well, my YouTube channel's dead, so all I'm gonna say is play Persona 5 Royal. It's the greatest game of all time.
And I'm gonna say ignore PJ's request.
Shut the fuck up, you're Canadian. No one likes you.
Ew, Canadian.
I hate Canadians.
I do want a courtesy, I guess, for whatever it's worth. Not that there'll be anything between us, I feel, at this point. But, yeah, sorry for calling you a liar, see. Was uncalled for. Shouldn't have done it.
You know what? I'm actually going to say this too. I actually appreciate the fact they're willing to apologize to me right now, and I also apologize for not being cordial on my part as well and making insults about you through the stream and in the past few weeks. I really appreciate that. Since everything has went down, you've also recognized where there have been shortcomings on Jack's end of things, and you're willing to be amicable about the situation.
That's fine. I thought the insults were funny as fuck. Don't need to apologize.
Fair enough.
How cute. The divorce is coming in place.
Let's go.
The divorce is coming in place. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just kind of unaware of like a lot of the. Or sorry, I'm not even seeing the full voice call stuff yet because I was away working all weekend. So yeah, it was unfortunate timing as well. But I was looking at rocks. So.
I mean, yeah, we show the relevant parts in the beginning of this.
Yeah, that's right.
If you do want the full VCs, like I can easily provide them to you.
I have a link from SK, I'm pretty sure, and I've seen a few of them. I'm aware of I'm aware of broadly what was said. I'm just not taking the time to watch all of it because also I don't really do YouTube drama too much.
Now, can people who I associate with please stop trying to go after me or my friends? It never works out well for anyone.
Never does.
Any one of you, it never does. Okay, like even in SK's case, and he went up against me, and look what fucking happened. I won that war. Okay, can we stop? Can we just fucking stop doing that, please? No more attempts to take down me or my friends. Just chill.
Yeah. Everyone just needs to recognize that if you try to make any attempt of taking me down, I'm sorry, I'm friends with some of the most sociopathic people on the planet. Don't even try. Just don't. And this goes for the fucking people, not just online, but also my real life who try this shit too, like at work and shit. Fuck all of you.
I hope they're watching.
Speaking of work, I
I
do
think
have.
They do watch stuff I'm on, so.
I do have midterms to grade tomorrow, so I will see y'all later. Maybe not, maybe yes. I don't know where we stand relationship-wise, but yeah.
I'm willing to move on, so I mean, whatever,
forget.
man. Hope you,
Yes,
hope you
yeah.
have a good, midterm grading session.
No, I won't. It's gonna be fucking shit.
Oh.
But yeah, no, I'm kidding. Yeah, have a good one, guys. See y'all. Bye.
Yep.
Goodbye.
You too. See ya.
Goodbye.
That was fucking crazy.
Man,
What a crazy shit.
fuck that guy. I'm kidding. Holy shit.
No, you know what? I thought Jen was the worst before this, but actually now the fact that at the very least he was willing to understand that Jack was a.
Oh no, I forgot to
laughable
convince
fucker.
him to debate fucking
It's
Jolly
just-
Chap.
It's
Fuck!
just no. It's just.
Ooh, that would have been fun.
Yes.
It's just
the British
He
off.
just sort of. Are you done?
Are you-
It's just
I
that.
don't know, are you? Are you?
The
Are you?
problem is that he kind of surrounds himself with shitty people like Jack. So of course he's gonna end up sucking the dick of Jack sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
He's not that bad of a guy. He just has the symbiote on a little too much.
So yeah, I'd basically say it's fair to say that we just fucking BTFO Jack.
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Did we just win?
I think we just won. There's probably shawarma. There's a shawarma joint about 2 blocks down. I don't know what it is, but I want to try it. That's a lie. I fucking love shawarma, dude. That was surprisingly easy.
Now what?
Taco Bell.
That is crazy.
Yeah, go watch my Lilo and Stitch video, everybody. It was a labor of love, and by love I mean hate, because fuck the remake.
Yeah, seriously.
Genuinely fuck the remake and fuck Disney.
I currently don't have anything to promote. I'm a little too focused on real life.
I mean, I'm still waiting for that
right
Last of Us 2 video. I'm still patiently waiting, dog.
now. You
said it's gonna be long.
Promote these nuts.
I strongly recommend that everyone watches The Pit. It won the Emmy for Best Drama for a very good reason. Yeah, no, I that's, the Pit's kind of usurped Terriers for me in terms of favorite to watch right now. So
Into the Pit.
You know what? I'm just gonna fucking say it right now. I'm gonna say it right now. Everyone go watch the Pirates of the Caribbean trilogy by Gore Verbinski, because that is the most underrated series of blockbusters.
Based.
ever.
Let's go.
The trilogy is fucking golden. I am friends with Jim Burkett, one of the people who worked on those movies. That trilogy is fucking awesome. It's fucking great. Everyone go watch it.
You know who should watch that trilogy? SK should watch that trilogy.
Did I miss anything big?
No,
you missed Pirates of the Caribbean.
Well, since we're all promoting autism, play the first 4 FNAF games. Everything after is filler.
Fuck you.
And no matter what, Red idiots like Comic Legend will say, Five Nights at Freddy's 4 is the best one.
Fuck you.
Do not play the 4th one. It has the worst story.
Isn't FNAF baby horror?
The 4th one.
Yeah, the FNAF is baby horror.
Aren't
Yeah,
you a pedophile?
No, bro. Play fucking.
Your name is literally prefers juniors.
You're friends with someone called justifying pedos.
Wild.
That's fucking crazy.
Hopefully. PJ, I'm gonna see this right now.
Cowboys Out says we
you
got
want-
the best lawyers on the planet. Don't fuck with us.
Yeah, pretty much.
bro.
Honestly, at this point, I'd hire SK and Southpaw to be my lawyers. I swear to God.
I thought Southpaw canceled the Last of Us video. Yeah, where is
I-
that?
I-
I wanted to
I-
hear you yelling at the game.
Fuck it off. Fuck off, SK.
Fuck off.
Is it?
Oh
Hey,
my
wait.
God.
Okay, I have a question. Right?
What's your question?
Was it gonna be like Gaming Rift's Toy Story 4 video, where it was 6 hours of you screaming at fucking Last of Us?
Gaming Magic, you mean?
Yeah,
That's what
bro.
I said, didn't I? I said gaming magic, didn't I?
You said gaming rift.
Gaming rift, bro.
Well, this is why you fucking retards don't have. Oh shit, sorry. This is why you fucking idiots don't have your gaming in your names.
You fucked up
SK
big
put
time,
me
bro.
in. Huh? I'll let him in. Why not? If he wants to say something.
Wait, let who in?
Also,
Oh shit. I
also, I'm
gotta
still
add
waiting. Southpaw, I'm still waiting for that debate. That gaming
Tell
magic
Liam
debate.
I'm still down to debate Lolly and PJ that I suck dicks on the rag.
Wait, what are you
Oh,
debating gaming magic about?
He wants to debate. Oh.
I want to confront him on his disingenuous takes on Toy Story 4.
Ruh-roh.
Why, you think Toy Story 4 is good by any means, or what?
You know what? I'd rather not say it anymore because the way you said it made me feel subconscious.
No, he does. See, he does. He does. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him.
Well,
Kill
okay.
him. Kill him. Kill him. Come on. Come on.
Kill that
Okay,
one.
it doesn't-
I want you to do it. I want you to do it. Come on, hit me. Come on.
PJ, you keep on asking for the Toy Story 4 debate, and listen, like you just saw me go off on fucking.
It'd be funny. Southpaw would be funny. That's the thing.
I'm gonna be nice. I'm not gonna give him shit for that take. It's a terrible take, but
Okay.
Well, okay,
Jack
it doesn't
fucked
even
up
have to be
his
Toy
wording. He didn't
Story.
say he was gonna debate Lolly. He said Jolly. He meant Jolly.
Lolly chap. Lolly chap.
I highly doubt that Jolly is going to be interested.
Please
whole
convince
joke-
them.
the whole joke
Wait,
is
SK,
that-
no. Hang on. Southpaw, I am begging you, please convince him. Please.
Oh my god, Liam.
You are a very persuasive person. Convince him.
You're a
You need
very
it to happen.
persuasive person.
Wait, okay, hold up.
Dog, this is like if Flash
South-
and Reverse Flash
Holy
never
shit,
fight.
you talk
It's
so
like, what the
I
fuck?
sent the request. Hi, CHD.
Fucking Southpaw and C. It doesn't have to specifically be on Toy Story 4 because it could be on the his Cars on the Road video because I actually think that video was fucking awful.
Now
I have a
John's giving
question.
me the idea of referring to Jolly as the lolly chap whenever he's pissing me off.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh
Steve.
lord.
I have a question for C, and it's really important.
Well, he's muted right now, so you're gonna have to wait a little, Liam.
Fuck.
You're gonna have to be a little patient. Fucking Canadian.
Man, this was this went a little bit more interesting than I expected. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, you think?
I missed literally all the interesting shit.
Don't,
This was ass
you know what,
cats.
you know what,
think-
Dom? Why don't you watch it? We'll watch it after this, after it's over.
PJ.
Bro,
Yes.
I still want to watch The Brutalist with you, though.
War for Cybertron. Get on.
No, I'm not
Fuck
playing.
you.
I don't want to play right now.
Sony Park said PJ's a fucking clown. Shut up. Get out. Oh, fuck. Don't say it yet. Don't say it yet because the audio failed. There we go. We're good.
Oh, I said, in other words, the age of fucking around is over and the time of finding out has come, right?
That's true. That's true. Well, this is the age of finding out. A lot of people, unfortunately, have been finding out as of late. A time traveler we can't mention.
I swear to God.
Wait, a time traveler? What the fuck are you talking about?
His new name should be Justification Kettner.
It's Eobard Lathon, okay?
What the fuck? Who is... What?
Don't worry about it.
Who the fuck is this?
I'm worrying
What's
about
up,
it, bro.
CHD?
I'm
Oh,
worrying about it.
hello. Hello.
I just wanted to ask Southpaw something, bro. I swear.
Hello. Hello there. Hello.
Lord in heaven, that was fucking insane, SK.
That
Like,
was
holy shit.
Crazy stuff.
That is like the quickest
Like, I
way to
didn't
just
even-
discredit yourself.
Yeah, I didn't even know, because, I don't really interact with you guys like that, but, I've just been kind of in the background. I didn't even know who this KinoFlex guy was until, you saw the Birdman post, right?
I did see that. I'm like, oh god, more?
Yeah, and then I went to the guy's channel, and apparently, like, he was making vids on Colin and stuff like that. So I started watching him, and I'm like, okay, he's being super disingenuous in his posts, and I'm like, he's acting no different than Colin. Like, it's just insane.
Yeah, it's just wild.
At least Colin didn't defend a pedophile. At least there's that.
We gotta give him that
going. Yeah.
For now.
For now.
As far as we know.
Maybe he'll accidentally become one.
Possibly.
That would be the most Colin thing ever, bro. If he accidentally became a pedophile.
I mean, maybe someone in this call is a pedophile. You never know with these days.
Yeah, it's PJ.
Fuck this! I'm on vlog TV with my fucking hands up.
Fucking.
I'm actually curious for the stream.
I'm not.
Do we want to watch the recording where we tried to get Jack to, they tried to get Jack to ban Arachnid Youth, and there was a whole argument on that. Should we watch it? Because it's only 16 minutes. If we're
Fuck it, let's go. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, we could do it.
Okay, let's go.
I will say I don't have to go into work early, but I am getting pretty tired because it's almost midnight now. So I am going to excuse myself. But I will turn on the stream and I'll be listening. I don't imagine I'll be like active in chat or anything.
Where have your balls gone, bro?
Where my balls gone? What do I sound high pitched or something?
Yeah. Pussy.
Hey, what happened? Did your balls drop off?
Whatever.
What do you think of cars on the road, Southpaw? What do you think of cars on the road?
I haven't seen cars on the road.
Southpaw.
That's unfortunate.
What makes you believe Woody's character assassinated in Toy Story 4?
For the love of fucking God.
Bro! He just said he was gonna leave.
Yeah,
Bro.
he's trying to. He sees a man, but senses a beast.
Fuck you.
Thank fucking Christ.
All right, well, yeah. If we're interested, I put the watch together in chat. We can just react to this because it is.
Okay, give me a sec.
Quite funny, and I'm just gonna be clear on this. I do think it is kind of worthwhile. Just, I understand this might seem like, I guess putting salt in the wound for lack of a better comparison, but like, there's a reason for this. We're trying to make a point.
I understand that's offensive to you.
Dude, the amount of times he opened up for me to say that was great. Hi CHD, are you familiar? Are you familiar with Watch Together?
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, just click that and then, because this is new for a lot of people.
Might actually need
it's
to
new for
join
you.
to my computer. Hold up.
So we'll get a fresh reaction. But like, it's one of those things where you kind of have to see it to believe it.
The C to believe it.
The C to believe. That was so funny.
Dom has a talent for ruining jokes.
Yeah, I do.
Are we in the Watch Together, people?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
I am the Lord of Anuses.
Sean Review said, "Can we press F to pay respect to KinoFlex's career?"
Weirdo. Holy hell no, bro.
That's a lot of F's in chat. I think people are quite willing to pay their respects. All right. Looks like everybody's in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Except for one person. I'm gonna blame Yax. Unless Yax is in there, therefore I'm wrong.
You're an idiot.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
I'm just asking.
Okay,
Shut
everyone's
up.
in now.
Jesus,
Everyone's in now.
Fuck
We're
you.
good. Let's proceed.
I'm sorry.
All right. Is there anything else you guys need from me, or can I just go?
You're not going.
Who's got an echo?
It's high CHD.
Oh, okay. Hi CHD. I recommend a headset because that completely avoids.
It's alright. I'm a mute. I'm a mute. My phone.
All good.
You're good, brother.
Femboys or tomboys?
Or Trap's gay?
Femboys or tomboys? Tomboys.
Take my fucking head.
So like, what are we doing now? Cause
Are you gonna kick him out, or are you gonna keep him in there?
He didn't violate the rules of my server, and it's
You
open.
violated life rules by being into kids. What are you talking
Pressing
about?
S to spit on the grave.
He's a pedophile.
Okay, like
He
do you
violated
want me to
life
like
rules.
pedophile. That
Do you
should be
want me to
more than
talk
enough
to
for
him
you to
like
get him out of
He
there.
likes kid. He likes kid.
I think you should ban the pedophile on your server, bro.
Yes.
Like,
Wait,
bro, even if being a pedophile is not a written rule of your server, I feel like that should go without saying.
It's also literally
What?
against the
Like,
fucking
bro.
law, bro.
Like, hold on, bro, because I'm a minor. Like, what if he goes after me and
he's a
shit?
pedophile. Like
Oh,
again,
ban
like,
him,
you
ban him,
guys
ban him.
keep on moving the goalpost like constantly. You say that you're not making a legal, like this, you're not making a legal argument, and you're saying that he's legally a pedophile. That doesn't make any sense.
I can't speak for them, but I haven't. I can't speak for them.
Because it's like, if you could look at it like this, right? Let's say John is a racist, but he's not racist in my server. Is it okay for me to keep him in there?
Apparently.
A racist?
Yeah, like let's say he's hypothetically a racist. He's a racist, but he's not racist in my server. Is it okay for me to keep him
I
there?
try to have as little literal rules as possible in my server. So
What?
like,
Why?
yeah, right.
What?
Why
Okay.
not? Besides it being 18
Also,
plus.
wait, also, Kino, aren't you like a YouTuber that's trying to be taken serious? Why would you want someone like that in your community?
Literally,
I allow
bro.
anyone in my community. Like
That doesn't make you a
Wow.
good
What's the
fucking
issue?
person, bro. Allowing just anybody doesn't make you a good fucking person or a YouTuber.
Their mic
Like,
makes
not
it so
having
better.
morals doesn't make you a good person.
Yeah, bro.
guys,
that guy's
I
a
let everyone in.
pedophile.
People who like
Extra
kids.
fast, Mike.
You're making the same mistake Ultimate Joker is
Stark,
making by
don't get involved. Stark, don't get involved. I'm telling you right
Yeah,
now.
bro. Just for your sake, please.
yeah. So what do you want from me?
Ban the pedophile on your server.
Ban the
It's that easy.
pedophile from the server. That's all you need to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
You better-
Like, okay.
you
And
better
are you still like
model.
calling me a pedophile? Like, should I remove?
No one's
myself?
calling you a pedophile, bro.
What?
We're just saying you should ban the
was.
pedophile
You've seen
in
it.
your
You-
server. We're not
Seen
saying
it.
you're a
joined-
pedophile.
You joined later. Stephen, if you joined later, Exopokri called me a
Oh,
Nazi
yeah, wait,
pedophile.
hold on. Yeah,
Okay, but I'm not them.
Wait, hold on. I'll
Yeah, they're
explain.
not-
Yeah, I called you a pedo,
Hey,
and if
them.
anything, you're just proving my proposition even more true right now by refusing to ban a pedophile from your community.
Oh my god.
You're just proving me even more right.
Anything, he's just like a pedo
No,
apologist.
Jack. I have been called a pedophile, and I've ultimately proved the person that called me a pedophile wrong with my own actions. Like, someone accusing you of being a pedophile does not mean that you can't, like, prove them wrong. You can prove them wrong.
Yeah,
right?
Like, they're not willing to be proven wrong. I keep on telling them that I'm not a pedophile.
I
and I'm
will
not.
willingly concede if
Yeah,
I'm
see, because
proven
Arachnid Youth was in my server for a little bit, but then I found out he was like he was doing weird shit, so I got him the fuck out. Cause like what?
How is this still going on?
I don't know.
Okay,
Just
like
for some
I want this
reason, he
resolved
doesn't
until
think
I
you should
can-
ban a
I want this
pedophile
resolved
server.
until like you guys stop calling me a Nazi pedophile because I want that to stop.
Why? You're proving it right.
Oh my god, dude.
Again,
Why? Okay,
Again.
because you're just letting a pedophile roam in your community.
If
Like,
you
I'm a
allow
minor
those
and shit,
people in
bro.
your community, that reflects on you. That's your community. You have
These are
control
your
over that.
people, by the way.
These are your people.
Yes.
Literally, bro. It's not a good look. That was
Also,
a
Jack,
terrible look.
Jack, you were well aware of what Arachnid Youth is. You we literally brought up the tweet where you were arguing about legality and shit, right? Like you've been aware of this situation for a long time.
What?
And if minors
Do
do
you
think he's
Oh yeah,
this is illegal
crazy.
to be in the
Be racist
server
in,
and-
on a
Never
public stream.
entertained-
Good
This
idea.
is specifically why I never entertained it whenever you
Dumbass.
brought up legality. I knew you were just using it as some weak ass excuse to justify your interest in CP that nigga was making.
No,
And if mi-
I
and if
never
minors join-
consumed
minors
anything he
join-
made.
If minors join your server, it doesn't stop the pedophile from
I
interacting with them.
don't let minors into my server.
How do you know
That
they're
doesn't
not minors?
fucking matter, bro. He's a
We have
weirdo.
moderators. We have moderators for that.
All I'm gonna say right now, just remember John 2008, because he's about to do a 200 IQ move.
Moderators are dog shit. They still haven't kicked him.
You have shit moderators. There's a pedophiles in your server, so anyone can lie about the age.
guys, I kill people, so it's okay for me to be in a Discord server with others. Like, what are we doing, bro?
Yeah, like my server, I don't even have rules in my server for real, and I still ban people who are problematic and a harm to the community. Like, it's really not that hard of a concept.
Exactly. I literally do the
Hey,
same
and he
thing in
hasn't
my
done
server.
anything in my server to warrant getting banned.
He doesn't.
That's
Okay,
just-
hold on.
He hasn't done anything to me. So
I'm gonna walk you through something, right? There was someone who I was very close with on Discord, like very close with. They had a ton of clout and resources to help me with what I was trying to do, right? As soon as I found out that nigga was texting minors outside of my server, he was gone instantly. Whether or not it's in your server should
Okay,
not matter.
he wasn't texting minors. Like, he wasn't texting minors. Like,
You're
this guy you're
lying,
talking
minors.
about.
That might be.
As far as you're concerned, he's not texting minors.
Okay, like, show me proof that he's texting minors and I'll ban him.
Poker, are you talking about Chrome?
Drawing them
ah,
sexually.
Are you talking about Chrome?
Is it not reasonable? Is it not reasonable to assume that someone who sexualizes minors and draws them sexually is going to eventually escalate to actually like DMing them?
Yeah.
Is it not? Is that not unreasonable?
How many times do I need to say this shit, bro? You don't need to be a predator to be a pedophile. Like, why am I still saying this?
Is that not? But here's the thing, right? Is that an unreasonable assumption that like that it's going to escalate to that point?
Right.
Okay, Southpaw. Say that you're just coming out of your karate class, right? And you're really angry and you have a clenched fist. You don't like arrest the guy over like looking at a guy angrily as if he were about to punch him. Like, you need to.
This is on par with the rubbing your nuts on someone's chicken nuggets comparison.
The action itself needs to be committed.
Would you though, SK?
I mean, if
That's a dog shit allegory. I'm sorry.
How's it dog
so,
shit?
It's a dog shit allegory because you're comparing like physical assault to pedophilia.
Well,
Like,
also
those are not remotely the same fucking things
do
at all.
do I like get off to people getting assaulted?
This is so fucked, bro.
If someone were to find out that I get off to like assaulting people, right? Like would the idea that I then am very angry not be a little bit concerning or terrifying?
I think you're psychopathic.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
But,
so
like,
if
I
you
can
have
be
the
angry,
sexual
but
attraction- so if you have the sexual attraction, then you should be thrown in jail, even if you haven't committed an act.
No, it's not about throwing him in jail. It's about whether or not you have him in the Discord server where he very well like.
If someone has
Okay.
a criminal history of breaking into homes,
he
why would you
doesn't.
want to?
He doesn't have any
Oh
criminal
my,
history.
hypothetical, bro. Oh my god! It's
an analogy.
Fine, go ahead.
Dumb
Jesus Christ,
If someone has a criminal history of assaulting people,
I was losing my
breaking into
fucking
people's
mind the
homes,
whole time. He
raping
literally
people,
laughs
for
like
instance,
baby petting
why would you
wise.
want to let that person on the streets again, even if they don't?
Yeah,
even if there's
I
a
just
chance
don't
that
get how you would like let that slide. Like, if that shit happened in my server, if there was even a chance that like they were even like they would just be out. Like that's not
Exactly.
even a question.
That's just
like
common
just the
sense.
fact that he was taking like 5 years to answer. Like, hey, is jerking off to a child, is that pedophilic? And he just wouldn't answer. I'm like, what the fuck? Like.
I think, I'm not gonna mention the idea here, because he would see it coming.
I love that song.
Why not do it again? Why would you do like
Sure,
why
sure,
would you
I
allow
like
someone
That's
to
just
get in the
not even
streets?
a question at that point.
Sure, I want to let that person in my server. I
So
won't let
why
that
are
person
you
Let a
on the
okay?
pedophile in though.
But-
Who doesn't have a criminal?
but, like-
just because he doesn't have a criminal record. Like what the fuck? The silence is deafening.
It
Just
really
because
is.
you-
Like, again,
ban the pedophile, and this could be settled. But you're sorry. Go on.
You're saying you're okay with him being in your server because there's no like minors in your server. Is that? Am I
well,
understanding that?
not only that, there's no like actual attraction to any kids. He's never
Wait,
shown
hold on,
that.
hold on. Hold on. So Kino, would you?
Well, then how do you know
would
he's
you
a
condone?
pedophile? Wait.
Would you condone one of your IRL friends, assuming you have any, being pedophiles if they didn't touch kids?
He's not an
around you?
IRL friend. He's not an IRL friend. He's just someone in my
He's
server.
asking you a question. He's asking you a question.
It's a hypothetical, bro.
Would you condone one of your IRL friends being a pedophile if they didn't touch any kids in your vicinity?
If they like were admitting that they're getting help for it, like maybe therapy or something, I would say. I think.
I beg your finest.
What do you want me to say? Like a non.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Like a pedophile that doesn't.
Let me be more specific because I don't think I worded it good enough. A pedophile that touches kids is one of your friends, and they didn't touch kids in your vicinity. Is it now okay?
No, it's not okay.
Okay, then. So why are you using this logic for Arachnid?
He never touched kids, like in the first place.
To your knowledge.
Kids though, he backs off the shit that resembles children. Why are
that's like concerning as fuck,
You're
bro.
basically okay.
Wait, hold on.
Jack, you're basically arguing. You're basically arguing that it's okay to have him because he wasn't
Superman,
he didn't,
you're
like
basically
actually
arguing-
commit a crime. Like it's
Oh,
still
and you can't
bad
hear
that
it,
what
it's
he did.
Yeah, you're
you know?
arguing with
It may not
legality.
be a
and
criminal
all that
offense,
right
but like
now.
it's still bad, and you shouldn't be there.
I never denied the
Kino,
allegation.
So the mirror.
Hey,
Listen,
Jack, can I ask you a question?
Oh shit.
Okay, what?
So you say your server is like 18 plus, right?
Yeah.
Do you,
Sometimes I need to ban someone like a little later than immediately if the mod isn't around.
Okay. So do you like ask the members how old they are? Like do any background?
I tend to just like look at their profiles and judge.
That's not enough.
Okay, because I was in your server for a little while, and I believe my profile says that I was 16. I'm currently 17 now, so I was in your server for a little while. Here's my advice.
So he just like caught him in a line right there. Oh yeah, I checked the profile. Oh yeah, by the way, it says 16 there. So it's like, oh, that's just not good.
Wow, you cannot make this shit up.
And I yeah, I can confirm that John 2008 has always put his age in his bio. He's had it there for a long ass time. So yeah,
more background check.
You're either lying or you're really shit at your job.
It's like
Which one is it, bro?
Never mind. I was gonna say something.
Or
else,
both,
but
yeah.
That's all I wanted to ask.
Okay, yeah, sure, noted. I'll be sure to have like moderators check people more.
So, I'm just like, why? Like, in your mind, what rationale is there for like kids aren't allowed on your server, but people that are attracted to kids aren't? Like, I'm not really. I don't understand your rationale for that.
Because I don't really acknowledge him as being attracted towards kids.
But he
made hentai.
Then you're just ignoring the reality of the
problem
situation.
isn't that he's messaging
You're
minors.
ignoring the reality of the situation.
you're just in denial at that
problem
point.
isn't that he's the problem isn't that he's messaging minors. It's that he's looking at gross art that I find distasteful.
That
as long as
depicts
he's not
fucking
getting
minors.
gross
Like, he's drawing shit that depicts minors. And like, what?
It's like me banning a furry, like a guy who
That's not
is
the
a
same
furry,
thing as being
but
a
they're not
pedophile.
shit.
What the
That's not the
fuck?
same thing. That's not the same thing.
Holy shit, dude!
What? You're so
Okay,
wait.
That
You
shit's insane.
If you want to, if you
fucking
jack
wild.
off to like a drawing of a dog, you don't want to fuck a dog. Like, is
not
that
what a
not?
furry
That's not what a
What
furry
the-
is.
Oh
you
my
goofball.
god! A furry is an anthropomorphic animal that has human traits as well as animalistic traits, but it's still human enough that doesn't qualify as being bestiality. And it's also certainly not.
No, not all the
Oh,
time.
fuck me.
It's not
Wait,
simply
what do you-
anthropomorphic stuff.
Oh my
depends.
god, you're
You know
actually
this
dense!
furry porn?
You're the free special bitches.
Oh, fuck me, dude. This is fucking awful.
This is my first time ever hearing Cnim's screaming voice. It's really funny. Cnim's got like a fucking fucking George Costanza's screaming voice. I love it. Oh my god.
It's terrible. Oh, Jesus Christ.
At the same time, though, what the fuck, dude? Holy Christ.
Oh my god, we don't care.
Please, for the love
Captain
of God,
Kaba.
ban him, and we want to watch you do it in real time. Stream your screen and do it.
Stream it in real time.
Fucking capping, bro.
Stream your screen and do it.
Okay, so again, what do you want me to do?
Ban him, bro!
Holy shit! What do you want me to say? Like you want? You're calling me a pedophile?
No one's calling you a pedo, bro.
There's like one other person in the call doing that, bro. Most of us aren't doing that shit. They're just telling you to ban a pedophile.
Please.
Okay.
For the love of God, bro.
And then what am I? And then what's gonna happen if I ban a pedophile?
I really don't
you
see
guys
how you
think
can
it's
get
a
off
pedophile.
without being a pedophile, man.
Then this
It'll be
will
good.
be over. Like
Good
this will be
change.
over.
Yeah, mostly. For most people.
Also
Say,
you know, I'm the only one in
It wasn't over for most
I think
people.
they're proving me right, but they're not calling you that. I am.
I think for your, I think to redeem yourself, you should at least ban the pedo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I mean, like a little
at least
bit.
do that, bro.
Yeah, just a teeny tiny bit.
Because you refusing to do that is like not helping your case at all.
Because you're already pretty fucked all around. So it's like if you don't ban him now, it's just gonna
I mean,
dig you even
you
bigger
could show
hole.
somewhat remorse by banning him. Come on, man.
Fine, fine.
Remorse.
Fucking
Yes,
finally, bro.
The fact we have to
You're
we have to
welcome.
convince a grown man to do this is insane to me. But whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Like,
Which
okay, I
was
did
that?
it. There you go. Happy.
Thank you. Yes. Very. Anyways.
I'm uploading the proof in the chat.
Bro, why does DJ keep calling me a pedo, bro?
That's crazy.
Okay, so now are you guys gonna stop calling me a pedophile?
No.
Only one person is
There's
doing
one
that.
person doing
Get over
that.
it. Genuinely just
Jack,
get over
there's
it.
one person
Hold
doing
on,
that,
we
bro.
just had to- hold on. The
Okay,
fact that we
okay,
just
so
had
you-
to peer pressure you into
No, I'm
doing
not
this is not gonna stop me from calling you one.
Yeah, that really didn't help your case, Jack. Like that really did not
Yeah,
help at all.
we just had to peer pressure you into banning a pedophile.
Oh, why'd you end it there, Cap?
No, what the fuck, dude?
Oh, fuck Captain Kaba. All right.
Cap, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
Why did you end it there?
There's a bit more. I'm just gonna. I can't show it through Watch Together. I'm just gonna show it on the stream, cause fuck Captain Kaba.
Cap, that was fucking ridiculous, bro.
All right.
I was waiting for the part where I was fucking screaming at Jack.
Yeah.
I was anticipating that shit.
All right.
The fuck is
I'm gonna
that?
look for it on my own.
Well, not only that, there's no.
You guys can like
You don't,
deafen
like,
and
arrest
listen
it.
to like this,
It's in the wall.
or not even you can just listen to the stream, and you'll see.
This logic for arachnid.
Looking at gross art that I.
Literally, bro.
I hate you.
You're drinking water, bro.
know like how
You're
to
just
justify.
There's only one person
One
here
other
calling you a
person.
pedophile.
All right, this is where we left off. I'm just gonna show this. Hit play.
I don't
Bro,
know.
One
like, actually,
individual
look at
is
that.
calling
Yo,
you that,
dude.
bro.
Coming of EDP 445.
Only one
Bro,
person.
I'm starting to think 445 is his cousin. I'm gonna lie.
Literally.
Only one individual is calling you a pedo. Please get that through your fat ass
You are a
head, bro.
Diddy disciple.
Okay, fine.
A Diddy descendant.
What a fucking
Did he leave?
nasty, bro. I'm sorry. Yeah,
He
you did.
left.
Oh, fucking finally.
Weirdo, bro. Holy shit.
Oh
I
wait,
I
did he cut it out? What?
person that's a potential danger to everyone else.
Wait.
Wait, legally
I
speaking,
don't- He has to be-
Genuinely just
Jack,
get
there's
over it.
one person
Hold
doing
on,
that,
we
bro.
just had to- hold on. The
Okay,
fact that we
okay,
just
so
had
you-
to peer pressure you into
No, I'm
doing
not
this is not gonna stop me
Pedophile.
from calling you one.
Yeah, that really didn't help your case, Jack. Like that really
Yo,
did not
pedo-
help at all.
We just had to peer pressure you into banning a pedophile.
That was a
Yeah,
really bad look.
I just want to
Yeah,
say
a guy
real quick.
that is not legally seen as a pedophile.
He still is a
So he has to be
pedophile.
legally
I
seen.
don't
He has to be
give a shit about
legally seen
legality,
as one,
bro.
so he is one. Like
don't-
what?
I don't care. I don't care
No.
about legality.
Oh
Like, what?
boy.
Exactly.
So wait, I just want to say
Jesus
something real.
Christ.
I just want to say
Yeah,
something.
you know
real
what?
quick.
Honestly,
Wait,
Pokering was
wait,
probably
wait,
right.
wait,
Like, the
wait,
whole
wait, what-
legality
wait,
What,
bullshit-
everyone,
wait,
What's up,
wait,
Nim? What's up,
wait,
Nim? What's up,
wait.
Nim? Wait.
Everyone
What's up?
pause.
I just want to say something real quick. I find it very interesting that you are more quick to ban me for proving that a pedophile was in your server than the actual person that's a potential danger to everyone else.
Wait, oh wow. Okay.
Because you're being weird. You're recording my.
I'm being.
Yes, they're the weirdo, but then you refuse to ban the pedophile for almost like 20 minutes straight. What the fuck is that?
Literally, bro.
Yeah, you recording my server is weird.
Yo, you're fucking weird, dude. What is that?
Recording your server. I didn't actually record it. I
recording my server
I screenshotted it. Without your permission, yet you allow anyone to enter your server?
Yeah, you're recording
you allow pedophiles into your server, dog.
Oh shit.
What the fuck, bro? Yeah, it's like fuck your server. You let pedos in there. The hell you mean?
Y'all see what I mean? Though, like it was just an excuse. Him talking about the legality. It was just
not
fucking
fuck. Okay, like need actual more proof. It's like
You're actually a little slow upstairs, bro. You might be a little special. You might be a little special.
Fucking hell.
Bro, it is not that funny, bro. Are you good?
No, because the thing is,
it is funny, bro.
No, this is just insane. This is something else.
This is wild, bro.
But yeah, that's basically it. Man. I understand that you're probably still watching, so you're catching up. So I'll wait till then.
What an event.
Wow, well, it's safe to say he's not probably not going to be coming back here anytime soon.
Definitely not, unless it's arguing with us, I suppose. Because that's the only reason I'd have him.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Pretty bad's a fucking understatement, bro. That shit's fucking horrendous.
Mm-hmm. KinoFlex art.
Fucking vile. Holy hell.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's difficult to trust that if he does say that he wants to, like, you know, be better after this, that's going to be difficult to trust considering well, he literally last time he tried to plead ignorance. And it's like, okay, well, that doesn't work. The second time doesn't work.
Third time's the charm.
We were too soft on Jack. Yeah, I would say that in retrospect. Granted, of course, we want to have like the most concrete of proof before we like even say anything about what he defends. But yeah,
yeah. First Arachnid Youth, then Colin, then KinoFlex. SK, you gotta. Someone said this in chat, but you gotta get better at finding friends, man.
Well, I mean, KinoFlex wasn't that close anyway, so yeah. I wasn't even friends with Arachnid, so yeah.
Oh, this is random. But what are your thoughts on the You probably don't like it, but what is your thoughts on the Marvel Zombie show?
Oh,
you probably hate it. Oh, you didn't see it?
I've never seen it. Yeah, so I got nothing.
Oh, okay.
Man.
Do not let him back in. Don't do it. Yeah, that ain't happening. That's definitely not happening.
Jesus.
But yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, I think like the whole getting therapy thing is a fitting option, because like that's what he needs at this point. If he
he kept on saying like,
defend,
"What do you want me to do?" Oh, sorry. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, all good. I was basically done.
Oh, well, he kept on saying, like, what do you want me to do? But I mean, I want you to get help. I mean, I don't know how you can sit here and try and deny the fact that, like, jerking off to kids in a cartoon isn't pedophilic. Like, if you don't think that, then, like, something's wrong with you. Like, something's wrong with you at that point.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just wanted to come on for a little bit. I know I don't really interact with the community as much. I'm actually getting ready to go to work right now, but this is a cool stream. I'm just
doing the FNAF night shift.
Unfortunately, yeah.
You're so cringe.
But yeah,
Man.
I think I'm gonna end this off as well soon. But he did. I
Fucking
don't think he
hell,
was
bro.
genuine. Yeah, I don't know if he's being genuine. I don't think we can really trust KinoFlex to any capacity at this point.
KinoFlex.
Yeah, man.
KinoFlex.
KinoFlex.
But yeah, that's no therapy is not the logical solution, bro.
That's all, folks.
Okay, well, give me another one, Casual Chris, because he needs something
I'm gonna
if
send
he's
you
gonna
some
defend
Chris,
this
right?
stuff.
Hold
Like,
up.
I think the idea here is like get some professional help. That's the idea.
Yeah, I mean, take care, SK.
Yeah,
everyone.
KinoFlex
Have a good one.
Arc closes. Seems that way.
Look at what I sent you, SK.
Oh, let me see.
Kind of important. Kind of important.
Kind of important.
Oh yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah. Are you? Are you aware? I don't know if you're aware.
Aware of what?
No, don't
Hold
worry
on.
about it. What's next for League Entertainment? Find out in the next episode. Yeah,
This.
for sure. I guess if I were to give one last little update, I'm trying to get the next video to be on Marvel Spider-Man 2. We are working on that as quick as we can. I'm gonna try to get it out.
This is SK's way of saying, "Get the fuck over it, you fucking fat bitch." Or I'll fire you.
I'm looking to have that out. Hopefully by next week, if not, maybe the week after. Honestly, hopefully at least before the anniversary of the game, because that'd be cool if I could get it before that. But after
That'd be
that,
so cool.
After that, there's a certain review on Transformers 1 by Little Mosquito Disease.
Okay, well, that's
gonna-
just great.
After that, yeah, that'll be a topic of conversation.
I'm
to say
so
the least.
excited. I'm so excited.
Man, I'm pumped, bro. I'm so pumped.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gotta be so cool.
And oh yeah, League Entertainment has released another Left 4 Dead 2 video. If you haven't seen, I would recommend.
Yeah, certain someone may or may not be in that one. You never know.
Yeah.
You never know. Yeah. You never know.
Actually, it's unlisted, not deleted. What do you mean? Let me. Are you talking about the C? Let me see. Yeah, he unlisted the C video, just not delete. Oh, okay. I don't know.
Oh, that's a little strange.
Anyway.
Strange, yeah. Maybe he'll delete
Let
it
this
soon.
let this be a lesson to a specific someone watching the stream. I know he's watching the stream because he has nothing else to do in life. This is why you don't turn into pedophile. So don't be a pedophile, Mr. You know what? I'll say it, Mr. Star.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm gonna beat Spider-Man 2 before the review comes. You will try your best. You will try your best. All right, yeah, that's all for now. Have a good night, folks.